Hey, baby boy, Braxton, we go open the door for DB? You got this. Go let DB in. Yep. Go let DB in. Go let DB in. Okay, do we have audio? Well, we just moved the laptop slightly and killed that stream on accident. So, what's up, man? I hope the audio is working. Let's see here. Just double check. What's up, DB?
What's up, boss man?
Oh, we doing good, man.
Yeah.
Alicia said hello, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we got audio. All right, and we were just we were live, but we bumped something, and so I refreshed it. So I had the app crashed. Yeah.
This is back.
Yeah, but it's back. We're running.
I'm out running around, so you want me to grab that stuff for the sign thingy?
Oh yeah. Yes. Let's figure that out. Yes. Let's do that. Yeah. Let's make that happen.
I know you needed some poster board.
Yep. We'll get some poster board.
I figured 4 of them should be enough. There's 2 on each side.
Yep. And then get some Scotch tape.
Yep, so we can tape over after we write on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I think I might have a marker. Probably just pick up a small pack.
Take a pack of colors like blue, red, and black.
Oh wait, we have markers. Like markers. We have color markers. Pick up just a black one to highlight it.
Okay.
Because I don't think we have like a solid like. Yeah, that'd be good. All right, sweet. Oh, we got 4 viewers already. What up, y'all? We had our first raid last night. That shit was awesome. And I got in a good group. Was talking with people. All of a sudden, 17 people hit my room, and I was about to step out, and somehow Twitch wasn't transferring audio, but YouTube was. So these guys saw me just sitting there sweating, trying to get it going. So I could actually chat to them, you know. But for some reason, Twitch all of a sudden was like, "Yeah, no, we're just not going to play your audio." So welcome. Thank you. 30-day live stream. Not going nowhere. This should be enough, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, and then I almost think too we got to figure out how we're going to attach them to that. Maybe zip ties. I might have some, or maybe some like that thicker tape.
Probably zip ties.
Zip ties. I'm thinking zip ties or that plastic tape. You know what I'm talking about? The see-through, thick shit.
Yep. All right.
Yep.
I'll get it figured out for you.
All right. Yeah. So we're on day 3 of our 30-day stream. We're not going nowhere. We believe in something. We're being evicted. You know, it would be arguable, right? You know, we're being evicted because we never fall 30 days behind, but we fall 10, 20 days. I mean, we've been struggling since 2020, but that's what it is. So we are, we were given an ultimatum last month that if we didn't, you know, have everything paid by the end of the month, that we'd be getting an eviction notice. We paid everything. We even put some down on our other rent, and 2 weeks later we was in given a complete eviction notice. Yeah, just because we're new, we're growing, we're like you, we're some people would be like, like me, I'm doing great, but reality is even the ones that are doing great are not doing that great right now, and we all know it. We're all feeling this crunch, this pressure. The economy wants that $4 trillion back, and it's taking it from us. You know, grocery stores are getting uber stupid rich because they tricked us into believing that The food prices were somehow supply chain issues when they created the supply chain issues. I mean, it's just ridiculous where we're at with everything. But that's not the reason we're here. We're gonna play some video games today. I'm gonna set my baby boy up. Once you ready, I'm gonna set you up with your own account today, Bonson. I'm gonna set you up with your own account. Bet 2020. That's your name. Remember?
I don't want to.
You don't want to. That's just because you want to watch your YouTube, and that's fine. You can sit and watch your YouTube.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Okay. You want to watch it? Okay. Hey, Generation Alpha. I love you. Not mad at you. You grew up on iPads and they didn't know. It's okay. I know you see an iPad right now with Mr. Bronson. But it's only temporary because he only gets his iPad when he's at work because Pop got to work. So he gets his iPad. And right now we're doing a 30-day live stream. And so with this 30-day live stream, right now we're doing 30-day live stream. So with this 30-day live stream, we ain't going nowhere. We're staying up for what we believe in. We're sitting in. We are hosting our events. We are doing a 30-day market test to see if psilocybin can be a fun event, a entertaining venue, as well as the healing. The healing still happens, you know, and so we are throwing some events, throwing some parties. We're working 30 days straight with 4 to 5 hour naps. You caught me today. I did the 5-hour nap because I think I went down at. I think I shut my stream down about 4:30. Didn't shut it down. I just threw it on a loop, and then we were up at 10 and back on by 10. So roughly 5.5 hours that we just took a nap. In the back on a very comfortable couch. Ain't no shower here either, so you know, might not be the best. But we'll get a wipe shower going on here soon. You know, I don't know. There's all kinds of names for that, but I ain't trying to get kicked off. So we'll get that rocking real soon. When you get the door open, we're gonna get some content creation going, and and I need to figure out why. I need to figure out what happened with everything and why it just clicked like that when we did that. Damn, I should have told homeboy to pick up a little Velcro. Fuck. All right, it's all good though. You know what really sucks? We had this all set up before and was streaming back in 2020. You probably check, you know, it wasn't really big or nothing, but we had a lounge and people would come and hang out. We had all wired up. It was so perfect. We got like all pieced together. I had like this office where it was the studio. Everything was tight, and, you know. Right here it's just kind of chaotic a little bit. If you look at my desk, it's just a little bit of everything everywhere. Yeah, so I hit the cord and all of a sudden everything kind of reset. So I think we're going to be need to figure out how to get rolling back up and get really get plugged in for YouTube. Not YouTube. Plug in for some games this AM. That was our goal. We're gonna play some Minecraft with Bronson. Do some live streaming for y'all. Talk about what we got going on. And then we made a little list of to-do items. We have a list of to-do items already. Got some calls to jump on today. Let's double check the emails. Where we at? And see where we're at today. Oh yeah, that's so funny. So yeah, we knew. I think we said it last night. We're like, yeah. So this video is going to get blocked because we hung out and we were in our Trip's room and listening to music. So, of course, Calvin Harris completely blocks out. So here, we're going to go through the list of EDM people who will block you out completely if you are playing their music, which we're going to be doing some DJing stuff, so you're going to be able to watch that live, but you are not going to be able to see that afterwards. So if you want to see that stuff, you better tune in live. Alright, so Calvin Harris, completely block. No monetization, no C. Hey, big shout outs to Diplo, Revolution, no impact. Copyrighted, but no impact. He will let you play his music. Oh, that is a beautiful thing. I appreciate that. Billie Eilish, just partially blocked. Hoorah. Indica Jones. How did the Indica Jones pop into that? We weren't playing that. That's great. On the Nature of Daylight. Beautiful. Beautiful piece. Beautiful piece of music. Hey, is that Jacob? Will you open the door? Get the door in. On the Nature by Daylight. That one was not impacted. That was beautiful. Deadmau 5. He had no impact either. Trendsetters, no impact. Avicii, no impact. Mike Posner, I Took a Pill, no impact. Deadmau 5, no impact. And take a wild guess. David Guetta, impact. Partially blocked. So, you know, Calvin Harris, of course, being super controlling over his music, that's fine. But that's cool. So we didn't get no strikes on it, thank God. Yeah. We barely had any views on YouTube with that one, but lots of views. So that was fun. Oh.
What's up, Bronson? Get any sleep last night? Or were you up dancing all night? Not dancing all night?
Mm.
You gotta...
Like, I should have some responses in here, and then you're like, oh yeah, those are college educated people, they get weekends off. I feel you. I forgot. I'm sorry, I am not from that class. We don't get weekends off.
Yeah.
Most of us have to work the weekends.
That's right.
You know.
Good call, Willie.
So
Spot on.
so now I'm in the position where I'm dealing with more people who are in a different, you know, middle to high income class, and you know they don't work weekends. Nope. This is gonna make a video right here. You know, we've gotten to this point where it's kind of like you gotta call everything out. Everyone wants to call everything out always, you know. And if you're a comedian calling out things, well then, you know, you're being this or you're being that. And I think we need to do that. Like, we could say things without being mean about it or wanting to somehow hurt those people. Like, they're fine. Like, most of the people that you think are like super wealthy, it's all a fake facade. It is. They live off of credit cards and debt, just like the rest of us. They just are able to pull more out. And yes, they do have a lot more advantage of us, but there's no reason to hate. Instead, we have to like unite, because if we get them listening, you know, and talking, then things can change, you know. I get this all the time. I get around these various people of higher degrees than me. You know, we're talking like doctors, therapists, psychiatrists, and we get talking and chatting and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, you're so well spoken, and you should speak more." And I'm like, "Listen, I have been speaking on this for 20 years. Okay, to when people see me talk about it, they're just like, oh, this hippie guy, this guy just wants to do drugs for informational purposes only." But he, that's it, right? But so I tell him, like, listen, you need to be the one to start talking. You need to be the one expressing, because when you talk, more people listen. People who have a standing. And so it's important for us to, like, yeah, it's okay to call it out and say it, make a joke, laugh, but don't take the hate to anyone, for real. I mean, even the, like, Karens, I love me a good Karen video. I laugh at the thing. But you have to say to yourself, I'm going to get labeled a Karen lover. This is not going to be cool. But that's what it's going to be, because we have to put everybody in some sort of box. It's a natural concept. It's a natural thing for our minds to do, to put other people in boxes so that we can find our tribe and have what's called a tribalistic empathy. There's a more scientific term to that. I can't think of what it is off the top of my head, so I do apologize. But it's a level of empathy where you tend to be more empathetic with people who look like you or act like you. And it made sense in our development, because most of our development was, one group of people telling another group of people that they're the bad group of people so they can go get their resources, and that has been going on for a long, long time. And if we're going to ever grow as a civilization, reach a type 2 civilization, we're going to have to communicate with one another. We're going to have to be accepting of one another. And if we can get ourselves into a position where we are all working with one another, I don't think there will be such a discrepancy between those who have and those who have not. So, that's my TED Talk for the day. Haha, you gotta get TED Talk with me. Yeah. So, we're live. I don't know. I think the roll-in went out for a second. So I am going to... Oh, man. I don't want to have to... Yeah, I'm going to be moving around a little bit. Oh, I need a sec. Before I get going here. Just breathe. Wake up. Stretch a little. Oh, I know. Yeah, you know what? Hang on. Ah! Okay. Yes. All right. No, it's good. Woo, yeah. Don't have to, like, reset it and stuff. Oh, man. So... I got the song stuck in my head, and it's just... I love it. I love Diplo's Revolution. You have the copyright hit, but no actions. Just, that made my heart just... Because it's tough. Like, we did a show with Afro Man. I hosted one in Vegas. And we were creating promo for it and doing everything. And we had I was going to clean my room until I got high, and we had that opening with some drop and little music. Well, Tiger come in, because we had, like, the Tiger King as one of the sponsors, and Silas. It was great. Kryptonite was a big sponsor, too. Let's just give a shout out to all the real OG sponsors there, just for love. Power Hitter was also one of our big sponsors. The Little Dipper was one of our big sponsors. So shout outs, love, You're like, oh my gosh, this guy, I ain't greedy like that. Like, I'll still shout y'all out years later. Come on, man. Nothing but love. We work together. But yeah, we threw this party. And the promo would always get flagged, shut down, copyright, you can't use this, da 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 da. Every time I would have to go through the process of being like, no, we have copyright permission, we have permission, we have permission. I had to like upload document over and over every time, man. Oh God, I probably did that 7 or 8 times right before we threw the event, just because every time we use that song, it would get copyright hit. But yeah, I mean, we had permission from the man himself. Like, can't go wrong there. I gotta say though, Sealess, I love you. I don't even remember the name of the band. And I know all my hippie friends are like, yeah, no, you should know, bro. Like, what the? Right. I can't even remember their names, okay? No offense to y'all. I got love. But when y'all was like, Afro Man's not going to draw that big of a crowd, yeah. Yeah, y'all remember. How was that crowd? Yeah. Room to room, shoulder to shoulder. Completely packed. A line all the way down to Floyd's place. And then our other act, what was that? Kumbaya with about 12 people. You know what though? Let's call it for what it is, because this might be the last. We never promise tomorrow, and I hope my kids look at these one of these days. Spend a couple days with me, and they say, "I can spend 30 days with Dad," you know. And so let's call it for what it is. You know, it was really disappointing to be working so hard and to have you guys say that you didn't do so well and this wasn't, you guys lost money and stuff. But then somehow through the exact same party, the exact same venue, the exact same thing. So I think I helped make it a success for you. But it's okay. I got nothing but love for you. You gotta do what you gotta do. But you should always do it with love in your heart and pushing forward. You mean my guys were getting run ragged by all of the changes and the this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that. I was being run ragged. I will never forget too. You know, so when I started doing this, I've been doing promotions for years. We threw a lot of venues, concerts. We were the DJs for a lot of this stuff, promoters, ticket sales, all that. So, you know, lots of hip hop, some EDM, mostly all hip hop. Most of our EDM were like underground shows, but mostly like big name hip hop would come through. You know, let's see, like Keith Sweat, Twister, Jeremiah, Genuine. That was a fun show. And that stuff. So we got we did those promos. And it was great, you know. And that's what we did. And you know, that's a tough industry to be in. It is, like, I would try to explain it to people. It's like you do these things, you try to break even with the promo thing, and then you try to pick up like a DJ gig or a merch sell gig or something else to actually make money, because the show, the concert does not make money. You, most of the time, and you can look this up just in case you don't believe me, most of the time those big venues, the biggest ones you know of, I mean, they barely break even. You know, the ones that do good, they do good. Most people do it just because they love like the music, they love what they're doing, you know. And so I hadn't done promos for years, and we went to this, it boils down to this. I sent out for a friend of mine. We were at one of the trade shows. There's a great company, and I used to work for this company, and it was called Glow Industries, and they would host premier events. They would buy everybody drinks. It would be at some of the top nightclubs. It was like on a Tuesday or Wednesday night. Like when that guy Drake was like, buying on a Tuesday. Like that's what we were doing. We were on a Tuesday, like just getting tossed up at like Rain Club, and having this trade show events. And Jason did a wonderful job, and he was really trying to unite the industry, you know. And when they went away, there was a void in that, and that void was trying to get filled with every single fill that void. Hey, beautiful lady, how you doing? You scared you? And that's what happened. Hang on one second. I'll be right back. We're gonna put this on a pause screen for just a second. Yeah. Screen. There we go. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. I forgot where I was at. We were talking about stuff, but it's all good. Thank you for tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from. Let's see. It should. I just refreshed. Oh my gosh! Can you believe last night we were actually live on TikTok. Yeah, TikTok's doing okay. Not TikTok, but Facebook. Oh, that's awesome, Larry. Any meow wolfovits? You just booked the same hotel for Thursday. All right, cool. So we have it for Thursday. All right. I need to get the train tickets booked. Yes, I said train tickets. I'm not flying no more. Boeing is, yeah, no, the Roosters have come to nest with Boeing. And somebody mentioned that in one of our earlier chats. Like, let's talk about something important. Like, let's talk about something important. I'm 100% with this. So, but Boeing. Oh, God, okay. Getting my juices flowing here. Waking up. A midlife crisis. You're like that. I like that. Lordy. Ooh. Alright. Sorry. I'm going to just hit my community pages local so we can just kind of catch up. And also just slowly promote what we're doing out here. So. I mean, let's be real. The real reason we're trying to get this going is see if this works in small communities. We need to really put it in a bigger community. But if we can small market test it now under this distress, because we have this 30 days, we could large market it. If we can see a percentage here, we could large market it there. So. I think also too we are on a food mission here. Mindlessly scrolling. Mindlessly scrolling. Yeah, I just want to touch base on what's happening in the chat. Oh, that chat's gotten a few. Why connect? Alright. I still love this comment right here. This is so great. Cap or no cap? When we were talking about our services, I said no cap. But if you want a cap, we got you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. What I want to do, I need to get bed set up. And this on my to-do, now mission log. Let's make that happen. Let's see here. Monsters in our head are scared of love. The politicians in your... Oh, dang it, I lost it. You gotta think about that. The politicians running for office are scared of love. Fallen people, listen up. It's never too late to change our luck. So don't let them take your pride. Don't let them break your stride. So on the outside, it's a revolution. Make it on tonight. It's a revolution. Alright. This is the day. Do we have any meetings? Oh, it's Saturday. Yeah, our day's fairly clear. Too many consultation calls or anything going on today, so that's kind of nice. And then tomorrow is all day Bronson Day. So nothing but video games, hanging out. We'll probably play I'll probably play some fun games over there. Said, oh, I wanted to try to see if I could get the drone on stream. I think I can. So maybe I can't. I don't know. It's a thing we'd have to experiment with, right? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I know I can. I know I can. I know I can. Let's see here. Let's see. Gotta find this. Let me get it saved like proper. Really? Alright, I'm gonna have to I need to get in. And then once I get in, then I will get everything saved. Okay. You know, sometimes I wonder, like, is all the protective things for like things that don't really matter? Like, is this just always to try to keep you locked in, right? Yo, I know I set this up. I mean, we log them in online, so why can I not find the information? Good afternoon.
Not anymore. It's a psilocybin service and pipe storage here. Glass storage can be taken off, so any glass. No, the gas station is pretty much having to be like this to the US market.
Have a good day.
Dude, what the heck, man? Okay. This is a struggle of mine since the car wreck. It's been this way a little bit since COVID, but the car wreck really set it off. And then you just get frustrated, and it gets harder because when you're frustrated, your brain kind of spazzes out a little bit. And it's like, I know I've signed up for this. I want to say it's an outlook. Let's just see if this is it. Do I want to download their free app? No. No, I do not. It's nowhere to be seen. It's just nowhere to be seen, man. What the heck is... Oh, he was watching Legos. That's great. That's not it. Oh, here it is. Come on. Why? Oh, come on, man. Maybe. Okay. Okay, so okay. I found it. Yes. All right. Yep, and that's the color. Okay, hoorah! I found it. Okay. No, not guess. Stupid. Uh. All right. Let's see here. Sign out. Sign that out. Let's get in here. Add our switch. Add a guest. Did I just do that twice? You just watched me do that twice. I mean, you didn't really watch me because I'm not trying to show you all my passwords. Okay, let's do that one more time. Here we go. Add our switch. Add a new. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. He's gonna get my old email so he can make his own. Mm. Oh, Far Cry 5 is on? That's awesome.
Pop-up dialog. Welcome to syncing user data. Pop-up dialog. Welcome to Minecraft. Turn off.
Creatia. Woo! Okay. Oh, of course you can create your own character for some money. Oh. Oh man, you guys won. Like when they came out with monetization for skins, every single one of us was like, ain't nobody ever gonna do that. And none of us did. We did it. Rockstar had such trouble selling their stupid shark cards and blah 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 blah. But y'all were smart. Those video game companies were smart because video game companies, investment companies, were smart because video game companies are full of great, wonderful people. It's probably the only person I don't like is the capital investor, right? The person looking to squeeze a buck no matter what. And yeah, so you guys, you know, they did great, but they weren't doing it for us. They weren't doing it to try to get us to buy. They were waiting for us to age out, which, you know, 5-10 years later, we're all aged out. Not me, because I'm still young at heart, I guess. And yeah, now it's just a regular part of life. It's yep, it is a regular part of life, and that's exactly how it is. Where am I? I'm not on here. Oh, because we're never playing together, I guess. Okay. I want to find. Settings. Oh my gosh, my eyes are stretching out on me right now. Get my morning on mid-afternoon. We live on the coast, so even when I get a full 8 hours of sleep, we still get up at like 10, 11. This is how we live out here. It's easier. That's more expensive that way. Oh, way more expensive. Alright, let's see. Customize my profile. Change my gamer pick. Go like the king.
Everything good in here, Willie?
Huh?
Everything good?
Yeah.
Oh, those battery packs. They're charging over here. Forgot.
Yeah, I found them last night. Thank you.
Here's these things.
Perfect. Yeah, so just on that table, we'll keep that table as kind of our charging table as we move. We're gonna move some things today. We're gonna move these speakers out. We're gonna, yeah.
Alright.
Of course, right? Do it. We
We're
do it
gonna
every
we're
day.
gonna move this one.
Yep. I'm gonna move those ones right into there.
Where can we?
Right. It's gonna. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm good. It's gonna be right there.
Oh, in that corner.
Yep. Yep. That's actually exactly where I think we probably will put it, is in that corner.
Hey, ready when you are.
Okay. Yeah, let me get this all kind of set up, and I'm already feeling. I need to get food, man. We just had that damn Mickey D's and that. I think, all right, let's see here. I want to Bet wants to make friends. God, man. Friends. Community updates. Find someone. There it is. Gotta find this old guy named Brother Bill. Brother Bill still lives on as an Xbox profile. And if you are in the right groups, you might end up getting in a chat. Look at all these Brother Bills. I'm gonna have to go take their energy, like the Highlander. I should friend all these. Brother Bill 777, Brother Bill 9, but there's only one OG Brother Bill, and his profile he will never change because I still have that profile pic. It's when you could have avatars, you could get them to do things. And I bought that's the only time I bought anything, but then they like made it obsolete. I think maybe I'm jaded because of that, because I bought the DJ setup for my avatar. Yeah. Oh, there I am, big old fat guy. I don't like my hair for my avatar. I like changed it. Okay. Add friend. Message. Okay, send message. Let's go, message little row. Okay. Shrek. Uh-oh. There it is. Mm. Let's see, responses. I was looking for to playing some video games with them. We never even got to it last night. Alright. You guys, thank you for tuning in. I really want to see my feed from last night. Like, oh. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see, yeah, okay.
I think that's gonna sound really cool because of that this concrete wall you're building.
Yeah,
I think it's the speakers over here
are they gonna work?
on the concrete wall. I think it's gonna.
I think it is too. Yeah, so we were up 28. We got 53 live views last night. 28 were actually viewing. So that was my first time getting rated. We appreciate that. Man, yeah, that was a leap. That was awesome. Much love to that couple last night. Y'all were too damn cute though, trying to pretend like y'all weren't together and stuff. Like all trying to be coy with your little friend. That was hilarious. Cool. So when y'all ready to get married, I got you. Cause y'all are ready. All right. So, yeah. So, pausing my screen while I think it would just take 15. I'm gonna take this 20 minutes just to think about getting some food, clean up that one back spot, get my little wake up going on, and then we're gonna move some speakers and do some stuff. I'll make sure to turn it back on live before we do that so you guys can see. But yeah, so just enjoy this clip, and hopefully we got some other content too. We'll scroll through our things today. I'll get this rolling. Y'all have a good one. Yeah, so we're at 5 hours in. I just got back. And so we just made it through our first day, first 24 hours. Had about an hour nap in there. A couple breaks for, And yeah. And now we're back. So it got me a nice 4 hours of sleep. A little bit more than 4 actually, which was great. Obviously about 5 because I'm pretty sure I went laid on the couch. Thought about bringing a camera with me, setting it up, and I will do that. Yeah, and passed out and made some Z's, and I woke up, and you know how you wake up and you're kind of like, oh yeah, oh man, this felt so good. I'm just going to use the restroom and go right back to sleep. And then you go right back to sleep. You lay there. And it's like, okay, you're asleep, but you're not asleep. And then it just, half hour later, I'm like, okay, get up, let's go. We could do some editing. We're gonna watch some Twitches, reach out to some people, let them know what we're doing. We did a lot yesterday. Yesterday was real busy. We had a full day. Started at 5:30 a.m. We sold our cases. We had to get those all out and moved. That was a great start, and it gave us a nice layer of rain. So my guys were all slipping around. It was like an ice skating rink trying to push up the ramp. But the universe always works in mysterious ways, as they always say. And I'm reading a book by a man named Carl Jung, or Jung, if you know. I don't know. I've just barely got around enough people who actually say his name and all that stuff, so forgive me if I'm saying that wrong. So reading this book about synchronicity and how things sync together, and it was real wild because we thought we were going to have to do it like in 2 runs, and the guy was worried about having to come back in a couple weeks, and we were able to get it all done in 1 room perfectly. I mean, it could have not fitted any more perfectly. And it's really fun when life synchronizes like that. Because when life synchronizes like that, you kind of like know that you're kind of going down the right paths, even though it might not feel like the right paths. Like yesterday was very emotional for me, a little more emotional than I had originally embraced for, and I could feel like that energy is coming up. Because, we're going to discuss this a few times. And I discuss this for a couple reasons. For all you, but also for my own sons. One day they're going to be men. And hopefully this is still around in some form or another. And they're getting a chance to read these things, learn about these, and hear my stories, right? And learn from their own. So yeah, over the last couple of days, really felt, I'm going to use the word triggered. Was triggered. It's become such a meme. Just triggered. Well, you must be weak because you got triggered. But the thing is we all have triggers, no matter what. Even you running around being like, you must be weak because you have triggers, is a fucking trigger. It's that can come from so many different things. For me personally, I have a lot of issues with abandonment. We discussed this a couple times. My father was a criminal. We moved every year of my life. I never had a sense of stability. And they constantly, are we moving? You're the new kid. Are we moving again? You're the new kid. Start over. Do this. Now you're in a completely different place where you talk funny and, just a constant. And you don't really realize it, right? And this is not a boo-hoo, woo is me, right? We all gotta be tough, but it's how we react, It's the boo-hoo, woe is me, but then I'm reacting a certain way. I'm treating the people who I love a certain way. You're taking it out on the pizza guy or something else. You don't really know why, Or it may just be as simple as manifesting as just a level of anxiety in the back of your neck and your spine that you can't control or feel, but it's just holding you, and it's just got you at like a constant tension, and these are the reasons why. And in my exploration of the space of being a psilocybin provider, like when I started this, I had no clue. Not no clue. That's not the word. I severely underestimated how powerful this was. Like, yeah, we figured it out as hippies, and everybody around us kind of did. And I like to use the word hippies just to give it kind of some, right? Because that's what we all get lumped into. Hippies is punk rockers, hip hoppers, graffiti artists, break dancers. Hippies is like just any sort of, mainstream yet counterculture, right? And we kind of knew these things because it would help us, but we never really had like the integration, or the scientific backing, the scientific understanding. So we all, I like to call it out in the wild, right? But even when you're out in the wild, like even when you're at home, you know, even when you're at home, you're technically kind of in the wild. Because, yeah, you're like, okay, I got my little products. You got it from a cool guy on the corner. He's probably really fat, had a real tight fade. Yeah, he's a really cool guy, though. Little picture. Yeah. And so you went home, you got all set up. You made sure to put the good movie on. You were going to be in the right mood. You were going to have a couple friends. You got the right tea. You guys got your right flicks. You got the smoothie thing. Somebody brought some glow sticks. You're like, yeah, this is going to be great. And you have fun. But, in the back of your mind, the whole time, you're still like, if someone knocks on the door, I better get my shit together. If someone calls, I better make sure I'm good. Or what's this person thinking? What's that person thinking? It's even if you're not like consciously aware of it, it's there. And when it's there, you're not really able to truly let go. And truly letting go is really hard anyways. Like truly letting go, when I say this, I mean this in the sense of letting the psychedelic kind of take hold, taking inward, and really exploring with it. Because subconsciously, your DMN, your default mode network, is going to keep you aware. That's its goal, but it's being disrupted. It is inside this space that we find these things. And it's not just in psilocybin. That's why this is all for information purposes. Listen, psilocybin just works great for some people. It's almost a fast ticket, an express lane. It is not the solution. It is not teleportation to your next location. It is a bus ticket to ride the bus and work on the things, to be seen, to be seeing the things that you need to work on, to see those things that are kind of holding you up, holding you back, the things that are triggering you without you knowing it. Because again, these things are part of your default mode network. In other words, it's default. It's a simple. Do you have to sit and think about riding a bicycle? Do you guys sit and think about driving a car? No. These things come natural to you. It's part of life. It's how you survive. You survive by brushing your teeth. If you brush your teeth, they're not going to look like mine, and you'll be good. You know what I mean? And if you ride a bicycle, you're going to live longer. So, yeah, you're going to figure that out. If you drive a car, you won't hit somebody and die. Well, you're going to figure that out. It's become part of your survival, part of who you are, who you tell yourself you are, who you think others view you as. And these are established. And it's not a negative thing. It's not something that is a flaw in human beings or anything. It's really a beautiful thing that we've developed this, and we continue to grow with it. And it's in understanding this, in understanding these small things that trigger us to react certain ways, causing that anxiety and everything, that when we see these things, we can further understand them and not let it affect us for so long, not let it take so much from us, not let it pull us in too far of a direction. We're able to really see that sometimes a relationship we may have, you're damaging because you don't really understand what's happening. And I'm guilty of this. We all are. and I'm guilty of this too. Like, it's something I do. I will push people away. And everybody has all sorts of different reasons. And the thing is no reason, big or small, this is not one up anything. Everything is to a child can be dangerous. You could read a book that just scares you. It could be a particular thing. It could be as bad as traumatic of having like drug addict parents or being left alone somewhere, you know. It could be something small like that. It could be something small as like parents never around. You know, bills are always paid, but mom's and dad's always working. You know, like there's so many little pieces like that in everybody's lives. And when we have an understanding of this, you can achieve it in multiple ways. You can achieve these understandings not just through the psilocybin. That's like the bus ticket, right? That's the expressway. But you can do it through talk therapy. You could do it through prayer. You could do it through meditation. You could do it through just communion, just talking with people. You could do it with just sitting in the woods alone for a couple days. Whatever it takes to really just analyze and look at yourself, you know, and finding that and being able to understand that when things do come up, when things like you're selling your cases to your store and you're having that realization that something you love, something you've survived from, something that fed your family, grew up your children, is, you know, is so much different than it used to be. And there's people that's going to say, oh, it's just what it was. But come on, man, we know what it is, and it's not wrong. Every single person just wants to, you know, better their lives. And I think that's the struggle of man, you know, humankind. You know, but especially, like, you know, let's be real, especially men, right? We, you know, you want to be the best, and in the beginning, it's always about attracting the other person there. And what do we think is important? Money. Well, if I have the most money, I'm the most powerful, then I'm going to attract the most, you know. And that's what kind of sets us in that drive. But then once we see that that's not the most important thing, and we realize that it's our families, the ones we love, sometimes something, you know, you could go to the fanciest, you know, I have finally achieved enough fancy restaurant dinners. Like I say, I'm not that impressed. Yo, you can find way better food at some mom and pop, just corner spots that you go in and you're like, oh God, I might find a roach in this. And they produce some like fire food, right? And that's how life is. Like, we all think these things are so much bigger, so much more. We gotta have the big car. You know, I've known those guys. You know, that pull up their, you know, couple of Bugattis, you know, up, park them right in front, then pay some celebrities sit on the hood of it and tell people they can't take pictures unless they're making sure to share their brand, and, you know, doing all that good stuff. And it's smart. It's great marketing. Works great, you know. You know, but you're like, oh, this guy's got it all. Look at him. He's got it all. Look at this guy. Couple Bugattis. You know, people know when I say it, right? Flavor Flav, you know, doing his thing. Everybody's like, oh my gosh. You know, and, you know, he didn't make it, right? Like, let's talk about those numbers, you know, every day. Men, women, everyone. It is not some individual thing. Vets, everybody is struggling at the end of the day. None of that things that we think is important matters, because we watch people who we think have all of this, have all that, they got this perfect, like they decided to be who they wanted to be, they pursued that, they became this, and you find out they're still not happy, because at the end of the day, you know, they're still hurting too, and they're still not winning their fights. And that's why it's important to find really what drives you and what's important. And it was so, like, today was that day, right? Like, I am making this push. You know, why am I making this push, right? Why am I doing this, you know, live stream, It's because this is something we've been working on for a long time. When the pandemic hit, you know, everybody knew Twitch was blowing up. Everybody knew YouTube. You know, we watched it grow up. Being in the industry we're from, you know, we get channels that get canceled all the time. We get a channel going, we'll get 2, 3, 4,000, 10,000 people, and then it'll get canceled. It'll get shut down. You know, we'll take the videos, repost them, you know, and they'll get nowhere. And it's a running race. You know, it's like the line gets moved all the time. And so when it came down to this, 2 years ago, I made the commitment. Like, I knew that I needed to be super strong. I needed to attack the industry. I needed to be a person that I no longer was. I used to be known as Brother Bill, and Brother Bill was this person who, you know, did anything to survive. Brother Bill was a homeless guy, right? I'm talking about myself in the third person. I know, it's so weird, right? And Brother Bill did anything he could to survive, right? And that was it. It was a persona. It was what we had to do to survive. And that's what we did. We did that. We did okay. We survived it, surprisingly. And didn't do too bad. Raised a couple kids. There was lots of years we didn't have the bills paid. But we existed. We showed up every day. We fought for what was right, even if it was against our own best interest. And I think we were respected for that. I don't know. I think, you know, we're talking about these funny names. The reason you have these funny names is so they don't really match up to your name, right? Because my name's William. I'm Willie T now, right? You know, Brother Bill, I know it's close. Bill William, you were too close, right? But you needed something people could latch on to. And, you know, we have these names because we don't know each other. You know, I shared a passing of a friend recently, and I was laughing because me and a friend were getting together, and I was like, you know, there's going to be all these faces of all these people I know, and they know me, and we, you know, we've partied, we've had fun together, we've had tough times together, we've had great times together. We don't know each other's names, though, just because that's the world we came from. You don't know names. If somebody's walking around asking names, you're like, yeah, we're not fucking with you. you can go on. You know, anytime somebody wanted your name, you just you know, guards up. I'm not messing with you, because, you know, you just didn't know names. And, you know, other people do that too. Well, what's their names? I have no clue. Never asked. Don't bother. I find today during the live stream, I actually did that, right? I do it still to this day naturally with my friend And I was doing, I didn't want to say her name. And then she's like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, good. I was hoping you would introduce yourself because, I still have that mentality of, not knowing names. And, I don't know. Yeah. And it's funny because, we go to these things and everybody knew our names. I was kind of like, okay. It's kind of crazy. You want to hear the reason why Willie T came about, and the big change, and why it's in the third person? Because I got this wonderful job, and shout outs to Glow Industries. It was short term, but it was a wonderful time because it really helped me find who I was. And it's funny, the man, much respect to Jason. I got mad love for you always for the rest of my life because of that. You saved me. I mean, you were probably supposed to fire me. I know you were. You're the boss, though. But I know that was the conversation because I'm not easy to get along with. I'm triggered. I had moved to Denver to pursue a career. And not even a career. I mean, I don't even call it that. Like, we had our little store in Clarkston. You could look at our tax returns, barely $10,000, $13,000, $14,000 a year. That is not surviving money. That's not surviving money. And so to think that, this is so funny to think that, and that's perceived value, like, we watch those videos where, they'll ask guys and girls how much money they expect to earn, and girls will be like, I expect my man to be making $280,000, and you're like, that is such a small portion of the population. But it's also about perspective. You grow up in a city where you have a lot of people who's making that. You see it as a bigger piece of the pie. You grow up in other areas and that's non-existent. Like somebody making $20,000 is balling. That's below poverty, right? And so, like, my perception of life and our bills and what I thought from where we lived in this very rural area. But a crossroads, so I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll move to Denver and establish a business with this guy, get paid. I don't gotta make any decisions, because my store was struggling. We barely survived the 2008 crash. Nobody was spending. Sales dropped to like half, and I built up, but I was just learning business, and so I had to make the decision, close down, and I took up this job, hitting 10 pipe stores and dispensaries a day, door-to-door sales, but through business. And I was going to be getting paid $24K, and I thought that was the best ever. I'll never forget when Jason brought me on, and they were like, how much you want to get paid? $24K, done, okay, sign you up. And then a week later, we're going to double your pay. I'm like, what? That's perspective, right? But Jason, I was hurt. I was hurting. And I found out I was, I was supposed to have my family come visit. I was going to surprise them. I had a beautiful little apartment, which was so hard to get. Holy hell. So hard to get. And I'm sorry if anybody's chatting and I'm not, like, responding right now. But, bear with me. I'll check in just a second. All the feeds and see where we're at. See what's running and what's not. But, it was such a difficult thing. And I didn't realize, I always thought money was fine, but that's when it really dawned on me that I'd messed my life up, by becoming a felon at 17 and being charged as an adult for grand theft auto, right? And burglary. And I had messed up in that sense, and it was a struggle. It was a struggle and a half, because I couldn't even rent an apartment. I had the funds and I couldn't rent the apartments, and it was just wild. And eventually I did find a place that did rent to me. Got my deposit paid, got my first month. I was so excited, and no one showed up. No one showed up. The spring break came and went. It was my son, Ian, and I'll share those stories about you, Ian. Maybe I'll get you in here to help tell them. He was the one that answered the phone. I was like, I love you, Dad. No, I'm not trying to, not answer your call. We love you. We used to, I pawned my Technique 1200s. My favorite DJ tools ever. And Techniques were, the Newmark. Yeah, the Newmark 1200s. Oh yeah, not the Newmark 1200s. No, I had Newmarks. Okay, and my homie, shout out DJT, check him out. Make sure you give him a follow. Great people. He is. No man, you just don't know. He's always the Techniques Club, and then one day he hustles me up a pair, and I get them. And as soon as I got him, I just started spitting on them, because I was always like, no man, the Newmark's good, I love them, I'm just gonna give me a better set. And as soon as first time I touched the Technique, it was my Techniques, because I spit on his a little bit here and there, but they DJTs you don't. And I got my tech. As soon as I put my hands on that Technique and started, I was like, yeah, no, Technique 1200s. Fuck everything else. When you're in the club, you are in the club, okay? So, yeah. So I pawned those when I got to Denver. Did my best, dude. I paid so much money to try to keep them and still lost them. Paid so much money. I kept paying just to lose them. It's so fucking dumb. And I pawned them for, I went and bought a couple brand new Xbox boxes. They had just come out. The ones with the Kinect, where you can have the webcam and everything. And mind you, looking back on it now, a couple laptops would have been just fine. But I didn't know about laptops. I'm kind of a weirdo. I had no technology. My technology came in the form of a drug deal one day. Kid shows up and says, I got this thing, it's called an Xbox. What? What's that? It's a video game. I haven't played video games since my PlayStation, which wasn't that long ago from that, but it had been, in that level of time as a child, as a young adult. 10 years was still a long time, a lifetime ago. And so I was like, yeah, man, I'll give you something for it. So I traded him a little bit of weed for it. Got it. And I was like, this thing you can play. Oh, and that's what he told me. He's like, you can play this thing online. And that's what I got. I was like, okay. So, at night when I'm, instead of, at night sitting around, chain smoking trees and, being paranoid, checking the cameras and everything all night, making sure that nobody's going to kick in the door and act stupid. Now I can sit and play some video games. Look at the cameras, play some video games, play some video games, So, and online was a blast. Holy cow, hooked, line and sinker. And then of course, That's the when it was, smartphones came out. I had one of the first ones because, I went and keep track of what people owe me. You don't want to be rolling around with pieces of paper get lost, notebooks get lost. One of the largest drug dealers of all time got popped because he left his notebook at a Denny's, the Prince of Pot, so yeah, you don't want notebooks. So I was like, but I didn't know at the time, right? So smartphones, that's a great idea. It got Excel spreadsheets, so I'm rolling around with like this super thick, pop up. Is that a computer? Yeah, it kind of is, and that's what my computer was. My computer was a phone. Never had a computer. My mom got computers, but like that was like well after I was gone. We never really had a computer. I did it. I'm that first millennial. I'm the millennial that, grew up on technology, but I have, no connection. I have no problem if it went away, right, and survived still. And so, my first computer was a phone. So I didn't even really know, I didn't really know about computers and stuff like that. Everything I had technology was through gaming or phones. And so, an Xbox that has a camera and I could connect. Yeah, that sounds like a smart idea. And so that's what we did. And we would watch movies. We'd start a movie. Yeah, I'd be in Denver. They'd be, in Washington. And we'd start a movie together and we'd watch it together and just go sleep as a family, even though I was 1,000 miles away, and eventually, didn't fan out. And so I was very lost. I was very abandoned. I didn't care if I died or lived. We can have those discussions, but just for trigger warnings, we're not going to. But, survived. And not just survive like hustle wise, but survive. Respect to the ones who made it today. Thank you for being here. We hope to see you tomorrow too, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, because there's always someone that loves you. I love you. There's always someone that loves you. Everybody loves you. The world does love you. We need life. It's beautiful. Just live it. Just make it a few more days. Make it another month. Make it another year. You'll go be surprised. You'll think you've lost it all, and you'll think life can never be better, and then you'll be robbed of the beautifulness that will come with life. Don't rob yourself. Pain is temporary. If I quit, however, it will last forever, and it will be transferred to others that we love. Don't do that. So, yeah. Sorry, Jason. And thank you for seeing it. Thank you for seeing the lost, hurt person that just had these wild triggers because he missed his kids. He loved them. He just wanted to be with them. But he was doing what the world told him to do. Go make money. Of course, when the family never showed up, I never even got my deposit back. I never even got my rent. It actually went against my credit, so it made it even harder to get into a place. And Jason recognized that, and he sat down, and he's the one who taught me about triggers. He's the one that sat down and said, "There's something, Willie," and he made me realize it, like it was always moving. But it's funny because as a child, I put it on. When I moved, I lost my Ninja Turtles. And that must be why I was upset. Because I lost my Ninja Turtles that was given to me. And they left. And that was my childhood that was ruined. And now, I never really had a childhood after that, right? And by the time I was 14, I was on the streets. When I was 13, I was given margarita mix as a birthday present. That was pretty much the last present I ever got, and that was only like a couple years after my dad left, right? So I always equated it to my childhood, my thing, and it was all interpersonal, right? And it wasn't, even once I got that figured out, even once I went through a lifetime, 4 or 5 years of like just trying to make myself stupid, just trying to, take away. I didn't really want to like take away the pain. Like I didn't want to like do like hard feel nothing drugs. I just wanted to see the beauty in the world, but be dumb enough to love it. And I thought that's what it was. And it don't work like that, The onion pills, the layers fade off. You start to unravel some of these things. And it was years later. I mean, almost even just, I would say just recently, within the last 2 years, 3 years, that I finally kind of had a little even closure to that. And it went down as the laughter and cry. I think I've told this story of, realizing how naive, how hysterically funny it is to be upset over plastic playthings produced in China. That's not why I was upset at all. The reason I was upset is because, my dad, we went through all that struggle. And then also the realization that my dad did love me, and he just got himself caught up chasing that thing that we all think we need. Chasing it so he could provide it. Doing whatever he had to do to provide it. Which maybe meant writing something that he probably shouldn't have wrote on someone else's account. And it caught up with him, and we were in the crosshairs. We were in the crossfire too. We were running. We were, on the run. Oh, it's working through all that stuff. And so thank you, Jason, for uncovering that. And thank you for just talking about this, talking about, these things, because that's what it is. It manifests itself years later because it's a core connection to who we are. So as I'm going through this struggle with myself, seeing an industry that I love. Hello. Okay, sweet. Oh, had to get kind of awake, get to my tea, get some of our motion going with what we're working on getting set up today. It really sucks because everything we're doing with so it really sucks because we're having a fast track. We kind of want to roll out over the course of a year in 30 days. So we're just roughly testing the market because we think we have a model that could work. We were really given hopes to kind of what model was happening because it seemed to have some good potentials and wouldn't get looked at so negatively. But I'm your bad guy. I'm down to get looked at negatively. So yeah, we're gonna push the options and get things going. Yeah, and so it's been tough. It has been tough. All right, but I am going to. My computer is about to get super hot because we are going to get some post done and up today. So you're going to just hear me kind of ticking away and working on getting some of our social medias. We have multiple accounts we have to manage. I manage a couple different accounts, and I got their accounts are on point. My account though, oof, oof, got a little curve downhill right here. But I made a post and now it's moving back up. So, the beast. You have to feed the beast. That's what we're doing here with this live stream. We're feeding this beast for 30 days. We're going to feed this beast for 30 days so we can test and kind of see if we can create a venue, a new type of venue, and see if that works, and to see if we can get people to help kind of support the growth of that, getting into the next location, making that happen. If not, we'll do a small location and still do the therapy model, $1,500, $3,000 services. But my goal is not to do that. My goal is to actually get us to where we're doing services, and you can still do the services for a nice affordable price, still get the hero's journey, but we're trying to get more of a base on changing the way we have fun, we interact, and making it where it's more like a night out at the bar. People spending a night out at the bar. The problem is you wake up with hangovers, you make bad decisions. This is a little bit different, and we're hoping to create that type of venue, that type of vibe. And so we're experimenting, testing kind of what the draw is and how people interact and different things like that. It is a hurdle because there is a lot of paperwork to do with it, so it makes it a little bit harder. But is mainstream ready for this? So we think it should be mainstream. I do. I think that when the mainstream picks it up, this isn't something for us to hold back and be like, I'm the cool guy. No, like everybody should have this kind of awakening, this coming of truth, like this connection. This, for some it's very spiritual, for some it's just healing and balancing. And there's no right or wrong way. There's all kinds of ways. So we're gonna be doing that. So time to get to work. So you'll just be seeing me. I won't be able to see chat, so I do apologize. I'm just gonna say hello. Let's see. Hello in chat. I'm working. Join me. I won't be able to see chat. We'll follow you. Follow for a follow. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna make these connections, and if you can, share the page, share, like, comment, watch, view, no matter what platform you're on. If you're on one platform, go check out another platform. YouTube can use a little bit of love on the live stream. Twitch is doing wonderful. We even got it on Facebook and TikTok. We did it. We actually had viewers on TikTok. We had people actually commenting on TikTok. Very happy with that. TikTok has been a little bit harder to break in because TikTok very much wants you to use their app to do things. So for the ability for Streamlabs to plug into their plug-in does make it quite nice. So yeah, perfect. Time to put in some work, some post work. Hit the socials, and thank you. We're in this together. So okay. Oh. I think that's Korean. Yeah. Thank you for the share. Thank you. How do I... Let's see. I'll just type it. Thank you. So, thank you. Yeah. And hello, Shorty. Thank you for joining that chat. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I am impressed. The TikTok Live is actually doing pretty good. Okay, so we can't close that page. It might disrupt the live, which is fine. So we're gonna just leave that on and work. Let's get another feed up. See, is this customer walking in? We'll see. It's most likely a nicotine bar. Good afternoon.
Hello.
How you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Excellent, man.
Good.
I love the beard. Good
Thank
stuff.
You. I grew it myself.
Right? What are we looking for today? Okay, yeah, unfortunately we don't do nicotine vapes no more. We just do the cartridges. We are a psilocybin service base.
Okay.
Yeah, where are you from?
Eugene.
Nice. So you're familiar with our psilocybin rules and all that?
Yeah.
Well, we actually have a space now that we're doing more fun events like karaoke and make it more affordable, like almost more like going to a bar instead of, paying a therapist for
Awesome.
a year.
That's well, and I do know the medicinal, like and psychological applications today, and that can be very beneficial for a lot of folks.
Yeah.
So you don't have nicotine vapes? You said?
Yeah, no nicotine vapes. And you seem like a cool guy, so I'll let you know the place without charging you $2.
Sorry, what was that?
I'll let you know the spot to go without charging you $2 because I used to charge $2 for that information.
Oh.
Because not like Google though, I don't sell your information, and I give you the right information. So,
I appreciate the heads up.
but you got a free one today. So, Mini Pet Mart. So
Mini
they're
Pet
gonna
Mart.
get you set up, and they're up
Okay.
by Fred Meyer.
Okay.
And they got a large selection,
Sure.
and
Thanks, man.
yeah, you have a
I
good one.
appreciate the information.
For sure.
Hey,
You have a
take
great
care.
day, man. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Do. Oh, that's gonna be a great one. I need to get that done. Alright, get the. Oh, we gotta hook that up later. Alright, we'll work on that with digital. Okay. Alright, done. Over here. You guys you may or may not see me pick my nose and talk to myself. I'm just warning you. Yeah. Y'all want a tutorial? Nah, I got charged for that stuff. I don't want people to know some of my tools I use to keep this workflow working. People wonder why I can outwork people because I know how to use tools properly. So use your tools. That is what separated us as men from animals, is we used tools. That is what separated us from the apes. Opposable thumbs for tools. Now we play video games. Now we communicate. It's good. Man, I wish I had that on the record because that would be a great piece of little content. But that one will be longer term because that one's in the bigger streams, which I still have to download. And then I'll have to pull those And yeah, that's a process because then those are long streams, and then you gotta find the little pieces of content. But I have, yeah, actually that would even work, dude. A whole day would be like $100 to process. Wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. That would just not be practical. Okay, let's get into this. Okay. Hey, what's up? You alright back from work today? Oof. Scary when you're back from work early, you know? Because it tells me that not many people stayed at the hotel, which tells me that there wasn't much tourist in town, which tells me that sales were probably down, which tells me that, you know, it ripples. It ripples. I'm gonna hit this on because I am kind of on fire today. It ripples, right, when things happen like that. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Did you have a good day? Hmm? You're like, man, wrong child.
How you doing?
Huh?
How you doing?
Good.
That's good.
I did a live stream last night. Got off at like 4:30 and had a raid hit.
Yeah.
Where like we had like 14 people. We had 28 viewers.
That's what's up.
Picked up a person who's interested in some of our services. So.
Hell yeah.
And people believed in. They're like, oh shit, you like. They believed in the cause. They were like, oh yeah, we're behind you. So.
Yeah.
It's funny that was this little couple, and they weren't a couple, but they were like trying to tell people they weren't. But you're just like, bro, you guys are like, nah. Firmly in that cute puppy dog phase right now. All right, so.
So it's not nightly, right? Not nightly event, is it? Nightly event?
The thing is, when you're doing that, it's I think it's event tonight.
Event tonight.
I think it's event tonight because it's not like we're gonna just leave it out there. We're only putting it out there when we have an event. So event tonight.
Event tonight.
Yeah, I'd say event tonight, and then do the mushrooms around kind of color them around, make it colorful, make it real big, and don't make it. Remember to make it something that somebody sees driving by at 25 miles an hour, right?
I got it.
Yep. So super big, not a lot of words. Event tonight, enough to make people go, what's going on there? And then hopefully they click to what they've seen in their social medias, and then they're like, oh, hell yeah, I gotta go see this motherfucker. Oof. Oh, good job. Come on. Give it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Just let that burn for a minute. Let's see what we came up with. Let's get this. Yes, okay, perfect. Let's start from the top. Let's get this going. Okay. You did not just cut your fucking finger off.
No, not that serious. Sorry, I shouldn't.
I heard cutting noises and oh shit. I'm like, oh shit, somebody just cut their fucking finger.
No,
Get the ice! Get the ice!
No,
Kick him outside. We don't have workman's comp. Oh, fucking A. All right.
That's how you working today? Good. Going smooth? Oh, hey, you know what's badass, Willie?
Yep.
Remember those 3 wire nuts we needed to put under one of the sofas?
We got them now because we moved all those cases, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sunday the 15th. afternoon. Trying to do this. Doesn't look like. But I can't do it one-handed. Oh, that's easy, 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 easy. peasy. Little cloud just kind of flew above. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect. That's a perfect. That's a perfect. Perfect image. That's when it works wonderful.
Okay. Willie,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Okay, so for the events and everything, did you like it last night? How the, like you said, you like how the front here is kind of like blocked off, or do you want to? Because I can take those the mushroom substrates and everything and put those boxes over there, kind of like in the for sale section.
Yeah, hang on 2 seconds. I'll be right with you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, what are we thinking?
Okay, so last night we had it kind of like this, where that sign and everything. Anyway, it's kind of like for.
Put that in front of the. I got an idea. Take that thing and put it in front.
This thing?
Yep, put it right there in front.
So I was thinking last night we blocked it off so we couldn't try it.
Yep. So I'll just set this right here. Yeah, right here for this stuff, so plus the compliment. Any excess of those products. Yep. Yep.
Shelving.
Work on getting the screws out of the back of it for me, and then just stack them over here against this wall right here, and we'll get those to the house. Sweet. Get all those things hung up somewhere. I'll get them out of the package. Actually, I need those. Give me those. Get that one. Yeah, I got an idea.
Alright.
Gave me a good idea. Alright, any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try to stay focused for about an hour, okay?
Alright, got you.
Alright, now I can just fly through this. I wanna at least get 2 weeks up, and then I'll get at least one other week ahead for everybody else. But oh, what is this? What is happening right now? Let me get this one going. TikTok, focus this, and Pinterest. Get it pinned. Okay. So, yeah, we just uncovered. I thought I got a couple more of these. So, this is what I'm gonna do. I got an idea. Here's our idea. Hang on. Let me get so I can see. Make sure we're recording. Sweet. So here's our idea. We want you to come follow us. Why? Wait. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna come back. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, so we're at 5 hours in. I just got back. So we just made it through our first day, first 24 hours. Had about an hour nap in there. A couple breaks for, you know. And yeah. And now we're back. So it got me a nice 4 hours of sleep. A little bit more than 4 actually, which was great. Obviously about 5 because I'm pretty sure I went laid on the couch. Thought about bringing a camera with me, setting it up, and I will do that. Yeah, and passed out and made some some Z's, and I woke up, and you know how you wake up and you're kind of like, oh yeah, oh man, this felt so good. I am just going to use the restroom and go right back to sleep. And then you go right back to sleep. You lay there. And you're just like, okay, you're asleep, but you're not asleep. And then it just, half hour later, I'm like, okay, get up, let's go. We could do some editing. We're gonna watch some Twitches, reach out to some people, let them know what we're doing. Alright, we'll get back to work and then get back to you. Okay. Boo. Alright, Thursday. Tuesday. I'll try something on this day. Let's try something on this day. We got Tuesday. Go 1 p.m. Go with this. Play with this for this week and see how these work. If these hit better. Might be a little run on it, so maybe we should do a balance. Do some A to B testing. Actually, not a bad idea. I'll do that. Grab this. And grab. We're gonna do
my name's Jacob. The side is Willie T. It's he's the plant store here, and then they usually have the drinks on psilocybin. Mushrooms are going to be good. Yeah, so they usually have the drinks. They got the like DJ set up here, and then like visuals, and then have a couple rooms in there set up.
Nice.
Yeah, just when we start having night events next week. So like they had like pretty much the first ones last night. Yeah. And so they're planning. I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. He say like, yeah, 30 days more in this location, so it's going to be big stuff last night at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, so it's gonna be yeah, it's called tripsoregon.com. Check it out. It's going to be like a live podcast, so he's got the podcast room going. It's actually on the live feed in there right now. So you can have it on temporary live feed.
Do they stream on any platform, Twitch or anything?
Willie T.
Yes.
What platforms are you streaming on, Justin?
So we're consistently staying on YouTube. We're consistently staying on Twitch.
Gotcha.
Facebook is only hitting about 8 hours before they kind of shut down. And surprisingly, we actually were able to achieve TikTok's live stream last night.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're on all of those platforms. We're going to be here for 30 days live. We're sleeping here. We take 4-hour naps, 5 if I'm overstressed, but you know. And we just are working 30 days straight to make this project happen so we can decide if it's worth risking it in Denver. If we keep it here, we want to have this available from the mountaintop to the coast, so we can help people find their inner selves and change the way we party. I mean, what have we done? You guys know, come on, we all have a story of either us being too fucking drunk or a friend being too drunk. And I was in SciCon, which is where we're going soon. And at SciCon, I love watching TV on the motels because I don't watch TV. And so I watch TV because I love watching commercials and shit. And I know I'm weird. And so I see this TV show called World's Dumbest, right? And it's pretty much like just a whole show of like people being shit-faced drunk, eating like, you know, urinal cakes out toilets, bobbing for urinal cakes, and just the most disgusting violence. And I'm just looking and I'm like, people on psychedelics do not do this stupid shit. I'm like, this is all different. And that's why I was like, yeah, we really need to get this like little change to how we have fun, you know? Like we need to come out and have a fun night, you know? Talk philosophy, maybe our higher selves, finding our inner selves, you know, finding that balance in life too, where, you know, we can deal with the stresses that we have in life, you know, be present for when it's stressed, but then not carry that stress on into every moment of our lives, you know. And I think hosting events like that will be the beginning of that as a whole. Where are you guys from?
Sacramento.
Yeah, oh shit, welcome out, man. Yeah.
Came down for a wedding, so we're here for the weekend and through Monday.
Congrats. So we do shroomaroke. That's karaoke, but on mushrooms. It's perfect for a small group, like 3 to 5 friends. Bass is crazy, but you know the shroomaroke is fun. You karaoke, but on mushrooms. I guarantee you, every song you'd be like, I did not realize this song was so deep. To which my reply is, I didn't realize Taylor Swift could be so deep too. Shit, I guess I'm a Taylor Swift fan now. Didn't mean for that to happen. No, I was joking. That's a true story, by the way. Except for the fan part. Yeah, we're trying to get it. The point of our model is to get it down to the cost of like going to the bar, right? Because right now, you know, services are kind of like therapeutic. It's the cost of going to a therapist for a full year. You know what I mean? Like 2 or 3 days a week, right? Like, so we're trying to get that cost where we can do that and still offer the therapeutic sessions as well. We call those the hero's journey. Trust me, that is not a fun journey sometimes. It's sometimes a necessary journey to find the fun. I like to say it like this. Once you have the hero's journey, the fun things you do will be more worth it. That's another thing I noticed about alcohol. I learned this early on when I was younger. You know, people tend to have like chased it. It's like every weekend you're going out every weekend because you're kind of chasing it. You're hoping to feel something. You're hoping to feel happy, and so you end up chasing it. And like when you do find that inner happiness in that moment where you're kind of like overcome something that's really holding you back, something you're unaware of in your default mode network, right? Once you kind of achieve that moment, you're able to enjoy the things you're doing more, like, and have more fun. So then you end up like going out maybe once a month, but it's something bigger and more fun, and you end up really connecting with it. And so that's why we also do the hero's journey. But tissues may be involved in that one. I'm just warning. Sometimes we gotta work through some shit. Yeah. You guys check us out. Follow us on. You can hit us up on our tripsoregon.com. You can follow our Tiny link, which will get you to all our socials. It'll also get you access to our merchandise and a tipping page because we're live. We're trying to raise the funds to open that larger facility. So if you guys could, contribute by helping, liking, posting, sharing, we would be ever so grateful, and we can continue to do this healing journey for people's lives.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You stumbled in.
Yeah, man. Y'all have a good one.
The only place I think you go is US Market.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it matches? Matches? Do we have any matches?
Mm-mm. Thursday noon.
Guess what? Willie?
Yeah.
Your sign has a misspelled tonight because that's how the letters fit. It's T-O-N-I-T-E. Here, you want to see the post? Can you see through there?
Yeah.
How come you want to redo that?
Oh yeah, show the chat. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it stupid, or you want me to make it spell it the right way?
No.
N-I-G-H-T would be the right way, but the letters. See how now I just got to do the letters a little smaller.
No, I think it's right, and I think right underneath it in super small letters, you should write, "We know we spelled it wrong, but at least you look. Thank you." Like super small, like.
But no, how about? But this is this is graffiti art. So you didn't have to.
Yeah, exactly. It's graffiti art.
This is hip hop, okay?
Yeah, this is exactly.
That's how you spell tonight in hip hop.
Yes, I agree. I like it. All right, so that works good. All right, let's see here. Why is this not popping back up? Come on. Refresh the feed. All right. Let's see here. What was the last one we did? Did we get that other one posted next week? It'll be tested. Yes, it'll be tested. So let's see how that one goes. So Wednesday. Hey guys, I came up with the best tool ever. You guys want to see one of the best tools ever? I'm gonna show you one of the best tools ever. Ready? This is a super high-tech process. Join us for our live 30-day stand as we stand up for what we believe in. We ain't going nowhere. Join us. Alright, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Making some content there. Gotta make that content. Go make more content, bro. Need more content. Gotta get that content. Gotta get that. Gotta contribute to the beast. That's fine. Contribute to the beast is fine. I'll have to do it at some point or another. That's how we survive. That's how we work together. Everybody has to contribute somehow. I think, you know, we write that up as some big, terrible, wow, listen to that. I'll go down that route. Glad I thought about that before I just said it. Because that would have been pretty bad. There would have been some people not happy with that kind of conversation. Where did that one go? Oh. Scheduled it in October. There we go. There we go. I don't need to get that far ahead. I would like to, but I kind of like to stay sorta. The 20. What is today? Why am I tripping right now? The 14th. Oh, because that was still a week off. Oh, I gotta stay focused. I did these both a week off. So that week, there we go. Let's just move both of those up a week. Okay, and then let's just move these two. I'll hit that one, double that day. We'll double up those other days here shortly. Okay, keep going.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I help you?
Here's what's going on.
Here we will be having psilocybin services, and we can start doing it again. See if you want. And it's called triggeridium.com. We're promoting mental wellness and just basically like psychedelic healing, possibility of healing through psychedelic acupuncture.
Do you sell the chocolates?
No, they don't do that, but they help facilitate. So you can talk to Willie T. Actually, the man, he's the man right there who can answer all
Hello.
those questions.
Okay.
I'm here for all the questions.
I was just looking to see if I can get a chocolate bar.
No, unfortunately we do the real mushrooms and not the research chemicals or amanitas that a
Okay.
lot of people are pushing as real chocolate bars.
Okay.
Unless you meet a cool hippie guy that he might be fat and like have long hair and probably look like me, but he ain't me.
Okay.
And he's probably got it wrapped up in foil. That's probably what you want to get.
Ugh.
But we actually offer
That's scary.
services
Okay.
and it's affordable. Are you guys in town or?
No.
No, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you. Thank
definitely.
you.
Have a good journey.
Thanks.
Stay away from the ones with the research chemicals. You don't want to be an experiment. You don't want to. You know. The whew, whoo, whoo, the hubris of man. The hubris of man. The hubris of man that we think we can take something beautiful in nature and make it better and improve it and extract it and make it better. We can make a synthetic one that's better. None of the synthetics are better. Dabs are a joke. You smoke dabs, yeah, the first few times you're high as hell. Smoke them for 5 years, you'll be like, I'm not high no more, this kind of sucks. And then you smoke a bowl and you are ripped. Ripped. Okay, nature does it better. And not only that, nature does it wonderful. That's why don't get yourself some fake chocolate bars. Don't go out there and risk yourself and be someone's research chemical. Don't be somebody's experiment. Go with what's been around naturally for a long time. Bring it in and do that. Sorry, I'm just in a super deep thought, and but you got that thing rocking. I love it. I love it. You know, do that. Do what's natural. You can't change nature. Nature is beautiful. Like, you can't change it, but you're not. The hubris of man is not improving it. You're not making it better. Okay, so get with it, man. Nature's better. Stick with the nature. Dang. Ah, man. If you hear me dialoguing like that,
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever hear me dialoguing like that, where I'm sitting here fucking intensely talking to the camera,
Alright,
do your best not to, because I'm trying to capture like a 1 minute reel. You know what I'm saying?
My bad.
And if I'm like in a deep thought, I'm trying to keep it to 1 minute. And then like you're like, oh, and I'm like trying to stop you, and then I'm like, my brain goes to you, and then I'm like, fuck, dude, and I'm like skipping over. So yeah, just help me with that. So if you hear me dialoguing, but it was perfect because you did set it up. At least I got a good angle on that, so it's still gonna probably make a great reel. So I'm not upset at all. Don't feel that. But just a heads up, if you come in, you hear me dialogue, and just be like, 2 seconds, let me dialogue. If I'm super intense, then yeah, because those are going to be the little bits, you know, and the little bits are what people are going to see, and then they'll come to us.
Okay, well,
So yeah, but that fucking looks great, dude.
right.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay,
That's super eye catching too.
cool.
Yeah, are you gonna? Yeah, I love it. I love it. Are you gonna color in the letters or
I mean,
like super bright something?
I think it should look pretty easy to see from
I think it
straight
is.
already, honestly.
It
Then maybe
is.
just leave it how it is almost.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I like it. I like it. I like it. I love it a lot. All right. Yeah, and you guys just caught that too. From dialoguing. Just I do that. But I love being out here, right? I love being here because I was in an office with no windows for 8 years doing sales. Like phone calls, sell. And to do services here like this has been wonderful. You know, like we do, it's just a different vibe. And so, you know, since my wreck and stuff, I've set up in this office room. It's not the best thing. It has like, you know, the landlord, like, you know, it's got like leaks coming through the doors. You know, we complained about leaks and just told us like, oh, it's not this or that. And they never fixed it for the leak in the back. So we also have a leak up here. Just straight slum, you know. But, you know, we don't care because we know that, you know, we're sometimes very fortunate just to be rented to. So we usually take caveats on that. But if we're a legitimate business that's licensed and doing all this rule, we should have the same fairness. But sometimes that's not what happens. So I came out here because there's just the sun. It's beautiful. It's the sun comes through a window, and you know I'm staring at a highway, but there's trees. You can see, you know, fog moving through, and I love it. I love it. It's been so relaxing. But yeah, You know, when I'm trying to work, I definitely am, you know, and it's not just my friends that are working for me doing wonderful jobs. It's customers and everything, which I have no problem for, but definitely makes it hard to, you know, do, you know, lots of thought processing, you know, planning, plotting, putting in, making sure keep order, making sure keep that, you know, really trying to get those pieces put together, and especially with my concussion and a little bit of a TBI, and you know, I've noticed it heavily over since it happened. It's been a year, and yeah, it's not good. It's, you know, it's my memory's off. I can remember things. I can recall things. It's not like my memory's gone. It's just more like, and it's not like I'm dumb. That's the worst part about it. It's like you're still cognitively, you know, and it's like you can feel the clicking. You can feel the clicking of it. Just be like, you were saying, and it you in your thought, but now your mind's over here. And then and there's been studies on this too. It's a spasm, so it's like when it happens, then your brain like gets an overdrive, and then all the other fucking neurons are trying to fire that, and they're just like, whoa, you know. And somebody's gonna hate him, like, oh, this pot smoker complaining about brain damage. We told you. Come on, show me one bit of evidence. Show me one. One bit of scientific research evidence, because I can show you a lot of other evidence that proves you otherwise. Okay, is it the best? No. Is smoking going to be? No. But let people live. Just give them the information, be accepting, be loving, and pass it along if you don't care about it. Like, if you don't care about my thoughts on vape, fine. I'll let you live. Just be aware. I'm going to give you the information I know. It's up to you to make a decision, because we should have that transparency. That would be one of the cornerstones of that economic society, of the third industrial revolution. You know, is not only an interconnection between things, but transparency when it comes to business. Just an open transparency. If you feed into the beast of the business, you got to be openly transparent to the business. And yeah, so that's what we need. So that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I get a little frustrated with that, because it does suck. It sucks. It just sucks. I mean, when you're working on projects and you're typing, and you know, you get a bunch of things done, and then you know, a week later you're like, oh, I need to do these things, and you go to do them, and like, I've already did those things. You know, that was the first time I really noticed it. Missing words. You know, how does a fat guy not remember the word ice cream? Don't know how that one happened. And it's just small things like that. But there has been a huge potential for psilocybin, actually. For psilocybin, but for also lion's mane. That's one of the products we have, called Mentalism. It's a wonderful product. One of those caps a day will help stimulate those neurons and stuff. It's a good thing to do. So here, that's what I got going on now. So hopefully that helps me get focused. Yeah, I need to get back to work on that, but I just want to share my thought, and you just kind of seen that. So just wanted to be fair, but nothing but love. That thing is beautiful. He did great on that job. So, but yeah, I was definitely feeling really good about getting that convo going, because we need those call to actions. We need those videos up. I need to get those done today. We need those calls to action saying, hey, come join us, share with us, buy a cool birch. We're going to do giveaways. Come see it. We're going to be here for 30 days. We're trying to raise it. We're working. We've been working for 2 years. For a year, we worked 16, 12 hours a day. For the last year, we've been working 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Sometimes more. We've been working at night at times, but not as often as I used to. I mean, I used to, like, when we were running the lab and getting that going, learning how to do all that, it was, you know, I would walk in the door at 3 or 4, covered in sweat. Like, yeah, tough work. As hard as work as some of you guys do. Some of y'all people, servers, shit. Even some of you, I'm gonna say it, some of you fast food employees. I do not think you are dumb. I do not think you are an idiot. You should get a better job. I don't think any of that. I think you are wonderful people, and I think you are doing what you can in the best situation you can. You know, so keep going. You know, just keep going. That's what you gotta do. Keep going. Okay. Okay. There you go. Alright, Thursday. Boom. Alright. Oh. Okay. Boom. Bing. Come on. Twitter. Yes. Tuesday. Here we go. PM. Perfect. Friday. Oh, this is a perfect one for Friday. Perfect post for Friday. Yes. Yes. Perfect post for Friday. Let's see what we got. I'll do it. I'll do it. That works. That works. That works. We'll do next week. We'll go more stock image heavy instead. Oh, yep. Review, public review. Publish date is on the Friday. The Friday. What times for Fridays was? Oh yeah, Fridays was like 11. No. So noon. There. See, I might adjust that one. Let's see. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I'll put it right in there. Put this one up a little higher. Okay. Saturday. County Fair. No. Yeah, okay. No, we just no. Quick that. Let's use stock. So it's way better for a stock. Unless a stock gives somebody a royalty. That one's nice. I like that one. Oh, that one's nice. Let's get it into Instagram ratio here. Goddamn Instagram ratios. That should be. Come on, don't pull too much. Oh, just a little more. You're losing the power of the tree. Let's lose the power of the feet. There. There we go. Catching the heel. I think it's good. Okay. I wonder if this helps. weekend. See? How long did that take? Let's see. How long did that take? We were at, yeah, that is just basics. That is just basics. That, of course, I had a couple breaks in between, but that's what life is, right? Water coolers and all that good stuff. Let's get this one in. Oh, I love that. Boom. Yeah, we should be able to get this in. Get the visual on. Ah, love it, 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 love it. Put this on. Okay. This is not that weak. It is that weak. Four. Oh, come on. Can move faster than that. You might be saying to yourself, why are you doing that? You shouldn't be doing that. What are they going to do? Kick me out? We haven't done this in so long. We did an event, and we did that to stay alive. Everybody had, during the pandemic, everybody had their own ball. We would just pass the ball. Everybody had their own ball, but everybody just passed the ball. Oh, did I say the wrong word? Uh-oh. I'm probably just got shut down on TikTok. Bye, TikTok. No, I love for you, TikTok. Ni hao. Ni hao. 筛选，谢谢，谢谢。对。I have to clarify that before I get more, but let's see what I get without clarifying that. Yeah, you guys, if you know what's happening right now. And that's fine, because we all have tools. And you can either use a tool to even the playing field, or you can fall and listen to the ones who are trying to control the tools over you. Don't give them pitchforks. They might overthrow you. Sometimes you gotta take a stand, even if it's for something small. Don't take a stand with your McDonald's employee though over you not getting warm fries. Come on. Life sucks sometimes. Deal with it. Find love in people. Okay. Go. Where's? We're gonna start with Monday. Let's start with Monday. Let's do Monday, 11 a.m. 16th. need to do some research. I'm super cautious on social media stuff because I don't want to get kicked off. You know, we gotta keep this going. You know, we always get up to like on a good thing. We'll get up to about 10K followers, and then we will usually get shut down. Like usually somehow we'll lose the channel. It'll happen. Sometimes we try to refire them up, and then it's just like pure algorithm hell. And so we've been real cautious. I say we a lot because I don't know, I do the job of a lot of people, so I think that's probably why. But I'm just always been real cautious, and plus we do have some good team members that do help with a lot of things. But I've always been super cautious of losing that again because it's important that we do maintain a web presence, a social media presence. You know, a web presence is still maintained too, but social media presence is important. So I'm gonna need to do some research real quick and just double check how I want to really put a call to action in my post, but I don't want to mess up the algorithm or the flow because really it's a billboard, it's a sign. So do I want to keep it a sign that says, hey, turn in here, you know, rest areas here, come join us here, or am I trying to like say, hey, we're, you know, instant off the highway, like super fast express lane off the highway right into the stream. So because I don't know if you can do, like, I don't know, I'm pretty sure they have things against certain things. I'm gonna be right back. Oh my gosh. You got cookies and shit with fat guy? No. I know. I'm gonna give me a burrito though soon or something. Alrighty. you go right there. Nice. Nice. Was there one more board? Put on the other side? No? Okay.
Yeah, there's one.
Okay. I'm gonna have to just get some more boards. How many more is there? Just one?
Just one.
Okay. Might need to go get a couple more so I can do the other side. We need to do both sides.
They're not really the same though.
That's fine. That was the same. A little different. Just rotate them. But that way both traffic both ways gets it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, hey, what's happening?
Still open in here?
Yes, we're open.
Yeah, sweet. Alright, I was looking to grab like a disposable vape.
There's no more vapes.
Remember vape?
Yeah.
Anywhere?
No, well, not here in the store. You'll have to go to a gas station,
Yeah.
or you can go to a mini pet mart.
Okay.
Right? They just can't carry 15 products anymore.
Okay.
So there's gonna be magic mushrooms like facilitation, and then also gonna be holding events here for like the next month in the evenings and stuff, like stream karaoke and
Oh, yeah.
all kind of stuff. We're gonna have DJ set up and cool stuff. So if you're around, man,
Good to know, man.
check it out. All right.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this part. Is okay. That's supposed. That's great. So, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get. There we go. Uh oh. Okay. Audio's looking good. Yay! Okay. Let's see here. provokes the question. I like it. Even if they come to hate, it'll work. Even if they show up to hate. Okay, babe. Love y'all. See you around 5:30. This is not easy. This is not easy. Okay, the 17th. 3 p.m. 17th. 3 p.m. Try to get some food in at 3. So what we need to do. Food by 3. Food by 3. Gotta feed yourself, Lily. And good food today, not shitty food. Yeah, I'm liking this. We're just gonna roll with this theme. It's off. It's kind of off for a reason, I think, though, and I kind of like this little theme I'm kind of rolling with this week here on these posts. We'll see how they perform. We're kind of really, with the avitation of AI, let's pretend, digital content has been just blowing up crazily. I see a lot of it. So maybe the algorithm is feeding into it more. Who knows? So I'm gonna make some images. We'll see. I think it's blowing up too because people want to say, like, they want to point out that they see it's AI, which is cool, right? Like, you do that. Glad that you're so. I've done it myself. I'm blown away by the people that don't realize it's AI. Like, who does that? Okay. Alright, we already do that. Right, do that. Yep. Yep. I don't know how that one came up with that one, but I absolutely love this one. What? One look at that had me like, One makes you kind of go, Supposed to.
duct tape. Anybody seen duct tape around here?
I have not. I'll put this in all the links this week to see how they work. If we notice they're not working, then we'll change that. Maybe this one's a week. Hey, Jacob, did you want to run down to the dollar store and get another couple boards?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's make that happen. If they have some sort of like stick on, never mind, don't worry about it. Never mind.
2 more boards.
Yeah, 2 more boards.
Right.
Yep. I love that one. That one's nice. Ugh. Did you check the back? See, let's try that. Let's try to give each one of these at least a title name. I think I might. I need to look at how. I need to learn how Pinterest works. So if anybody's like in the chat right now, being like laughing there, like this guy don't even know we're watching right now. Tell me how Pinterest works. And if you tell me how Pinterest works, I'll be right over there. And we can talk. Boom. Let's get this on the title. Yeah. course it can't be. That's why it's on Friday the 20th. For the 3. Okay. Let's go. Saturday in the park. Must have been about the 4th of July. Sorry. In the park. Must have been knows better than Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo stuck in my head the other day. Jesus. That was the worst. The worst. That was not cool, bruh. Matt and Trey, I'm upset with you about that. How'd you get Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo stuck in my damn head with that damn song? It's funny. Okay. In the park. Must have been about that 4th of July. We're gonna be setting up some equipment. Hopefully before Bouncing comes along. Then we playing some Minecraft as soon as he walks through the door. Like that's what we're doing. 5:30, Minecraft. Minecraft. If you have come to the channel to watch Minecraft through TikTok, we will be playing at 5:30. So tell all your friends. As a matter of fact, I got one for you. If you come in at 5:30, if you come in at 5:30 and watch us play Minecraft today, during the time that we play, I will select one lucky winner to win this bad boy right here. All you gotta do is make sure to share and bring in some friends and make it happen. But we got set a limit. 100 views. 100 views and we're giving somebody a B the Tigger. They say one size fits all, but I don't know. I don't know if it will work. I could try later, maybe. I'm gonna have to get on a different platform for that. Oh, that joke was horrible. Okay. Alright. Enough bad jokes, man. Get back to fucking work. Alright, now comes the fun stuff. So this was the nice, kind of easy brain dead work. So this is nice to get this out of the way. So caught up 2 weeks ahead now. Oh, try not to fall a week behind. Jesus. I thought I was 2 days behind. I'm a stupid week behind. Alright. Let's get some. Those are done. Let's jump over on the other ones. Just do the mine list for that.
Sharpie Rudy.
Sure.
I don't know if you needed that in here.
Was there tape over there by chance?
Yep.
Sweet.
I put that over here. You want that?
Yes.
Go.
Sweet. Oh, man. Ooh, yeah, let's do it. 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 Days off for a second there. Kind of start thinking about this. If I'm not just burning my time on this thing right now, but you know what? I'm gonna power through it. Power through it. Power through it. better. Thursday.
Billy,
Yeah.
that's funny. Maybe we went and grabbed these, and she said when she was walking back, people were like stopping to try to read, like they thought she was protesting, like who's, you know, like they thought she was like like activist or something, and she was just carrying a poster board, you know. They were,
That's
like,
funny.
stopping to see what her sign said.
Mhm.
Like here's what she said.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. Thank you. That's great. That's funny. Get to Daddy. Get it done?
Do you want me to read this out? Do you want me to? You can just say event. Because now I got this set. Obviously, it's not.
Nah, we can both say keep tonight because we're only putting it out when it's out tonight, right? Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
It's hard to read. It's hard to read on.
It is kind of just on one thing. If, hey, idea. What if you put along the bottom, running down, in big letters, event?
Vertical, so it looks like a shoe.
Yeah, like vertical. Yeah, just like boom, boom, boom. That's almost just so different too. And it ain't no super rush. I mean, we don't need it for tonight because we got Bronson. We have Bronson tonight. You know what I mean? So, so we ain't gonna push tonight super hard. Do you know what I'm saying? So, but next weekend, starting next week, we're pushing every day.
I don't know if I'm not really good at the sound thing.
I think you're great. I think you might just need to take a break, not stress yourself with it. I think you're on a good point. You could do the big mushroom, like you did on the other side, because the big mushroom does draw them in, and that's enough. That's big enough. Like, why is there a giant hand-painted mushroom? What's going on? That's gonna get people's attention. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Actually, yeah. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, yeah, you're going with a good direction on that. It draws attention to the event tonight. It's almost like a big arrow. But then when your mind puts it all together, you're like, is that a mushroom? And then you ask a question, and then you go, I better stop by there. And then when we get down to less than 10 days, we'll be like, there's only 10 days left, you know? 19, Albany, Oregon.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay. That's all taken care of. Don't worry. If you were able to do anything with that, maybe you could put some money in my account. So, because we definitely work hard, but we ain't been winning. As much lately. Okay, let's see here. We got this. Computer is running up. Where we at? Okay, we're doing okay on our CPU. Okay, I gotta learn how to. So last night when I got rated, I was like, how do I rate back? I had no clue. So I'm not sure how to do that. I'm gonna figure that out tonight, hopefully. So let's keep going. Let's get some food. Did we just do that? Good afternoon. This is Willie T. Oh, I didn't have any audios on, so hopefully. Alright. Just working with no audio. Alright, sorry about that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm still on TikTok. I don't know. TikTok is not my main focus, but I just appreciate I'm on there. Okay, so turn that off. Let's watch other people, I guess. So. See here. Go there. Let's see, can we say hello to this person? Hello. Look at that. Oh, I just realized. Yeah. I am. That was tight. That beat is fire. this guy. Follow.
They're like, I don't know what's the word, like, they're like very, like, galaxy looking. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, they're like, they're like two, like, 2016 galaxy looking. You need, like, newer shit. Like, it's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Geometry dash beat. That's funny.
I want to see something.
Hmm. Damn, Chevron's a motherfucking sponsor? Dude. Holy fuck. TwitchCon is a thing. I'm just learning about this. I do, let's see, I want to get this. I want to make sure to capture this. I do a lot of trade shows, and they got this thing called TwitchCon, and I'm blown away. This, I looked at the sponsors. You got AT&T and Capcom. Makes sense, right? Internet. Yeah, Capcom. Chevron. Chevron Gas is a sponsor. Like, how is Chevron Gas a sponsor? Like, that is wild. That gas company, generally the move cars around, is sponsoring a gaming. That is just nuts. That just goes to show you how big this is. Wow. I am blown away right now. Peloton, Streamlabs is, World Tanks, some cool exhibitors. Honda's exhibiting. Wow. What would it take to be an exhibitor? El Gato. Farming Simulator League. Dude, wild. 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 I am blown away. I'm not even playing. This is huge. There's so many booths. Wow. Okay. Oh, that was your ad, bro. Let me click on it. Yay, look at that. Scrolling. Oh, man. Cool. Big pins in Spanish? Sí. Hopeful. There we go. Submit.
Puedes hacer todas tus compras de manera rápida.
TwitchCon. September 22nd. That's huge. That's awesome. Hope you guys kill it at TwitchCon.
I'm a distraction.
Oh, I would need 10 minutes just to reset. Oh.
Tris, resequedad, quiebre, nuevo doctor,
Okay.
Gel Mask. El complejo péptido patentado fortalece los lazos capilares a nivel celular. Revierte 10 señales visibles de daño en un minuto. Disfruta la vida. Repararemos los daños.
Okay. Let's give him you. Hey, thanks. Oh. Let's jump into one of these.
Family equals oppression, patriarchy, psychosis, neurosis, domestic labor, role stereotyping, gender-specific definitions, stifling relationships, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, children, financial dependence, marriage, sexual aggression, sexual activity, heterosexuality, growing up, living, dying, tradition, delinquency, love, hate, incest, violence, battering, and batting habits. That's Wendy Clark. The family is an obscene, bourgeois institution. This is from Simone de Beauvoir.
What is going on right now?
She was also, I believe, the girlfriend, mistress, whatever, as far as I believe. Even if a woman wants to, it was
I don't.
leaders of existentialism.
What the
Even if a
fuck?
woman wants to have children, she must think very hard about the conditions in which she will have to bring them up, because childbearing at the moment is real slavery.
Good afternoon.
No woman should be authorized to
Not much, man. Welcome to A Perfect Peace. Anything I can help you find? Oh, we don't do any nicotine products anymore. We gave up on that stuff so we can do psilocybin products. So we offer psilocybin services here.
Since marriage constitutes
Cigarette. No nicotine. Yep.
Anywhere in this area I can find something?
Not that I'm very aware of. Yep. Have a good one, man.
But this is the game that they play, right? They'll say like, "Oh, I'm not a Marxist. I'm just an offspin of Marxism," and then we're just gonna call it Gordonism, or Cronism, or Bainism, kind of like Leninism. Rangerism.
I completely disagree.
Yeah, that's why there's overlap, which is why it's so frustrating when people say that Marxists aren't postmodernists. They have a lot in common. Probably like 90% of their worldview is overlapping, and then the 10% that they don't agree on is the fact that Marxists believe in an economic system. What's up, Trip Oregon? What do you think about the idea of the third industrial revolution? I don't know what you mean by the idea of it. It's something that happened. Oh, sorry, I don't understand your question.
They are.
What would Rangerism be?
Second.
Well, it'd be very simple. Ranger 2024.
Cowards.
We're letting me in.
Bunch of fat, ugly women.
When this works its way into pop culture, because as Antonio Gramsci pointed out, you're not going to win this through a purely economic argument. If you were going to just try to make a purely economic argument for communism, you would lose because it has such a horrible track record. But the justification for that horrible track record is we haven't crafted
Very true.
a socialist.
I want to red flag
The
those.
reason why we haven't been able to craft it
And I'll
is
ban
because
any
every
police
crime
department from
is
doing that
out of
free.
these little isolated groups and communally raise them and communally educate them. Parents stand in the way.
If someone requires lethal force, we're going in loud and proud, baby. Okay?
Reminds me of the, and I might be paraphrasing this might be, but it reminds me of the Gramscian adage, that socialism is, in fact, the broader argument is socialism is precisely the religion that must overwhelm Christianity. And what he means by that, and again, that might be more of a paraphrase than a direct quote, but it pops up, again and again on the internet. What Gramsci means by that sentiment, though, is that he was debating with somebody that was on the left, but was a Christian, and was basically saying, no, we need to be using Christianity in order to push for socialism. And Gramsci disagreed. He said, no, socialism needs to be the mechanism through which you deconstruct Christianity.
Trips Oregon says, thank you. We are in the second industrial revolution. The third is an idea of a masses working together in common goals similar to what
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
the third industrial revolution, 1969, in the second half of the 20th century, we see the emergence of yet another source untapped at the time, energy, nuclear energy. The third revolution brought forth the rise of electronics, telecommunications, and of course, computers.
Yep.
Yeah, there were 4 industrial revolutions. But the 4th one is disputed, which is why, like, Klaus Schwab wrote a book called The Fourth Industrial Revolution. So the first industrial revolution was the proto-industrialization period. So this was mostly like agricultural, like the spinning jenny, cotton gin, stuff like that. The second industrial revolution was factory work, wasn't it?
Yep.
Massive technological advancements in industries that helped emergence of new source of energy, electric, gas, and oil. The utility companies was the second industrial revolution, which also created the internal combustion engine, chemical synthesis, and methods of communication such as the telegraph and telephone. Finally, the inventions of the automobile, the plane. Beginning of the 20th century are reasons why to this day the second industrial revolution is considered the most important one. Yeah. So yeah, I think we may just have different definitions. Trips, Oregon. Do you live in Oregon or in the United States? Because I guess industrial revolution means different things in different parts of the globe. Not today. Achieved through internet-worked digital community. Yeah. Perhaps you meant the fourth industrial revolution, maybe. Or the fifth. Yeah, Oregon. Sure, Trips. I'm having trouble, because you said, what do I think of the idea of the third industrial revolution? So, what is your definition of the third industrial revolution? You said we're in the second one. The third is the idea of masses working together in common goals similar to, where have you read this theory from? This sounds like,
Zero connected.
it sounds like post-capitalist theory, right? This sounds like so for instance, when I've read stuff about techno-feudalism, like AI taking over and controlling everything, and that would be like considered an industrial revolution. I think you're right, the fourth, I'm sorry, okay, gotcha. I guess it depends on what you mean by fourth industrial revolution. The digital connected world, yes. A bit post-capitalist system. So would you be leaning more towards like techno-feudalism, or would you be leaning towards like some sort of socialism, communism, Marxism, whatever? Because I think what you're getting at is collectives, which would be Marxism, essentially, right? Like the ultimate goal of Marxism, Marx said it himself, the ultimate goal of Marxism was socialism. And then socialism would naturally evolve to communism.
It's divinely ordained. It is feasting, and men were beating their wives, and everybody was sad. Like you can never have a vision of the past where people were coming together in a non-oppressive way. And there was something beautiful at play here, which was marriage functioning properly in a biblical context. You're never allowed to look at history from this perspective. Every marriage of the Middle Ages, every marriage of the pre-modern world, every marriage of the 17th, 18th, 19th century had to have some aspect of oppressiveness to it. There had to be some degree of spousal abuse. Didn't you know that every single marriage the man beating his wife and the children being hiding in the corner, and that there was alcoholism and like you actually know that that's BS. We're not saying that mankind is flawed and that of course there were arguments, of course there were divorces, of course there were instances of things not going correctly, but you're never allowed to look at the past and say that, you know what, men and women might have actually been happy together 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 200 years ago, even 100 years ago. We're never allowed to look at it from that standpoint because the Marxist worldview has to, by definition, view marriage as an oppressive form of patriarchal hierarchy. Not in a positive way, in a negative way, because Marxism is inherently an egalitarian view of the world, like post-Marxism is through actual oppressive hierarchies.
I do find it to be a little bit interesting how a lot of times it's the same people that want to say, oh, well, this was horrible or that was horrible back then. They're usually they're usually on the artistic side of things, a little bit on the creative side of things. You've got like Hollywood lumped in there. You've got the theater people.
But that's ultimately the flaw of Marxism, right? That's why they need hierarchies in order to enforce no hierarchies, because that's just. I'm just confused by the framing of the entire thing.
Well, and what's really interesting to me is that we have a lot of stories that bill well or do really well in the box office or what, or maybe they're really great novels or whatever. And a lot of them, maybe they're based on old love letters from, a couple hundred years ago or whatever. You go back and you look at some of these things and you look at the way people wrote to each other, and writing to each other was a lot more common, so there's a lot of material. And you've got a lot of romance stuff that gets created based on letters like that, things of that nature. And so everyone sort of has this romanticized view of that. And if we're thinking like, oh, let's have a nice romantic movie or a romantic novel or whatever, everybody loves for it to be based back then because there's all this language that you can go back to, and the way they spoke to each other and things like that. But then at the same time, very quick sit here and rip and talk about the patriarchy and how bad it actually was. And this is romanticized.
Well, I think it's also interesting that, again, and if you need more evidence of this, there's another article that the Marxist argument in the middle. Where we're that one. It's from 1994. This is from 1994. It's Marx Equals the Abolition of the Family by Richard Weckart. It says, it is a peculiar fact, stated in Bills a few months after Marx died, that with every great revolutionary movement, the question of free love comes to the foreground. This is another thing, and I have another article, we're not going to bring it up here, but I have another article here where they talk about this concept of free love and why is it so closely connected to socialism. In fact, the utopian socialists, which kind of battled with Marx, the utopian socialists, the scientific socialists, etc., they really emphasize this idea not just of living, but the free love within the community. And there's this article from Llewellyn Rockwell from East Institute in 2017 called Why Socialism Promotes Free Love Over Family. And I want to read part of this. G.K. Chesterton called the family an anarchistic institution. He meant that it requires no activist state to bring it about. Its existence flows from future realities and the nature of man, with its form redefined by the development of sexual norms and the advance of civilization. G.K. Chesterton also wrote the Writer of Christians. This observation is consistent with a brilliant discussion of the family in Ludwig von Mises' masterwork, Socialism, first published in 1922. Why did Mises address family and marriage in an economics book with Freud's socialism? He understood, unlike many economists today, that the opponents of a free society have a broad agenda that usually begins with an attack on the most crucial bourgeois institution. And he quotes, proposals to transform the relations between the sexes have long gone hand in hand with plans for the socialization of the means of production. Mises observes, marriage is to disappear along with private property. Socialism promises not only welfare, wealth for all, but universal happiness and love as well. Mises noted that August Bebel's Women in Socialism, Theology of Free Love, published in 1992, was the most widely read left-wing tract of its time. The linkage of socialism and promiscuity had a tactical purpose. If you don't find never magically appearing prosperity, then you can focus on the hope of liberation from sexual responsibility and maturity. Think about it. Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
I think he did mute or paused. Alright. Oh, a few more minutes. Oh, and I'll go work on the other stuff. Let's get back over here. Got 2 more days this week.
Oh my god, I am muted. Holy shit. I've been talking this entire fucking time, dude. Oh, that's so annoying.
I hate when that happens.
That is so annoying. Okay, let me speed run chat because I've been responding to all of you. Shit, I'm sorry. And AK, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Fire. Oh man. Okay. I agree with your definition of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Trip. I would just add AI in there.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And you had mentioned that you've been pondering the book and building upon it. What are you building upon? And have you read anything relating to techno-feudalism? What's up, J-Mo? What's the worldview here? I've gathered libertarian channel. Seems like Marxism is responsible for the problems in society. I myself am a libertarian, but everyone's welcome here. It's a mixed bag. I have communist friends, I have socialist friends, liberal friends, conservative friends, libertarian friends. It's kind of a mixed bag. You gonna read a syntax book? Alright, Fire. Later, dude. Good to see you. I feel the idea combats the good and the bad of both isms. What isms? Day one President Trump, Senate Executive Order. American veterans, you muted. What's your thoughts on psilocybin? Psilocybin is great and should be removed off of Schedule 1 immediately. It should be unscheduled, just like marijuana.
Yes.
It has medical benefits and it shouldn't be scheduled.
The social media connections and the new movement that is building.
What's up, AK? As President Trump will set the national goal of ensuring that America has the number one lowest cost of energy in any industrial country anywhere on Earth. I'm not sure I'd ever fuck with psychedelics myself. They're great for people with PTSD. They're really, really great. The studies are pretty amazing on it. As long as consenting adults want to consume drugs and behave non-violently, I don't see an issue. Yeah, true. President Trump will end Biden's delays in federal drilling permits and leases that are needed to unleash American oil and natural gas production. Joe Biden has increased the cost of oil and gas leases by 50%. Yeah, I thought it was more than that, but hey, when that happens, I'll look into that. Yeah, it's the techno-feudalism stuff is super interesting. It's very, very interesting. It's basically saying that ChatGPT is going to evolve into iRobot and take over.
Yeah. I say nice things too.
Man, AK, you really like Trump, huh? I live in a swing state, so I'm going to be voting for Trump, but I'm not happy with Trump. I'm not a huge fan of Trump. Probably for very different reasons than people on the left dislike Trump.
Thanks for calling Perfect Peace. We do not. Sorry. Yeah, we do not. Sorry. Yeah, you have a good day. Bye.
I'm a psilocybin facilitator in Oregon. Are you really? That's awesome. Oh, I get it. Trip to Oregon. That's funny. You're advocating for descheduling? Yeah, it's really silly that it's scheduled to begin with. That's what's really frustrating, especially about like when Democrats get in office, because Republicans, like, you don't really ever expect a Republican to deschedule or remove it from the narcotic schedule. You just don't expect a Republican to do that. But liberals run on it all the time. Democrats run on it all the time. Biden said that he was going to legalize weed before he ran for office. He said he was going to legalize it. What happened? What happened, Democrats? I remember that Biden had mentioned something that he wanted to remove weed from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, but I feel like it's really fucking shitty because he's not descheduling it to basically help the citizens because it has medical benefits. He's basically descheduling it so that the FDIC can cover it and that we can legitimize the weed industry so that we can basically have hard lines of capital flowing into these places. AK, you're a full fact. That's why I say nice things to my ChatGPT. Yeah, true. True, man. I've started doing this new thing where I will open up an incognito tab and then I'll go to ChatGPT and I won't log in. You can still use it if you just don't log in. Because at first I was thinking about making an account, but figured out a way to do it. I don't want that shit on my computer. I underestimate just how amazing the healing happens for my clients. Yeah, I can't confirm or deny anything on stream. I will say that I have friends of mine with PTSD that have macrodosed psilocybin, and they all of them have come back and were basically like, hey man, I had no PTSD for like 8, 9, 10 months. Every election season is the same old hokey pokey. Yep. True dat. True dat. Scheduling for Big Pharma. I was able to secure banking for our industry. Nice. That's good.
Yep, it was. It was a big move.
Cannabis still don't have that. You don't have cannabis in Oregon, but you have psilocybin? That's crazy. I'm also really surprised that, you know, the agriculture bill didn't cover psilocybin.
It just can't.
For instance, for that matter. I mean, cannabis is legal, they just can't bank. Yeah, that's super fucking annoying, dude. This is why the FDIC is really annoying. But I wouldn't even blame the FDIC, I'd blame our federal government. They should just deschedule it. They obviously know. Like, everyone knows, right and left, know that there are medical purposes behind, at a minimum, marijuana and psilocybin. But they keep it Schedule 1.
Mm. December.
What's the best way to combat big pharma?
Second is.
Ooh, that is a loaded topic.
Hearings. Submit.
I'd say for starters, ban them from advertising everywhere. They should basically be like a marketing firm where they reach out to doctors and doctors only. There shouldn't be a single commercial that shills any sort of name brand medication. Like, hey, go ask your doctor today if you're right for, you know, Genzago or whatever. It's not a real medication, but it's always like, hey, do you feel tired sometimes? And there's actually like a very interesting theory behind that, because the only people that watch the mainstream media these days are basically boomers, older people. And essentially, that's their cover, is that, you know, they're basically just advertising to the older population. But in reality, there's a line that needs to be connected, and that's essentially how the big pharma companies will play referee for the mainstream media companies, so that the mainstream media companies are disincentivized to run bad stories about big pharma.
Yep.
Because big pharma is the majority of their ad space in between segments.
Yep. 100. That earned my my follow.
Yeah, you can't really boycott big pharma. Trips Oregon, I appreciate the follow. You can't boycott big pharma, and you also, I feel like there's a lot of like, you know, big scary thing that you know we've stigmatized the words big pharma so much that it just immediately gets associated with something very negative, and everything they do is always negative all the time. There's a lot of good that big pharma does, a lot of good. I am not a fan of big pharma, but you know, to say that they're just absent good or things that benefit society. The problem is the capital incentive behind drugs.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
even that,
Yep.
it's difficult because you need to walk that fine line where you know you still need to innovate, but you got to drive prices down. And IP law, when it comes to medicine, is also very shaky. It's one of those things where it's like a double-edged sword, because you need it you need a capital incentive in order to innovate, but also
I like this guy. He's smart.
the sort of patents that get tied into any sort of medical property are very weird, and the disincentivization for
This guy's smart.
R&D would essentially
him.
be to remove the innovating part of it. Nobody's going to want to innovate if they can't make their money off of it. Like, the most expensive aspect of creating a new drug is the research and development. And during this research and development, I can pull up so many studies, but during research and development also, a lot of people don't know this, but let's say that there's a cancer drug, and basically the cancer drug in phase 1 gets approved for like this use in this scenario with this patient, and then 5 years later of testing with other things, then all of a sudden we find out, you know, if you turn it into a powder and then make it a compound cream, all of a sudden it fucking cures eczema, right? Like, we get multiple use cases for these medications, and the reason why these medical discoveries happen is literally because the research and development doesn't cease once they pass the FDA. So that would be one of the good things that they do. That's why it's like a necessary evil, I feel like, almost. I feel like we can have a lot of reform in regards to patent law, right? A great example is the EpiPen. The EpiPen is just horrendous, but...
Yep.
Need to go down there, cancel. December 1st or 2nd is public hearings to submit comments. Oh, nice. Ended costly kickbox. What do you mean that Trump ended costly kickbacks? What do you mean, like STAR clause? AK, you know who invented the AK? You know what's even funnier, Trips Oregon? Do you know who invented the Galil?
Who?
Is Grumple here? I learned this from Grumple. So the guy that invented the AK-47, his name was Kalashnikov.
Yeah.
And the guy that invented the Galil, his name was Bolushkinov, but he changed his name to Galil after he invented it. But he didn't want to be associated with Kalashnikov.
That's funny.
A 100 that are my follow, you know what's happening. I don't know what I said, but I appreciate it. I am always open to reasonable conversation. Trump took on Big Pharma like no other president. We're doing a live stream for 30 days and stand up for what we believe in, God. Do you stream Trips Oregon? I'm always looking for new streamers.
Yes, we are live now.
Hey, you do stream.
Yes. Hello. Nice to see y'all.
You guys, our new friend here is stream. Go drop one. I'm always looking for new people to raid and stuff.
Yeah, please.
Nice to make your
Isn't it?
acquaintance.
It's a pleasure to
Synthetics
meet
will
you.
take over for big pharma in regards to cannabinoid agonist. Doesn't make sense at scale, you think. Synthetics will take over big pharma in regards to cannabinoid agonist. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, cannabinoids in general, they're just not really. You don't see the same margins, right? Because there's always like that mystery to the proprietary formula inside of whatever medication big pharma is concocting. So that's how they can get like their 20 times, 30 times return on investment, right? Like you remember the video of Bill Gates basically saying like, oh man, I should have got into big pharma a long time ago. I got like 20 times my investment on the vaccines. There's like with that sense of mystery, people tend to be more agreeable with like, oh well, 30 times margins. That seems reasonable. That seems like I have no idea how this medication was created. They took a bunch of compounds and mixed it together and created the medication that I take now.
Yep.
But with weed, with cannabis, it's just put the seed in the ground, you water it, you give it plenty of light, and it grows.
Yep.
You can kind of like, it's easier to draw that parallel, and it's easier to make like a fair market value on a cannabis plant versus a entirely synthetic medication.
No need for synthetics.
Seems that single-payer healthcare is the best solution. The U.S. is the only country with big pharma. Price gouge force people into medical bankruptcies. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with single-payer healthcare, but again, that's like one of those take the good with the bad things. I do agree that healthcare would be a lesser tax burden on American citizens if we did switch to a single payer. But at what cost? Because now you're getting into positive rights.
Yeah.
But none of this would have happened in our healthcare industry if we weren't Keynesian, first of all. And because Keynesians are just obsessed with GDP and line going up. Sorry, had to mute my mic. What was the other thing I was talking about? Oh, regulatory capture. Regulatory capture has absolutely destroyed healthcare, our healthcare industry. Our healthcare industry was never amazing. It's up there as far as like certain statistics go. Like innovation, I know is definitely one of them. We're pretty high up in innovation. Synthetics constantly getting proven ineffective or not lasting. I mean, I guess it really depends on what you're talking about, because there are a lot of synthetics that do last a long time, but I would agree that there are some good ones and there are some bad ones. Can't patent or trademark a plant or a fungus. Yep, true. True that. You've been learning about coding for insurance. Oh no. Oh, you're learning the fun stuff.
Oh,
I
yeah,
am very
all
well
comes
versed in
together.
medical coding and billing. It is really fucking silly. It's super silly. But the regulatory capture and the lobbyists, it was a left-leaning SCOTUS that passed Citizens United under the Obama.
Oh, look at that jet stream. Weather. Oh, yep, they're calling it an atmospheric river. It is coming down.
Oh, flood warning in Louisiana.
Are they obsessed? Oh yeah, the stuff they do on the green screen, unbelievable.
They said 10% chance of rain. Seems more like 40% to me.
No, it has nothing to do with the dew point.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
What are those, cumulus clouds?
Oh, you're talking about synthetic.
Let's see.
Pretty sure that isn't true. GMOs. What are you talking about? Bong and stuff. What did I say? I don't remember. It's a trade-off for sure. I'm not very ideologically driven, so if any idea is beneficial to society as a whole, I don't box myself into abstract principles, just seeking the most compassionate outcomes. Holy fuck, what a based answer, J-Mo. Preach. I'm the same exact way. You know, I don't like follow a label or a team or anything like that. Yeah, I'm mostly libertarian leaning, sure. But generally speaking, I have a set of morals, and you know, that's what comprises my ethics, and that's how I make decisions. It's a slippery slope, and I'm going to talk about this in the next, I do a podcast occasionally, and I appreciate the follow, man. And we're going to be going over all of this. I should have it done tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to do this one live. I think I'm just going to pre-record it, throw it up on YouTube. But we're going to be talking about all the goods. All the goods. Those are considered pesticides. They code it differently. What's up, Grumple? For GM crop to be edible for a patent, it must meet 3 fundamental criteria: novelty, non-obviousness, and utility. Are you talking about the FDA? Yeah, so there are a bunch of ways that a drug can get through the FDA. One of them is also called GRAS, or GRAS, G-R-A-S, which is generally recommended as safe. It's an acronym, GRAS, generally recommended as safe.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Grumple. Generally regarded as safe. But that's how you get shit like appeal. That was one of what's his name? Bill Gates's patent ideas to spray fruit and vegetables with a preservative coating. Talking about off-label uses for things, yeah. Well, basically what I was talking about, because we were talking about big pharma and how big pharma is really big, evil, and scary, and I agree with most of like big pharma being evil and scary, but you never really hear about the good aspects of big pharma, and one of those good aspects is the multiple uses for drugs. So a drug can come out for like high blood pressure, and then all of a sudden, you know, they continue to throw money into research and development because they're making so much money off of it. And then in return, they're basically finding out that 5 years later into research and development, all of a sudden this blood pressure medication is great for, you know, it's a great benzodiazepine.
Once we get here around 5:30,
for
we'll play for like 2 hours. That's 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. When I start working on that project, then
similar
we'll
to
do that.
benzodiazepine, but
we're having some good
without all
conversation
the
here. So that's what we'll do. And thanks for following us. Thank you for the follows. We're on a mission. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be part of our mission. We are doing a stand-in. We're linking up with people, and we just appreciate this.
Yeah, a lot of the drugs you hear about, like if you take a really, really common drug and just look up its history, you'll learn that it got like, you know, FDA approved for this specific use in this specific case, in this specific patient, right? Geriatric or diabetic or whatever the patient is, high blood pressure. Statins, for instance, that was another, all the lisinoprils. Beta! I don't understand why I have
Hey,
so
Sai.
much Jesse Lee Peterson. Stuck in my head. Billy Boy wants to get mRNA shit into food. He's actually been scaring me a little bit lately, because he's been talking about using mosquitoes as like a bio weapon on populations to combat malaria. Put malaria vaccines inside of mosquitoes, which sounds great in theory, considering that the mosquitoes themselves are the biggest conveyors, biggest spreaders of malaria. But holy shit, dude! Think about
I don't know why I messed up.
that mechanism just existing. That in the wrong hands. Way worse than nuclear fallout.
So TikTok, I'm talking to TikTok. I don't know where I messed up.
I think specifically it was a blood pressure.
I might have the
yeah,
lighter.
but what I'm saying is, like, a lot of drugs, it'll be invented
personal
for
use
cancer,
only,
and then they will
we're not using anything
paying
live.
money and throwing money at the research and development, and part of that research and development is like the spaghetti method of just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, and you send it.
Yeah. So TikTok, just a heads up, TikTok. We got the warning. I understand. We're not trying to get kicked off. We're not trying to end up in algorithm hell. I would love to contribute to content creation. You will continue to watch videos, continue to content create with you, Shishi. And yeah, let's keep it going, and don't shut us down. I'll be a little extra careful. Maybe I don't know. We're definitely not smoking on live. I'm like, begging, please don't kick us off. We just barely got you to work. But yeah, we won't be smoking. We're not smoking. We're not doing anything. Everything we do here is also for informational purposes. We're just talking about information on a legal recreational thing in Oregon. Still, meeting all federal guidelines. It is completely legal to talk about information and provide information. That is not legal to obviously sell or push goods. We understand these are your community policies as well. So we hope that we can meet your community policies by just maintaining an informative information, letting people know what's going on. So, but yes, the word psilocybin or other words may be used. Hopefully those words are not getting flagged just for being words. So, shishi. Hopefully we can work this out. And hopefully you're not like, oh man, Lloyd. We respect you. Like, yeah, you're the big one on the block. So, let's keep it going. Thank you, Twitch, for being cool. And YouTube's been alright.
Like, they're forced to have to deal in bulk, right? And at volume, at scale. That's why they have to open up so many fucking locations just to pay the bills. That's always really smart. That's always like the best way to do business. Small margins, undercut all your competition. The idea I heard was that the mosquito breeding would be sterile after a generation, so they would GMO the mosquitoes to release it. Yeah, but if they can modify it into them, they can modify something else into them, or they can not modify it into them, right? So the scary part about the mosquitoes is the fact that they exist in the first place, not the fact that they may cure malaria across the world. Because malaria is still really bad in certain parts of the world.
Good afternoon.
A lot of people die from malaria.
How you doing?
You alright?
Yeah. What are you guys after today?
Maybe like a little,
Oh, here, hang on.
like a pet
companies own almost all of the natural food companies now. By the way, I remember this. There is a supplement company that's still around today, and it's called New Chapter. And when I was in high school and college, this was known as a really good supplement company. In fact, they were probably the largest, most prominent supplement company you would find in natural health food stores, or a place like Vitamin Shop or Whole Foods Market, one of these places you would go. Then they were acquired by Procter & Gamble. And one of the things I noticed as I saw this happen is Procter & Gamble a lot of the ingredients changed at that time in New Chapter's products. And so there were some ingredient changes, some things that they started doing differently at that time, and the company just started tanking and not doing well at all. Now listen, some of that might not just be ingredient changes. Procter & Gamble might have come in and fired, some of the key founders and people that were critical to the original success of New Chapter. But I do want to state, again, this happens frequently. Another company, Burt's Bees. Did you know that Burt's Bees was acquired by Clorox? Here's another one. Primal Kitchen was acquired by Kraft Heinz. Coca-Cola bought Odwalla. Colgate-Palmolive bought Tom's of Maine toothpaste. Pepsi bought Naked Juice. So we see a lot of companies today, bigger conglomerate companies, buying up these small natural companies or semi-small natural companies. That this can happen over time. Like Garden of Life was acquired by Nestle. Now, I do want to say some companies, I think Nestle and Unilever in particular, are more conscious of keeping the quality of the product. So I do think you see some large companies. So listen, I think some people might jump in and say, okay, any small company that's been bought by a big company, their quality's going to go down. I don't believe that's true, and I know because I'm in this industry and I see this a lot. So what I've seen is a lot of
I totally agree,
get acquired by a big company, and their quality goes down because they have investors and start changing prices and things like that. But I do see a few companies, again, I think companies like Nestle and Unilever that actually have a lot more natural brands. They're more conscious of this. They let the founders or the people that started the company continue to run it the right way, use quality ingredients, and just let them use the resources, because I think they've realized that if they come in and change everything about the company and products, they've seen it happen, like a crash like New Chapter or other brands start to crash and don't do well when they go in.
Lying that the ice cream machine is broken is illegal.
It's important to be mindful of who owns the company that you're buying from, and also to know what is the what is the virtue of the company that's buying the other companies. Like Nestle's actually made a big shift recently to try and become more natural, which I applaud them for, because it was the original thing that they were trying to do before they became a candy bar company, and then they just sold all their candy bar companies, and now they're trying to go almost all natural. So listen, just because a big company owns it doesn't mean that small company is going to change for the worse. But it does mean that will happen oftentimes. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. Bill Gates is not a health expert. He doesn't really understand vitamins and minerals and exercise and actually how to live to be over 100. He's not the person that I would trust in that at all. So, hey, I'd love to hear what you think about a few things here. One, what are your thoughts in all of these big companies, 8 companies in total, owning all of the small companies? And what are your thoughts on appeal, that coating on the food we have? And by the way, you can see, if you're watching this video, you can see this chart here where I show these few brands that own all of the other brands here on this chart as well. Well, hey, I hope you've enjoyed this video. If you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. Did you know that if you're not subscribed, only a small portion of the videos I'm putting out, you're actually going to see, and I don't want you to miss out.
Here's a link to the video, guys, in case you want to follow his channel, check him out. Highly recommend it. Yeah, I am aware that one company owns all of them. The service contract for the ice cream machine is most of the company's revenue.
Dude, I got all the digital.
Yeah, but it's owned by basically a subsidiary.
That feels good. Hello. How are you? How can I help you out?
Just looking for bubble.
It's like a tax loop.
I don't. Let's take a look.
Conglomerates run the world, yeah. That is true. Why we need to remove money from politics. Corporations have money and want power. Politicians want money and have power.
About this for a second. People are essentially being tempted, especially young people, being tempted with something that is one of the most tempting things you can possibly be tempted with early on in life when you don't have money, you don't have capital, you don't have a great deal of experience or economic prowess within society, right? But you're gonna get free love. We're gonna take away all these boundaries associated with it. Now, if you are tempting somebody with something that we are all by design driven toward on some level, right?
They outlawed it. I feel like I've heard this before.
From a social standpoint, to either take away the responsibilities with respect to marrying children. That can come
McDonald's is like a real estate company, pretty much.
Welfare state. It can come through the government control of education and daycare. It can come through, pushing birth control and abortion. But if you do these things in tandem, you are naturally creating a situation where you are being separated from things like family, and you're becoming increasingly dependent on the state at the same time those things are taking place. The socialists proposed a world in which there would be no social impediments to unlimited personal pleasure, with the family and monogamy being the first impediments to go. Would this plan work? No chance, said Mises. The socialist program for free love is as impossible as its economic one. They are both contrary to the restraints inherent in the real world. The family, like the structure of the market economy, is a product not of policy, but of voluntary association, made necessary by biological and social realities. Capitalism reinforced marriage and family because it insisted on consent in all social relations. The family and capitalism thus share a common institutional and ethical foundation. By attempting to abolish them, the socialists would replace a society based on contract with one based on violence. The result would be total societal collapse. When the democratic socialists...
Yeah, the biggest toy manufacturer.
A decade after Mises' book, they reported a different reality. They found women liberated from the yoke of family marriage, living happy and fulfilled lives. It was as much a fantasy, actually a bloody lie.
What's up? Don't get involved. Aliens versus cats.
No sane intellectual embraces full-blown social economics anymore, but a watered-down version of the socialist agenda for the family is driving force behind much of U.S.
Imagine there were just tentacle-armed aliens.
Essentially what it's doing is, again, it's going back to this idea that what Marx recognized, and what Gramsci and others definitely recognized, was that the family and the traditional norms with respect to building a family stands in the way of the socialist utopia they wanted to bring about. It is an absolute impediment. And there's a reason why. There's a reason why.
Yeah, JMO, I think the better way to do it would be through the judicial branch.
Put that into the hands of daycare, put that into the hands
They
of
made
the
it possible, they can make it not
we will
possible again.
Provide tax subsidization and support to make sure that you leave. In fact, we'll incentivize
Citizens United was 2010, I think it was 2010.
But then if you have them, we will actually incentivize and provide financial structure where you can raise them without a husband. You don't get to tell me. This was all about just trying to address certain practical considerations and problems that were taking place. This sounds like something that was a part of a larger strategy that is far more nefarious than that. And that's not me being conspiratorial. That's me reading what they said. Like, this is the part that's so frustrating. We'll say, they said it. Nobody believes it. Okay. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And I think until we properly understand that this is a part of something that is separated from what you might consider to be feminism in isolation. It is separated from what you might consider to be family issues in isolation. It is separated from what you might consider to be, divorce issues in isolation. No. It is a part of a larger narrative. It is a part of a larger worldview. And if you don't appreciate that worldview is moving in a particular direction where it sees family as the enemy, right, it's something you need to be liberated from. If you don't see that, then yeah, you're gonna look around going, how did this all happen? Is this just some sort of social contagion stuff? Well, yeah, in some way it is. But it is part of a concerted effort. It's not just by happenstance.
I think it's in some ways worse than a social contagion. It's an avalanche. It started off with just a few pebbles or just a few snowflakes, no pun intended, and now it's turned into a tornado. And the black pill side of me on this says that you can't stop an avalanche once it's started. You just have to wait for it to end. I think this will burn itself out in part because the consequence of this, and we're seeing this, is collapsing birth rates. It's the alienation between men and women. It's not the complementary. Men and women are meant for each other. There's this famous quote by Oswald Spengler, who and I'm going to read it because I don't want to butcher it. It's quite funny. Spengler said, at all times and in all places, the men and women of every culture deserve each other. And what he was getting at there, because Spengler's also the guy that came up with this concept of cyclical civilizations. Yeah. He wrote this book called Decline of the West in the 1920s. I can't remember exactly when, but shortly after World War I. And he had this theory that civilizations, like individuals, go through a life cycle. And there's a birth, there's a rise, there's a growth and maturity phase, and then there's a decline, and then there's a fall, and a collapse, and then the cycle repeats itself. And the example that he uses is the Greco-Roman civilization giving way to the Middle Ages and the modern Western world. But then he's predicting, this is 100 years ago, that the West will eventually implode in on itself as well. And what he's getting at is that people and cultures and civilizations go through this process. So when he says that at all times and in all places, the men and women of every culture deserve each other, if you apply this to the modern sense, to 2024, he would not at all be surprised that this is where we're at a century after he wrote this book, because he would say, well, of course marriage is collapsing, of course the birth rate is collapsing, because we've feminized men and we've told women that they need to act masculine. And in reality, men and women deserve each other in an ideal sense. Men would be masculine and women would be feminine, and they complement each other. Yes. And that complementary nature, when they're actually linked together in a proper sense, we call that marriage. When men and women are fulfilling their divinely inspired roles, then the system works fine. But we should not at all be surprised when we've been telling men that they need to act like women and women that they need to act like men. Yeah. And that the highest pursuit that a woman can get in life is getting some 9-to-5 job. And that the highest pursuit that a man can get in his wife is just a simple physical transaction. Yeah. Well, and again, let's say that the institution is collapsing. And unless anyone believe, again, we're just cherry picking stats from our favorite places. Go to the article from Nation magazine, because Nation has been a long published left-wing Marxist. Yeah, wants to dismantle capitalism, abolish the family. Feminist theorist Sophie Lewis's new book looks at how rethinking pregnancy and the idea of family as forms of labor is central to the emancipatory politics. Go to the next article. Again, this is still going down. Again, the connections between Marxism and modern feminism. I just do not think we deny. Marxism versus the family. You can see a similar thing here, but there's actually the next one I think I wanted. Actually, let me just bring this up real quick. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Emily Drabinsky. This is an article. So go ahead and scroll down because it is this article. This was written in 2023. So this is relatively new. It's less than a year old.
Emily Drabinsky, the current president of the American Library Association, is leading the resistance to parents seeking reforms. She describes herself as a Marxist lesbian. She recently addressed the Socialism 2023 conference and called for public schools and libraries to be centers of socialist organizing. The Socialist Conference Drabinsky addressed also advocated for the abolition of the family, the right of children to engage in prostitution, and the radicalization of religious institutions turning churches into advocates for socialism. So again, when we talk about things like books within the public school system, they're like, well,
30 days too.
Grumble, are you sure you're not just getting an astigmatism, or there's something actually wrong with the radical?
Playing with the kid too when he comes to visit, but
I trust the American Library Association.
we're only on day
Okay,
4.
and there's the president of the American Library Association. This is, again, this is the March for institution. This is for very specific purposes that are not just for the liberation of women. It's not just for teaching for the poor. It's not just for achieving freedom. There is a worldview behind it. It is rooted in Marx. And one of the things we have to do to achieve those things is abolish the family. And, surprisingly enough, in some dark way, this is good news. And the reason why I say that is because I agree. There is no way they will ever be able to achieve the sort of things that they're actually looking for if you have strong families. And strong families is something everybody can work on, right? You can volunteer for a political campaign. You can vote for the right sort of elected officials. You can get involved at the local level.
RMA, nice.
You can do all of those things, and all of those things are important. All those things are good. I would highly encourage people to be involved civically, but they're showing us the game.
Sorry, honey, it's a work thing. Mine's also a work thing. I just need someone to cover my shift.
So is mine. Alan says your business vehicle is now covered with Progressive.
Protected 24/7, just like your home and auto.
Oh, that's great.
So dinner time's just phone time.
Sorry. You know, I heard
There we go.
that ground turkey is the healthiest poultry.
You know what? Never mind. Just be on your phones.
We need more of that. And again, this is something that is so much more. It is so much more within the boundaries of our individual control than so many of the other things that we're constantly contending with. And I believe that that's not a mistake either. I think one of the reasons why there is so much emphasis on the political process as opposed to the family as a mechanism for dealing with social ills or challenges within society, which just simply exist as a virtue of reality.
Yeah, that is a massive sell.
Is because the more you put your emphasis on politics, the less control you feel you have over the situation.
I
Yep.
just bought 2 Surefires, man. God damn, they're expensive.
Control. You can be a better husband. You can be a better wife. You can be the sort of person that is building themselves up to be worthy of the sort of woman that you want to marry. You can be the sort of person that is building themselves up to
Crazy
be the
how
sort of woman
expensive
that man will want to marry.
firearms are.
You can focus on all those things. You don't got to ask permission. You don't got to wait on anybody. It doesn't require a college class. It sure as hell doesn't require $100,000 in college loans. These are all things that are purely within your power. Purely within your power. Don't ignore the other things, but my God, please, for the love of God, don't ignore the one thing that the other side of this argument has already told you is absolutely essential. They've admitted it. Their emphasis on what they're doing has admitted it. And so the real question now that we have to ask is, okay, we are now living in a world where, regardless of what I say, because I think most people would say, yeah, okay, Nick, fine, I agree with that, but that doesn't change the fact that 55% of young women don't want to get married and see it as a washed-up institution. 41% of men agree with them, right? 80% of women that take that worldview are sleeping with the top, 20% of guys within the marketplace, and then all of a sudden they wake up one day and realize, oh my gosh, this isn't the sort of life I want, and the good guy that wants to marry him is no longer interested because they've got a body count or a couple of kids.
Very true, Oregon.
By the same token, you see men that are saying, well, fine, if this is just the world that I'm checking out, I'm just going to immerse myself in porn and video games and dopamine hits. And it sucks because you can look at both of them and say, I get it, you were fed a bill of goods, you were fed a lie, and it's now impacting the way that you view reality because the bottom line is people have embraced that lie. So what do you do about it at this point? And this is the part where somebody asked Jordan Peterson a pretty pointed question about suffering. And Peterson's response was, the only way out is through it. The only way out is through it. You have to make a conscious decision. To the extent that you are married with kids, investing that time in truly getting to know and build a relationship with your kids so that when somebody tries to pervert their worldview in a direction that violates the very ideals that you know are good for them, their instant response to that is not going to be to go along with it. It's
Talking about Marxists, Jamo.
You can't invest that time. You can get that time back, and you can get it back from a public school system that is increasingly hostile to this worldview.
The overwhelming majority of
Nick hates all teachers. No, I don't.
Modern day socialism, or the socialism that people strive for, is
the
basically under the Marxist framework, not the Age of Enlightenment framework.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend it doesn't. I sat there and watched as we pointed out book after book after book that was going into public school libraries, available to your 13-year-old, depicting some of the most perverse and graphic sexual imagery you can imagine, and being told, the American Library Association is the one that approves this. And you're thinking to yourself, well, that's a neutral institution, right? That's an institution that's just interested in preserving literature and advancing literacy. Nope. When they tell you what they want to do, believe it. And you damn well better believe it when they're telling you that they want to do it to your children. They don't want you raising your children. When will we understand this? They don't want you being the primary impact on your child's life. Why? Because you're not going to raise them the way they would. And they know they can't get you, but they are confident they can get your kids.
I have a few questions that I want to ask both of you, actually, since you two are married, in an era where this is getting rarer and rarer. I think we know what has caused the problem. We've just talked about it on this podcast. It is feminism, it is Marxism, it's cultural Marxism. It's the union of the two. I don't even want to say it's the union of the two, because in some ways I would say that feminism is Marxism applied to the dynamics of sex and gender and marriage. So the problem is ultimately it's a Marxist framework, and it's the application of that Marxist framework. We now know that. Here's the problem though. They've won. They've won. We're now living in the world where the consequences of them winning is unfolding, and it's not unfolding overnight. It hasn't unfolded in an instant, in a flash. It's an avalanche. But the avalanche has started, and we're seeing the consequences of it. We're seeing the consequences of it in the collapsing birth rate. We're seeing the consequences of it in changing social attitudes. We're seeing the consequences of it in that poll that you read off earlier that showed already a majority of young women and 40% of young men think it's an outdated tradition and an outdated institution. And we're seeing the consequences of it in the legal side. Going back to the discussion that we had about the role of government in enshrining the definition of marriage and that changing definition over time. The problem is we know it's probably going to get a lot worse before it gets better. I don't think we're at the end of this this avalanche. So how do we get out of this?
So this is what I would say. Like I'm gonna put it in these terms. I have a daughter who's married now to a great guy.
You're being evicted.
My daughter wanted to get married. Actually, all three of our kids have all stated they want to get married young and they want to have kids young.
Right? I wanted that too, and I'm now 30.
Okay, but
not that it's not like,
but one of them made it. Right? One of them made it so far, right? And I we'll see what happens to the other two. But the point is that's the first thing, wanting it. Why did they want it? Why did they want it? I mean, you could argue on some level they wanted it because they believed.
So, JMO, it's not that it's under attack or not under attack. Okay. First, I will say this. Okay, it is under attack, which is why we have the amount of legals pouring over the border. It's not due to them not being able to shut down the border. They can shut down the border at any time. I appreciate the follow workforce. They can shut down the border at any time. You have to understand. One, it is because cultural Marxism is countercultural hegemonic infiltration. That's like the entire point. The entire point is to basically co-opt capitalism and turn it into socialism, and then it'll eventually evolve into communism. But so basically, if regardless of what your politics are, your economics kind of matter in this conversation. Actually, whether you're Keynesian, Austrian, Marxist, whatever you are. You have a labor to capital ratio, and when that gets skewed, you have to do certain things like import people, which is why, for instance, Japan is struggling so heavily right now, because they're finding out one of the effects of ethno-nationalism, where they're 99% ethically homogenous. They're all Japanese people, but they haven't been able to import illegals or import labor from other parts of the world, so they're in for basically a collapse of the yen right now. So we can cushion these numbers, these falling birth rates, we can cushion them with importing people from everywhere else in the world. But the problem is that if you do that enough, doing so is basically a failure in policy, in my opinion. It's absolutely a failure in policy. You're basically saying if we fuck up, we'll just kind of cushion our fuck up with people from the third world. It's insane. I'm not saying that people from the third world aren't welcome. I'm just saying that the people that live in this country, right? They are the citizens, and they should have the environment fostered for them to procreate if they would so wish. Birth rates are down in the dumps. Yeah, birth rates are really, really low.
Yes.
Population control is working for the government, but they still need cheap labor. So yeah, and that's why it's I can't afford to have kids, but we're just gonna fucking do it. We're just gonna do it because you're never gonna be able to really be in a position where you're like, wow, I'm totally good. I'm totally good. We're gonna have kids, and it's all gonna be great. And we're gonna be able to afford it. Too fucking expensive. But that's the nefarious underpinnings when it comes to illegal immigration and trying to bring people here from Venezuela. Yeah, no fucking shit. It seems it seems almost like a punishment. It seems you're I'm sorry, 20% cumulative inflation over the last 4 years. That's too hard for you, right? It's almost like a punishment. Okay, hold my beer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in all of these people from all over the world, and then they're going to be appreciative for that 20% cumulative inflation. Because currently, the Bolivar in Venezuela is hyperinflated so much that their monthly UBI is $3. Let's see. of all the issues in society, I don't think straight couples are getting married. Population control is working. Like shutting down the border in this case is a nothing statement.
We're
Like
trying, though.
Shutting down the apprehension. We are
Yeah, we going.
overwhelmed and the cartels are having their way in the border. Yeah, that's another.
Yeah, thank you.
The biggest factors for the border, right, economics aside, is obviously going to be the drugs coming in and out, the humans coming in and out, the trafficking coming in and out of drugs and humans. Like, it's national security is really, really important. Like, it's one thing to have like a South American, worker, and it's another thing to have like a, I don't know, Asian terrorist or something. I don't know, some bad actor. Why we have a front door. JPY rub is the same pre-war. But JPY is the yen. What is rub? Is that the ruby? I don't think that's the ruby. Why import more people to redistribute wealth instead of importing people to redistribute wealth from? Yeah, true. Libertarians are a rare breed. I definitely agree, James. What's up? Welcome in. So Jackie is pregnant? No, not yet. Jackie's not pregnant yet. How do you know how much? Just research? What do you mean how much? Warforged, I'm sorry. I was catching up in chat. You have full bars and it's constantly buffering. My internet is good right now. It's stable. I'll tell you if it's otherwise. I get it. Just seems if housing and groceries and medical issues are much more causal factors to have declining birth rates. No one wants to have kids, and they're all struggling. Yeah, I mean, America still is the richest country on the planet, but we're definitely not the healthiest, not the happiest, not the not the most relationships, not the most sex and mental health. We're struggling, and it's. I genuinely, I know a lot of you guys are kind of new here, but I genuinely believe it's due to Keynesian economics, it's due to Federal Reserve, it's due to inflation, it's due to lowering everyone's quality of life through a secret tax called inflation and printing money. It's something that's genuinely plaguing our society. And I just think it's crazy that people on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, will both yell about how fucking horny they are for democracy. Oh my God, we need democracy. Okay, why do you need democracy? Well, we need to have a vote and say in what we do. Okay, then why is one party constantly trying to do a top-down bureaucracy where they reallocate all of the power from the voter to an unelected, unaccountable bureaucrat that's in some three-letter agency somewhere that Congress has delegated that power to? It's just kind of crazy. But democracy, yeah. But yeah, that's the other part of democracy as well as the inflationary part, right? Like, I'm sorry, did anyone vote to print $24 trillion in 22 months? Anyone here punch A on the fucking card? And you can make the argument where it's like, oh, well, technically it's a representative democracy. Okay, so it's a representative democracy. I'm sorry, can anyone point out the representative that voted for $24 trillion to get printed in 22 months? I'm sorry. Any representative, Republican or Democrat, anyone vote for this? No? Okay. Understood. So you're okay with centralized banks as long as they fund, whatever fucking social programs that you want to fund, but when everything costs fucking 80 times more money and no one can afford anything and we need to import babies from the third world in order to, keep our birth rates from fucking collapsing. It's like, dude, at what cost? The healthcare industry is a really great example of this because our healthcare industry is so fundamentally broken, but Keynesian economics has forced us to constantly be so fucking horny for GDP and line go up, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the government is spending money because the government is constantly reinvesting into the American economy, right? How many times do you hear that? Well, we're not really giving money to Ukraine, we're giving them coupons to spend money in the American economy. Yeah. And it gets to a point where it's like, oh, well, America's capitalist and free market. But then simultaneously, we also spend 40% of our GDP is federal spending. So it's like, at what point do you think that you're crossing into that socialistic category, which is just absolutely abysmal in our current climate? because it's even worse. At least with socialism, you're gonna get some hope, some glimmer of like, you know, everyone. I mean, real socialism is like, you know, everyone being equal and everyone seizing the means of power. But under heavily bureaucratic, heavily regulated, heavily democratic, left-leaning politics in America, on top of being like borderline socialist as a nation, yeah, dude, that's how you get the regulatory capture that we have now with 1,800 lobbyists, around 535 Congress people. It's super gross. There are a few of us, Ranger, me, Lactoid on Twitch at least. Scott, Fabian, Liberty doesn't stream on Twitch anymore, and some of the hard end caps around too. Oh, you're talking about libertarians, yeah. Lactoid TV. There are a lot of conservatarians, right? The people that kind of float between conservative and libertarian, but actual libertarian. So there's no one that's going to be more libertarian than Scott. He's on YouTube. He's an ANCAP. So, like, I'm a fucking socialist to Scott. But Scott is great people. He's very well read. He knows a ton of theory, and he's always fun to talk to. Fabian Liberty on YouTube. Good dude. And then probably Lactoid, yeah. There aren't many libertarians around. Mostly progressives in these spaces. Oh, The Wrong Show as well. The Wrong Show. All one word on Twitch. Oh, that is the ruble. Okay. Bong it. Also, the USA is the world's money laundering capital, since people from every country come to America, so all the rich people from every other country put real estate in America because it's real estate safe. So there's also like a really big misconception when it comes to real estate in the United States.
I'm gonna take a walk.
So I believe that nobody outside of the United States of America, including Americans that are operating out of the Cayman Islands, okay, nobody that is not possessing an American visa or an American-based company should ever be allowed to buy real estate in America. But with that being said, I think it's something like 2% of all real estate in America is owned by people outside of the United States. It's a really, really low number. But I know everyone will freak out and be like, "Oh, China's buying all our farmland." You should be more worried about Bill Gates, dog. Bill Gates is buying up like every fucking aquifer in the Midwest right now. I don't know what the fuck that man is doing, but it's kind of worrisome, because anytime I read like any sort of authoritarian theory, like these are things that they all did and deployed as tactics, because if you control like the food and the water, then I mean you control the people. We are number one in people in prison, true. Yeah, we need to ban private prisons as well. There should not be a single prison that is for profit. If the government is going to enforce our criminal statutes, then the government should be the ones that are rehabilitating them. We can all vote in the fourth industrial revolution. No, we're not going to be able to vote, dude. It's going to be like iRobot. If you guys have never seen iRobot with Will Smith, highly recommend. Go watch it. That's going to be like 20 years from now. Boston Dynamics dogs. Plot twist. They're actually going to be on our side, because they're going to invent like a scarier, more sophisticated, more lethal, like Terminator-esque robot that's going to take over the world. It's going to be like the original Terminator, or not the original Terminator, the second Terminator with the liquid metal Terminator guy, right? Boston Dynamic dogs, we've been scared of them all along. The plot twist is that they're going to be on our side, and we're going to be fighting the more advanced AI. That's techno-feudalism. The microbot swarms, yes. China usually brings a truck and executes their prisoners who did harsh crimes. Yeah, I mean, China is definitely not... I always find it so weird when people that I talk to that are leftists on this platform that, like, fucking praise China, dude. Like, bro. if that's, like, your version of what you think a society should be, then holy shit, man. I totally understand every argument that you've ever made with me. Genuinely. Because it's fucking welding people inside of their house is nuts. Bro, just imagine that. Imagine your local sheriff comes up to your front door and fucking welds every door and window shut. And you don't own a firearm because you're a disarmed sheep. The memes of production. Collectivizing around culture is valuable. I totally agree. That's not to say that I don't support multiculturalism, but I think that there's a lot of benefit from not spending your entire life assimilating, right? There's so many different cultures. I'm reading. Yeah, labels are whack. Don't put yourself in a box. Why is the quality so awful on the video? On what video? Is that better? Yeah, exactly. Bill Gates' research into genetics and then crossing with his passion for land is fucking scary. He's literally doing the basics of Albert Wesker. How do we know that it's 2% owned by a company under a conglomerate that operates in America? No, the 2% was in regards to other people from other countries owning American real estate. Because the trope on the right in America is like, oh, China's buying up all our farmland, right? It's just not true. It's not true. And even if they do buy whatever it is that they buy on our land, like, we can take it away at any time. It's our land.
You can get that no matter where you're at.
But that's a different conversation, because what you're saying is that, how many conglomerates own real estate in America. That's a different statistic than how many foreign countries own real estate. And what's a conglomerate, right? Like, is, $1 million a year LLC, does that count as a conglomerate? Haru Murata? Never heard of her. She's an ANCAT. Microbot swarms. A lot of shell companies are not included in that statistic. Shell companies are absolutely any sort of, because you can't link a shell company to an individual, even if it's in a trust. They take your phone and go through everything in seconds in China. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. 2019, I really thought that they were going to overthrow the Chinese government. You keep a Sawzall on you? Why? Are you streaming on any other platforms? Right now, I'm just streaming on Kick and Twitch, but as soon as I get fiber in a few weeks, I'm going to be streaming to multi-streaming to a bunch of platforms. I think maybe YouTube. Maybe. I'm undecided on YouTube. Yeah, the wrong show, Grumple. It's two guys. They're cool. They're libertarian guys. China buys 3 to 4 times what China does, if memory serves me correct. What do you mean by buys? Buys from us? So if a foreign company owned by Nestle, so it's a foreign company, but since it's under the Nestle umbrella, it doesn't count as a foreign company. So if a foreign company owned Nestle, well, so Nestle would be the American company.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Owned by Nestle? Okay, so switch the first sentence around. So if
So
Nestle owned a foreign company?
No, we're getting evicted.
Oh.
Yeah, so we are open, but we're not going anywhere. So, where are you from? Are you local or?
It's just out for a ride. I was looking for a bake stop actually.
Yeah, we're more of a head shop, and we do psilocybin
And that company
services.
bought real estate in the United States? No, Nestle would have to buy it. They can't
we
have their
do
foreign subsidiary
all kinds of fun
purchase
stuff.
real estate in America.
Yeah, let me come talk to you about that.
I mean, they can, but right, like we're talking about the hypotheticals. If we banned all real estate purchases from foreign entities and individuals, which countries own the most land? Canada at 31%. You know what's also really crazy to look at? How much of the United States is owned by the federal government? Super fucking weird. I don't know if you guys have ever even thought of that, but just punch in a state in Google, be like, how much land does the federal government own in Montana, right? Just whatever state, Colorado. It's insane to see some of our states in the United States where like 40% of the land is owned by the federal government. Like, bro, you're 60% of a state? What the fuck? How have I not known this? So foreign held U.S. land, for 29% is for crops, 22% for pasture and agricultural land. Why are lawmakers concerned about Chinese land ownership?
And what this is a guided session. I walk you through it. I prepare you for it. We take
Yeah, this is a lot of words.
We deal with any traumas, anxieties, unresolved issues.
Let's look at the data. Which countries owe what?
And then we work on balancing our inner selves with our daily selves, and then wrap up. And then we work with integration. So then you integrate your experience into your daily life afterwards.
So Canadian investors own.
Yeah, dude, they didn't drop out. We forgot to drop out.
See, this fucking article, dude, keeps throwing me for a loop because it keeps saying like, oh, Canadian investors own up to 31% of the land, and then it's like, you know, right at that tail end of the sentence, they're like, of all foreign-owned U.S. land. No, so it's 3.1% of the country's privately held farm and forest land.
I've learned a lot. Great teachers at times for certain things, and for certain things that are just not for anything.
Oh, writers and their biases.
We did from the biblical worldview that we raised them in. If you would ask them, they would also tell you, I got raised in a family where I like being. I like being in a family. And so marriage was modeled for them in such a way as something that they wanted to aspire to. And it's crazy because I will tell you all the things we probably got wrong, all the things we're thinking, like, oh my gosh, I wish we would have done this better, I wish we would have done this better. One of the miracles of this entire process is the amount of mistakes you can make as husband and wife, the amount of mistakes you can make as parents, but when you are dedicated to sticking with it and trying to faithfully live it out, when you can own up to your mistakes and improve from them instead of making excuses from it, it's amazing how it not only affects your marriage, but how it also affects the way your children look at marriage. I tell people sometimes, it's not as if we do it intentionally, but I flirt with my wife in front of my kids, and I argue with my wife in front of my kids. And one of the things that's taught them is that mom and dad still got it for one another, they love one another, and we are safe and secure because they're safe and secure.
At Hotels.com, we know some travelers crave sand between their toes. Others want to be poolside with a drink on the way. And more often than not, those two people end up in a relationship. With the Hotels.com app, view properties side by side across amenities like pool and ocean view. Compromise isn't so bad when you're holding a Mai Tai by a pool with an ocean view, agreeing that, yeah, this is better than finding sand in awkward places for 3 days. But now in the Hotels.com app, find your perfect somewhere. Celsius con sus
I lived a full life.
Picantes sabores de frutas e ingredientes comprobados impulsa una vida activa todos los días. Encuentra las bebidas energéticas de Celsius en nuestra página de Amazon. Compra Celsius ahora y disfruta de un sabor delicioso. Celsius, energía esencial.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
You have a wonderful day.
But I allowed it to impact my decision.
But then again, like overall, I'm pretty against public displays of affection.
That's something you can still build in life.
Yeah, please.
That's going to be one of the things
Please,
I think we have to
we're here
understand
until
is that
November
repentance, grace,
20th,
mercy,
so-
all of these concepts
and then
that
we'll
again we
have
find within
another
Christian
spot
theology
afterwards.
are going to play out in a society where a lot of people, both men and women, have made bad decisions. The question is they properly identify that they were bad decisions and now want to make different ones.
I suppose the question the deeper metaphysical question that I have on this is, at what point does society go down that path? It's one thing for an individual to go down that path and be like, I was wrong about this. Although it's worth noting, I've been reading comments in our live chat whenever I can over the course of this episode. There's plenty of people in here that have, I mean, I sound like I know my story, right? But like, there's plenty of people in here that are like, I'm 25 or I'm 30 or I'm 32 or whatever, and I wanted this. I never changed my desires of finding a loving spouse and starting a family and doing everything that we just talked about, right? And they never got it. I know that Hamilton and I really resonate with a lot of those people. Some of them are men and some of them are women.
I was one of those people.
You know, they didn't have a worldview change on this.
It's really weird. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be like that.
I always wanted.
And it's really interesting because we have, like, back to you mentioning the chat, we have men who have just completely, they're like, oh, women just want this, that's it, women frustrating. Then we also have women in the chat who are like, but I'm not this, and I would like that. And it's like, why can't these people find each other? They're right there in the chat together.
I've seen that before. I've been to, here's one
Because the women are fucking lying.
About how men and women deserve each other.
Well, this is the other thing that I think people need to understand, right? Is that one of the things that social media has done is it allows you to reinforce whatever your inclination is at the moment. The algorithm will be more than happy to appeal to whatever your current sentiment is, right? If you feel like, you know, it's all black, we're all screwed. Great, we're all screwed right there in your day in, day out. I was experiencing this other day when I was watching, like, my gosh, I just feel angry right now because of all the things I'm seeing coming up on my feed. Right, but this is the part where I get down to it. For the ladies, right? You've been lied to, and the feminist worldview, which again is rooted in this matches worldview, is not going to make you happy. Or the number of women that it might actually make happy on some level for some period of time is minuscule. And it goes back to this idea that men and women were literally made for each other. We're complementary, not competitive. When we embrace the complementary nature of our natures, all of a sudden, that relationship becomes incredible and passionate and enriching and mutually beneficial.
I don't know if it's necessarily about how parasitic the internet is, but it's definitely like through the lens of a woman. Now I sound like the fucking postmodernist, but it genuinely, like, you ever hear about, you know, trans people or investigatory reporters that will change genders to see like how they're treated?
Yep, that's one of
Yeah, it's on 1.5 times moist. What's up?
I do have like imports for like 24, but I can do for 20. But I can do one of those for 25.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Are you local?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I feel good about that. I just realized too, like I went off on the.
Where is it?
I don't.
You understand the concepts we all
I
face in
do.
this town.
Yeah. That.
We love living here, but it's a hard live, ain't it?
It is. My rental I was renting, they decided to raise the rent by $700, and the new facilities, everything was in some cabinets.
Jeez.
I'm doing van life.
I'll be right back. Yeah, that's the new American dream.
It is, I guess. Until you actually do it, but it's not that.
Until you actually do it, yes. You're correct.
They're gonna get harder on that too.
Nora Vincent. That was her name. I remember this. This was actually sad. I listened to her speak. Due to her experience as a man during the making of Self-Made Man, she ultimately had a depressive breakdown, leading to Vincent to admit herself to a locked-down psychiatric facility, stating it was the high price she had to pay for the burden of deception, of a separate identity, for trying to hold two gender identities in her mind. That's bullshit. And then she died via medically assisted suicide in
Yeah,
Switzerland.
thanks, and I'll probably come in again while you guys are still here.
Yeah, we're throwing some fun shroom events.
Was that her? I
Yeah,
think that
so-
was her. I think it was. She was like an
Yeah, you have a good
investigative
day.
journalist that went undercover as a man just to see like how men are treated in the world versus women. Yeah, so she had like a mental health crisis, went in and out of psychiatric facilities, and then she took her own life. But yeah, that's why it's like, I don't know, I don't want to. It's one thing to just be very comfortable on a podcast and just kind of make a comment, right? That's like very loose and not that deep, and it's not really meant to be overly, overanalyzed like I'm doing right now. It's just kind of rich when I hear a female say things like this, like, I'm just so confused. Why are you an incel? Just go find a woman. What do you mean? There's women right here, right? Like your grandmother, like, oh, why are you 30 and single still? Why? There's women right here. Look at all these women. Like as if it's just simple as literally just finding a woman, not a compatible woman. Well, they probably also come from a different time, but.
Now, if you don't want to believe that, I can't give you a path out of that, other than hardship. Same thing for men. Men, I get it. It sucks. Tough. I know this is frustrating because, Christian, you got mad at me once. You looked at me, it's like, dude, you got married at 19, you're happily married, the whole deal.
I said I don't want to hear it.
And I get it. I know you don't want to hear it, but I don't know what else to say. Like, there's a part of me that wants to look at men and be like, dude, I can acknowledge it sucks. What do you want? Right? It sucks for you differently than it sucked for another guy.
Swing a cat by the tail and hit a
guy
woman.
That was getting shot to shit on the beaches in Normandy didn't want to be there. It sucked. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If you want, I will tell you this much: the guy that had a charge in Normandy could run to Canada. That's what he could do. Could run to Canada. The guy now can go into his room, watch porn for 8 hours a day, get plenty of dopamine hits, make just enough money off of welfare or whatever job he can manage, and he can die sad, alone, and fat. Okay, you win, I guess. I'm not talking to you directly.
I was about to say.
I'm not talking to you directly. It's like, okay, do you win now? Did you show us all? I showed you, Nick. It's not salvageable. Okay, fine. Then go be pathetic. I don't know. I'm not talking to you directly.
I get it.
I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Each generation has their challenges. I do know this. What's going to save us are men and women that refuse to accept it.
Absolutely.
Men and women that refuse to accept it, that stand up, absolutely reject it. Some of those men and women are going to be people that went through it. And I mean went through it and bought into it and participated in it and are now coming back going, man, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
True.
They're going to own up to it and they're going to assume personal responsibility and they're going to change their behaviors. Others are going to be people
By
that
Jackie and I are going to have kids.
but they've decided to fight it differently.
We're going to go on welfare.
Because they're going to refuse to be depressed. One of the things that Yuri Bezmenov talked about, right? One of the first stage in all of this, it wasn't take over the
Bro, I
academic
just did a deep
institutions. It
dive on
wasn't
Yuri
infiltrate the military,
Bezmenov
engage in
for
espionage.
the podcast.
Demoralization.
Demoralization.
Yeah, it's not in.
Demoralization. Okay, so this is like a fun. I just did a deep dive on Yuri Bezmenov because for the podcast. So demoralization was actually a term that they used to basically infiltrate a foreign nation that didn't share their values. So they were, you're right, like kind of like how we bitch and complain about how the United States constantly wants to play the world police and basically say like, hey, your culture isn't as good as our culture and our culture is superior, and it's just totally arbitrary because you can't really measure harm. Well, the same criticism that Americans and people around the world have of America trying to instill their culture in other lands and foreign lands is the same exact thing that the Soviet Union did. The Soviet Union did this to a much greater scale. It's just super weird how the Soviet Union was evil when they did it, but when America does it, it's all Gucci. But they called it demoralization, where basically through their studies, so they had their own version of MK Ultra and everything, but through their studies, not with psychedelics, but just through their studies and social warfare and Marxism, Leninism, basically they were able to deduce that if you demoralized a country, oh my god, I can't get the words out, but this is exactly, because this also bridges back to the postmodernism not being compatible with Marxism or whatever. If you demoralized, their strategy was basically that if you demoralized a person in a nation so much, eventually they will be resistant to objective information. That was essentially their plan. So if you demoralize them to the point where it's like, oh, well, fuck it, nothing matters anymore, right? Like, the country's fucking doomed, I'm never gonna buy a house, the food industry is trying to fucking poison me, right? Like, you get really, really black-pilled, you get demoralized. All of a sudden, there's nothing that the state or the media could ever say to you to regain your trust. And even if the media was like, hey, aliens are invading, and aliens actually are invading, you will never believe it. You'll never believe it. So basically their strategy was to demoralize the nation to the point where you could, you know, Yuri Bezmenov even said, he went on this whole rant where he's like, you can grab them and you can bring them to Russia and you can show them the forced labor camps and you can show them everything else, right? But it doesn't matter because they're going to be that resistant to objective information. And then they also went on a lot of tangents regarding normalization. Normalization was the other term that they used, and normalization basically meant Marxism-Leninism. So one thing that has always been really iffy with me throughout history, and so there's one thing that I can't fucking stand when people do when I'm like, hey, that's kind of socialistic, or that's kind of communistic, that's Marxist, that's whatever, right? And when someone tells me, hey, that's not Marxist, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's Marxist, that shit drives me insane. It actually drives me insane, especially when, historically speaking, when you study everyone that followed the workings of Marx, all of them rejected the title. You know why they rejected the title? Because the title was regarding theory that was literally meant to overthrow nations. That's the entire point. It was meant to overthrow nations, so it was socially taboo. It's the same reason why today we have people that hide from the label communist. That's why we had the Red Scare. That's why we had McCarthyism. That's why we had all of these things that Hitler, drink water too, shut up. That's why we had all of these things regarding these very, very taboo terms, because they were committing mass human rights atrocities. And it's very easy to sell people that are free, that have constitutional rights, or at least were at the time. You can be like, hey, you want to live like that? No? Okay. Well, then communist is a bad word. But it's crazy to see the propaganda machine and how it's able to just kind of churn out basically incentivized words or stigmatized words at will, right? Sexual assault, racism, hate crime, hate speech, assault rifle, inflation. Like, what the fuck do any of these words even mean anymore? American women have the 2-6 rule. What's the 2-6 rule? Isn't it the 6-6 rule? I don't know what any of that is. You listen to that man 10 plus years ago? Yeah, I think it was like 1970s. He was a KGB defector. Remember a few years back there was the math on doing it right. A family of 4 on welfare could be getting up to like 90. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something completely different. Everything Yuri said has happened. Absolutely 100% positively true. And that's why I also say, I forgot who it was. I think it was Jay that was in here earlier. Sounds like a left-leaning guy. That's why, like, when I say, like, hey, it is cultural Marxism, and then typically Marxist people will turn around and say, because I've spoken to a lot of people about this, and I've also read, like, all of the fucking theory regarding this, but basically all the Marx people will come back and say, like, hey, that's not cultural Marxism, that's cultural Bolshevism, right? So basically what you're saying is that's Leninism, that's not Marxism. But you're basically hoping that the person that you say this rebuttal to doesn't really know what the fuck they're talking about, so they'll basically just counter it and be, because the person that's calling it cultural Marxism, generally speaking, they have no idea what Marxism actually is. And maybe people are actually doing this, but people that are politically inclined and that are in this space, dude, if I call something culturally Marxist, I just ask me. I can elaborate, I promise. I can totally elaborate and we can talk about it. But like when you read, so Marx wrote a bunch of books, and some of them are about the evils of capitalism. Some of them are about like, surplus value, which is basically like economics. There's some that are basically talk about how to hijack capitalism and then overthrow capitalism and then leave like a bunch of blank lines where you need to fill in the part where you basically, kidnap politicians and just whack everyone in the government and then have your communist revolution. But that's why. So basically, Marx bastardized Age of Enlightenment socialism. So Friedrich Engels and Karl Marx basically invented communism, and it was called Marxism. Now, communism wasn't in and of itself an economic system that currently existed. Communism has actually never happened because we've never been able to achieve full socialism. We've actually never achieved communism, unless you're talking about like some uncontacted tribe in Africa or something, right? That's still like has a legitimate commune. But I'm talking about the economic system. Because Marx said that socialism was the ultimate goal of Marxism. But then eventually socialism, capitalistic socialism, turning into full socialism, pure socialism, would eventually evolve, it would elevate to communism, to a classless, stateless society. But it's very weird because when you look at every single person in history that was a Marxist that did really, really bad things, right? Che Guevara, Hugo Chavez, Maduro, who's currently terrorizing in Venezuela, Mao, Lenin, Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini. I mean, the list just keeps going on and on and on and on. There are so many people that have been negatively influenced by Marx in history, where they basically, all of them have one thing in common, and that's they all rejected the label of Marxist. All of them. And then when you read Marxist theory, you start to understand that it's like, wow, this creepy old smelly homophobic guy is actually telling me that I need to blend in with the crowd, because if I am an agitator, then there's no way that they're going to accept my violent overthrow of their society. So yeah, there's no violence advocated for in Marxism, in Das Kapital or the Communist Manifesto or any of his other books. There's no violence, but there are those blank lines, and those blank lines get filled in by very, very evil people throughout history. Like, dude, what are you gonna vote your violent revolution? 6 figures is the new welfare. Sure, I'm telling you, Jackie and I both are educated. We have careers. We have no kids. We have 2 dogs. We refinanced our home in the height of COVID, and we are still like living paycheck to paycheck. Like, make that make sense. Tell me how much you love the Federal Reserve. That's the greatest part about modern monetary theory, is that eventually everyone's going to be a millionaire. Every last one. What's up, Deflux? Bring up the kick stream to have uninterrupted audio when ads are off. I appreciate you, Grandpa. I have actually commands for that. Exclamation ad, I think. Hitler drank water too. Shut up. Assault rifle is a specific thing. Assault weapon does not mean assault weapon. Right, yeah, like we have legal definitions, but again, just like every other definition, when the left controls academia, they can redefine whatever the fuck they want, right? Like anti-vax. Dude, do you guys know what anti-vax means? Everyone knows like a very common definition of what anti-vax means. Anti-vax means that you oppose basically vaccines. You are anti-vaccine, you don't like vaccines, all right? The new definition of anti-vax is someone who doesn't like vaccines plus anyone who opposes government-mandated vaccines. So you can like every vaccine on the planet, but if there's this one specific vaccine that the government says you forcefully have to take this vaccine in order to integrate in society, that is considered anti-vax now. It's the same thing with like assault rifles, assault pistols, assault weapons. That's why like the memes were like really aren't far off when you say like assault chairs, assault hammers, assault knives, assault fists, assault kicks, assault punches, right? You're just adding the word assault to whatever fits your narrative. It's kind of like saying gun crime. Gun crime is kind of retarded in and of itself. Gun crime, right? Like it's violence and then it's happening with a firearm. Kidnap politicians based joking. Yeah, that's what the dude that I was talking to the one time, the one that said that Lenin was misunderstood, the one that I roasted for being a genocide denier. He was the one that was talking about the Sandinistas, and he caught me off guard because I was like, who the fuck? It sounds so familiar. And then I did like an hour of reading after I got out of that conversation, and yeah, he was retarded, just like everything else that he said. He said the Sandinistas were good people, and they weren't violent. Bro, like, the first page of information I read on the Sandinistas was like, okay, so day one, they basically kidnapped every fucking sitting member of Congress, put a gun to their head, put blindfolds over them, kidnapped their families, sexual assaults, pulling off fingernails. Like, dude, these were the communist examples in history that were peaceful. I was like, Jesus, man. But it's also my fault because earlier in the conversation, he literally denied the fact that Lenin did a genocide. So right then and there, I should have discredited everything else that he said or fact-checked literally everything else that he said, but I just didn't think of it at the time. But sometimes during a conversation, you have to just kind of hand wave or concede, be like, okay, whatever. Let's just say I concede this topic just to progress in the conversation. You were saying Harris is lying on guns. She said today on X she will ban assault weapons. Yeah, she's... what's up, guess who farted? I was saying that Harris was lying on guns because she said that she owns a gun and Walz owns a gun, and they're both gun owners and they're both gun supporters. She said something along those lines. When was it? During the interview, I think? Or the debate, maybe? I don't remember when she said it, but yeah, she did just come out recently again and say she wanted to ban assault weapons. That's crazy. No one's coming for your guns, right? But that's what I mean by the left and controlling the definitions, because this is literally something that under capitalism, you have to be weary of the pitfalls of capitalism. So one of the pitfalls of capitalism, which is also one of the greatest things about capitalism, is the profit incentive, because the profit incentive can lead to that propaganda machine turning up. So things like common sense gun control, right? What is common sense gun control? Common sense gun control can be anything from, hey, Ranger, you own 950,000 rounds of ammunition, okay? We're gonna write a law that says you can't own 1 million. So kind of in your next 50,000 rounds, be careful, right? Because you can only own 1 million. To the other extreme, which is basically taking every fucking firearm out of society. But they hide behind vague, ambiguous language like common sense gun control instead of exactly what the fuck it is, because they have propagandized and they've thrown so much money behind the phrase common sense gun control that people just regurgitate it and act like it's actually a talking point. Nobody understands what the fuck you're talking about, which is why, like, when Kamala says, like, I'm a gun owner, I'm not taking your guns, and then 3 days later turns around and says, like, hey, we're gonna ban assault weapons. Bro, what? How did you just... And it all stems down to that very broad, ambiguous language that they constantly hide behind. It's the same thing with people rejecting the label of Marxist. Cutebot is looking for political guests. That sounds like a shit show. She's doing a political panel tonight and she's looking for guests. Crazy. Why didn't she just schedule them in advance? Hitler was vegans that do not trust someone who does not eat meat. True. I am anti being forced to do things by my federal daddy. There's just daddy. The definition of vaccine itself was changed to fit the narrative. That's true as well. Yep. So much for bodily autonomy. Very true. How much is Harris paying for the stream? What do you mean? Guess who farted? Guess who farted? Aren't you like a conservative guy? I think I've seen you around like Rob Norstream and stuff. And lecture fan. Dude, I'm a libertarian. I don't support Kamala Harris. I'm voting for Trump. I don't like Trump, but that's because I'm a libertarian. But he's a lot better than Kamala, so. I'm not paid by any political action committee or Progressive Victory or Trump or Kamala or... I have 16 viewers and I'm just kind of shit talking on a Saturday night. Gun control after an army psyop, true. Common sense gun control is using bone structure, bone alignment, breath control, trigger control, sight alignment, sight picture correctly. Gibbs and Mahdi will probably be there. They go and do her dating show a bunch. I never liked those dating shows, dude. They started doing them on Kick. It's very weird to see like all of the people that moved over to Kick. They're basically trying to recreate the Twitch sphere, like all the just chatting stuff, like the dating shows and stuff. It's only a matter of time before they get a political panel. Gibbs is how I found out. He's supposed to be on. Not sure about Modi. Guesses and lectures a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen him around like the conservative space. I think he just thinks I'm a lefty. Maybe I'm misreading. Vote Trump not to save America, rather to end the system that's been running wild since Kennedy. Well, I don't think it's gonna end the system. The system is much larger than any individual, but I don't think Trump is gonna fix the system at all, actually.
No. He'll
remove some regulation and, we'll kind of stem the bleeding because one of these candidates is a fucking accelerationist. And overthrow him when he tries to become dictator? No, dude. So the one thing, and I was just talking about this to a socialist friend of mine the other week, was basically like, he was kind of like floating really close to the sun, and he was saying things like, well, we just, we'll just, we'll just resort to revolution or whatever, overthrowing, a body of people or whatever. And I was trying to explain to him the historical understanding of why everyone should be anti-revolution, because when you look at the circumstances for what revolution has caused throughout history and why those revolutions have happened, it's always due to one thing. They always have one thing in common, and it's the gap between the haves and the have-nots grows too large. Like 99% of examples in history where this has happened, like any sort of violent revolution, this has happened. The gap between the haves and the have-nots. And that doesn't always have to be materialism. It could also be, well, I mean, I guess assets are materialistic as well, but it could be rules, it could be rights, it could be negative rights or positive rights. It doesn't matter. Just things that there are havers and there are have-notters. And anytime you have that dynamic and it grows too large, that's why I kind of like really harp on economics and I try and preach, and I'm like, hey guys, you know, we need to do something differently. I get it, because right now we have 20% of the United States owns 80% of the wealth. And now we have 80% of the country that owns 20% of the wealth, right? Like that's way too fucking jacked of a ratio. The ratio should definitely be a lot calmer. Which basically means that we're failing on economic policy. No, you're based. Oh, I appreciate you. Ranger is a giant communist. He's a Bernie, bro. Very true. Very true. Feel the burn. Feels the burn. No, he won't, but he will unite those who can. I don't know, man. I don't know. The only thing I can really go off of when it comes to
Celsius, con sus refrescantes sabores de frutas e ingredientes comprobados, impulsa una vida activa todos los días. Encuentra las bebidas energéticas de Celsius en nuestra página de Amazon. Compra Celsius ahora y disfruta de un sabor delicioso. Celsius, energía esencial.
At Hotels.com, we know some travelers crave an ocean breeze. Others don't want to deal with sand. And oftentimes, those two people end up together. Compare properties side by side to find yourself poolside, oceanside, and still in a relationship. Find your perfect somewhere with Hotels.com.
What a dipshit fucking president that is. Red flag gun laws and no-knock raids should not be a thing in a first world country. They just shouldn't be. We have the sophistication and we have the ability to... I hate to say it, but yeah, we already have the ability and the capability to have fucking firefights and gunfights. That's mutual combat. Guess what, bro? You signed up for that job. You're you're on a special response team. You're on SRT. You're on a fucking SWAT team. You think you're never going to see combat? You think you just want to get your pension and dip? No, you signed up for a dangerous job. Don't fucking execute them in their sleep at 3 in the morning. Knock. And then if they want to boogie, then you boogie. But you give them a fucking chance, because too often we see the same exact abuses happening. We just saw it happen in Arkansas with Brian Malinowski. A search warrant. Bro, he took a bullet to the face over a search warrant for property, not even him. They followed him around for 45 days. They knew his entire routine. He was a very routine-oriented person. He was the highest paid government official in the county because he was the executive director at the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport, which is also a place where you can't bring firearms. So they could have literally just followed him into the parking lot, into his job, where they knew that he was unarmed because he's going into work. He works in an airport. He can't keep a gun in his car in the parking lot. 0 guns. Highest paid official. And the worst part is that they staged in a parking lot to basically raid his house 1 week prior, and they heard that he wasn't there. Now, why does he need to be there when your warrant says property that you're seizing? When you have a search warrant for property and not people, why does it matter that he's there or not? Well, when you're above the law, it doesn't fucking matter, and you don't have constitutional rights unless you can prove damages and bring it forth to the Supreme Court. So it's one of those things where we just kind of have to sit back and take it, and literally just like that, it's just completely forgotten about. And that wasn't even a red flag law. That was just the ATF being tyrannical. But this also has happened in a number of cases with red flag laws, where you have, like, you know, because it depends on the fucking state, and you have some Karen that, you know, is very fearful of firearms. You know, you take anyone in this country that has an irrational fear of firearms, and you're basically weaponizing them with the power to call the cops and be like, hey, this person is, you know, being really scary and intimidating with a firearm. And that, you know, scary and intimidating is subjective. It's an opinion. Meanwhile, you have some guy that's just like posting pictures on fucking Facebook, some boomer. It's like him and his grandson at the range shooting. But maybe whoever's reporting it doesn't like the age of the grandson. And now all of a sudden, grandpa's getting fucking raided at pre-dawn, no-knock, 5 a.m. while it's still dark out raid and getting executed because he thinks it's a burglar. Bro, red flag gun laws are one of the most. If you believe in the Constitution, if you believe in negative rights, if you believe in a line in the sand between you and the big daddy state, yeah, you should be very pro negative rights. You should be very pro, hey, government, fuck off, you can't cross this line. And I'm sorry, but if you believe in the Constitution and you're like a staunch constitutionalist and you believe, it doesn't even have to be the Constitution. If you're just staunch in believing in negative rights, then yeah, I mean, you really shouldn't be like the biggest Trump fan. Now we can say like, hey, we're choosing the lesser of two evils, but choosing the lesser of two evils is still choosing evil. I can't, like, I don't support Trump. Also, his economic policy was great until it wasn't. And then what happened when it wasn't? You know, he left like $1.5 trillion in office when he left. That was part of like the national debt that he added, but he did have a lot of cash. He printed money too. Yeah, I mean, part of all of this inflation that's happening right now is Trump's fault. Trump printed $4 trillion. And then Biden printed $20 trillion. So Biden is way more at fault, but yeah, Trump is definitely partially at fault. But why did we have to print money? Well, because of the CARES Act, the COVID lockdowns, the PPP loans that were non-repayable and only fucking taken advantage of by people that were wealthy and didn't need the money, like FaZe Clan and Mr. Beast and like multi-millionaire music artists. McCain's support made my decision. True. I cannot, that was not on my bingo card, man. McCain, the invader to Iraq's VP, the man who was second in command.
Yep.
When the Taliban said, hey, don't invade and we'll give you Osama bin Laden on a silver platter, and then he was one of the two people that said, no, fuck you, hold my beer, and then invaded Iraq.
Yep.
That guy. Dude, that's how you know. That's how you know. Like, I have a lot of friends that are liberals that didn't change their morals from 25 years ago. It's, they're on the right now. They're center right. Does it mean we are failing on economic policy? I believe so. How do you think it's not a failure on economic policy, Deflux? MK victim? I don't think that Malinowski was an MK victim. I think he was just murdered in his house in the middle of the night over a search warrant committed by overzealous tyrants that should all be in prison. Every single person that raided and kicked the door in on Brian Malinowski should be in prison. They should be charged to the fullest extent of the law, and they should be in prison for murder, all of them. They all got the briefing. They all showed up 1 week prior. They all fucking followed him around for 45 days. They all got fucking briefed. They all knew exactly why they were there. They knew. They all knew. So it doesn't matter who the trigger puller was. They're all fucking equally as guilty, because any of them at any time could have just stood up and be like, hey, maybe, hey, you remember that oath we took to the Constitution? Maybe we shouldn't murder this guy in the middle of the night in his house. But that very environment and that very claim is why I'm super, super anti red flag gun law. There's no objective metric there. It's all feelings. He's evil, but his evil as a single person is not a full system. Yeah, I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, well, if there's this evil entity that's battling the other evil entity, well, I'll kind of let them just battle it out.
Yep.
That act hurt our business that stopped shipping nicotine products. What's up, Warforge? What happened to this dude? What dude? Have you seen the Fallujah, the segment on Bush from Family Guy? It actually came true. I've seen a lot of Family Guy on Bush, but do you have a clip? We'll watch it. Yeah, Family Guy is so funny. Family Guy kills me, especially when they roast George Bush. I think those are like my favorite Family Guy moments.
In your face.
And people are really demoralized, and I would say,
good people, by the way,
yeah,
are
good
demoralized.
people. I mean, a lot in our chat actually. And when Nick is coming down on like guys, it's not directed at everybody, and sometimes guys will take it as though you're rolling them all into the same thing.
I'm not.
But what it is it's just recognizing it sucks. The situation sucks. You can either rise to the occasion or you can let it defeat you, one or the other.
Okay, so Trevor, there's no way in hell Nick is ever going to know what it's like until he goes through it. Trevor, I'm not going to go through it. I'm not going to go through it. Now, here's an important thing. You can ask, hey, Nick, why are you never going to go through it? Or you can just say, well, Nick doesn't understand because he's never gone through it. Do you want to go through it? Right? No, I had to go through different things. Other people in other generations have had to go through different things. And I am not sitting here telling you I completely understand what it's like to be going through your situation. I am not arrogant enough to say something like that. I realize that it sucks on a different level. And in some ways, I'm more demoralized than that. I can understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, what do you want to do?
What's up,
Get
John?
rid of the
Welcome in.
demoralization? Or do we want to start asking questions about how we get through this? Because I know this. I don't know a single man today, not 45, I don't know a single 25-year-old man or 35-year-old man. I don't know a single one that is working on themselves spiritually, emotionally, intellectually, professionally. I don't know a single one that feels as if they are worse off for having embraced those pursuits as opposed to saying it all sucks. So I'm not trying to make light of the situation. I'm expressing the inevitability of what needs to be done in order to improve it. And the good news is, dude, there's a reason why they want you demoralized. There's a reason why they want, if you didn't matter, if the way you looked at the situation didn't matter, they wouldn't care what you thought. They wouldn't waste countless of time
Very
trying to
true.
demoralize you as a man. If you didn't matter, you do. They're giving away the strategy through what they target. And so,
I
I
also
don't know
think
what to say other than
if you live your life looking at the internet, so this happens to introverts all the time.
All right, men. This obstacle course represents the final test of your training. Almost all of you have completed it in the allotted time. But as you know, as a unit, you either all graduate or none of you graduate. Griffin, it's up to you.
I've seen this,
All right,
but I
you
don't
can do
remember
this, Brian.
exactly.
Come on, pray with me. Dear Lord, just stay out of our way. Okay, good luck.
And go!
There's Waldo.
There's one. I love it.
Fresh pepper?
Yes, thank you. Oh, that's plenty, thanks.
None for me, thanks.
My boyfriend just dumped me.
There's a lot of fish in the sea. It's always darkest before the dawn. If it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be.
Thanks!
Brian, you did it! Oh, I say, this is an even bigger accomplishment than getting Minnie Driver's head to fit on screen.
Congratulations, men. You've all passed basic training. I'm proud to call you soldiers. I'm sure you'll do your country proud tomorrow morning when you're all shipped off to Iraq.
What? Oh, don't worry. I'm sure he means Fraggle Iraq.
Oh, this isn't so bad.
Yes, the people are friendly. I say the media has totally blown this whole thing out of proportion.
Okay, I go in store, I throw backpack, big boom.
No. You are Big Boom. Big hero.
Okay, right. So I throw backpack, come back and have big hero party with many virgins.
No. You boom.
Oh, okay. I put on backpack, boom. Then I come back, big hero virgins.
Okay, yeah. See you in a few minutes, Big Hero.
Unit 17, this is base. Please report.
10-4, everything's Charlie 4060.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I just thought you're supposed to say names and numbers. Nobody's corrected me so far. What the hell was that? Help! Help! Charlie Tango Cash, 47 Victor Charlie, Mary Hartman.
Roger that. We're moving to your position.
All right. Shouldn't be too hard to get ourselves kicked out.
Right. We've just got to convince them we're not army material. Ready?
All right, let's do it.
Wow, look at how gay we are. I am so gay with my gayness.
Me too. I'm a homo.
Any room for one more? Hell yeah! All right, last resort. We get injured and go home with purple hearts. Shoot me in the foot.
What? Shoot yourself in the foot?
No, they can tell by the angle. Here, you shoot me and I'll shoot you.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Of course it'll work. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, damn it! Oh my God, that hurts! I think you missed me.
All right, I'll try again.
No. Hang on. That looks like it's painful.
Of course it's painful. There's a bullet in my foot. Now get over here.
No. I changed my mind. I don't want to do it.
Come on, we had a deal.
No. Don't point that at me. No. Come on. This is flat out just not safe. Ow.
me see it.
No, I don't want to gross you out. Oh, ow! Oh, we are in so much pain right now, the two of us. Oh, ow! Okay, that was real! Hey, hi.
Yeah, this
I'm
is so
Private
old.
Stewie, and this is Private Brian. We both got shot in the foot, so we figured an honorable discharge would be in order, and you could just send us back to the States.
Getting shot doesn't get you out of here anymore. What? Yeah, we take whatever we can get. I mean, we got 2 dead guys guarding the ammunition. Sorry, guys, you are here until the job is done.
Great news, everybody! Democracy just kicked in!
I remember.
Because introverts, I hate to say it like this, but like the way I interact with the internet is very different than the way Nick interacts with the internet. Nick's an extrovert. He's going to interact with videos. He's going to interact with posts and commentary and things like that. I see all of it. I interact with almost none of it. And so I consume it, and I'm looking at all these different things, and the algorithm knows what to send me because, you know, I find funny videos and I send them to my friends. But that's the only way I interact with things like that is if something makes me laugh or it makes me think, I'll send it to somebody. That's my only way of interacting. I interact like an introvert. Nick interacts like an extrovert. All I'm trying to say is introverts have a tendency to see a lot more internet than they interact with. And so they end up seeing internet girls, like I'm talking about guys now, they'll see internet girls and just think all girls are like these internet girls. And I just know that that's not true. Why? Because we've raised 2 girls that are nothing like the way the girls are on the internet. In fact, it really
I missed it. No, I watched it. I watched it off stream.
Who seem to be overly influenced by all of that stuff, who are super boy crazy.
I gotta be careful with the amount of music that I play.
Or they like to play games with boys. And I mean, it's a topic of conversation in our house actually all the time. How different girls will interact with guys and how much they hate it. Well, I know that if we raise 2 girls that are like that, Nick and I are not the only 2 people who have raised 2 girls that aren't like that. I know they live out there. I know they're out there. So this idea that, okay, all girls are just like these whatever podcast girls, you know, or they're OnlyFans girls, or there are these Instagram girls that just show you a shot of their butt every 5 minutes. Okay, first of all, if you think all girls are like that, you need to stop looking at their stuff. And secondly, most of the girls you want aren't even on the internet. Or they're interacting with the internet the way I do, where I'm not posting a bunch of stuff. If I like whatever you're posting, I might send it to my friend. And that's how a lot of girls will interact with the internet, and those are probably the ones you're looking for. You're not looking for the ones that plaster their butt all over Instagram.
The deeper question I asked earlier, and I think you at least partially answered it, was I think we all agree that we are living in a historically unprecedented era when it comes to this topic. I mean, when it comes to mental illness, right? It's just we're in an abnormality, right? And I don't mean this in the sense that we have electricity and they didn't for thousands of years. I mean this in the sense that like basic institutions about how you should be living your life, basic intuitions about how you should be living your life, concepts that again predate government, predate civilization, like marriage, like children, like family, and many others as well. They're just gone. They're either completely gone at this point, partially gone at this point, or they're on their way out the door. And in today's episode, we're talking about marriage specifically. There's so much hopelessness. There's so much despair in black building. Even still, I see comments from people that are like, I'm a young man and I feel hopeless. Some of them are angry. Some of them have gone down the red pill route, right? Some of them have gone down the black pill. But the fact remains is that they know, we all know. If you're listening to this podcast, chances are, you know something is wrong. You might not be able to fully articulate that something's wrong. You might not be able to fully explain the reasons why, although I would really hope at this point in the podcast that we've given you a clear explanation of how Marxism, how cultural Marxism, and how feminism has contributed to the dissolution of marriage. But as an individual, you're looking at the world around you and you're like, I'm living in a con world. Everything's been inverted. All of our values and norms and social institutions have been turned on their head or destroyed. When are we ever going to get to a point where everything is back in its rightful place?
To the extent, so okay, let's look at it this way. Right? Let's just take a microcosm.
That might be hard to do, but we're gonna figure something.
We've raised 3 kids. Our 3 kids have our values. One of our kids is 21 is married.
We won't pick something out.
Okay, she's gonna have kids. I fully expect, based off of my knowledge of her and my knowledge of him, that their kids are going to be raised with very, very similar value systems. I also, having listened to them talk about their own strategy with respect to the educating of their children, I also know that there's a high degree of probability that their kids are not going to be influenced by a lot of things other kids are right now because they plan to play a very, very active role in what education looks like. And so here's what I would say. If I was a young man right now, age 25, I can't possibly know what that exactly is like. But the things that I would be focusing on are the things I can control. I cannot control the larger narrative. What I can control is the amount of time I spend.
So we'll let you hang out here.
Right? I can control the spiritual side is important. So many people want to throw out the spiritual side. Give me all the other stuff. I don't believe in spiritual. I don't believe in it. You are free to do what you want. I think the spiritual side is absolutely essential because it provides the framework for morality and objective truth. So it's critical to understand what you believe and why. Right? And again, I take that from the Christian faith.
Or you can just give your moral framework without saying like, hey, this moral framework is right because of something in the
Johnson would love that, right?
When it comes to emotional, the other side too, the emotional component is working hard on being, and I'm not always the best at this. I've been pretty animated during this whole thing, right? But it's trying to control one's emotions in a way to where you are properly delivering emotional feedback in a way that makes sense for the environment that you're in. Right? And a lot of that comes with just interactions with different people, learning how to think and question and to listen and to process and to empathize, right? To do those things, right? That's important. Again,
A wedding, nice. How was it?
The professional side, right? It's about developing skill sets.
Okay.
I will say this: if the world's just going to hell, I would rather be fit and capable than not. Right? This is one of the things I talk about. I'm not preparing for the end of the world. I'm trying to save my community, my country to the extent I can. But the preparation for one is useful in either eventuality. So it really is just this black hole moment. We're all going to hell. Fine. I'm going to be
Expensive venue, nice.
My kids, my friends, my network, my community. We can weather that storm.
So many people do weddings wrong, man.
I'm going to do those things. Why? Because I can have.
You gotta have really good food, and you gotta have an open bar. Two absolute musts to have a wedding.
You'll be in better shape.
Musts.
Feel better about yourself. You'll be confident.
If you can only afford that for 10 people, guess what? You're having a 10-person wedding.
All of that capability and competence.
Those are mandatory for a good wedding.
Spouse. Right? Because this applies for women too. Right? This is not me just sitting there trashing men, saying men do better. Like, that is not what I'm doing here. I'm specifically speaking to the male experience because the male experience is the one I understand best. But there is a reason why I raised my daughters the way I did. I never wanted, I don't want any young man out there to ever have like my daughter be a source of heartbreak or despair for them. Right? And I want the same thing for my son and for a young woman. Right? I want to be my son the sort of man that a good woman looks at and goes, that's the one I want. Right? I want my daughters to be the sort of person that a good man is attracted to. Right? So
it's interesting. You mentioned, speaking to men. I feel like this is kind of geared more toward men. Partly, I think, because I think men are the ones getting so, I would kind of abused in this situation. And men being demoralized makes sense. I understand, why men are demoralized. In fact, in our own family, obviously the girls love the idea of falling in love and like romance and all of that, and they love that idea, and they want to find a wonderful man and that kind of thing. But the only one of our 3 kids who has ever expressed anything akin to fear about finding the person is my son. He's scared he won't. Not scared, but he's worried that he will find himself, 30 in like a flood of a bunch of hoes, and he won't want any of them. And
he's worried he's gonna end up like me.
He wants traditional, and he wants a wife someday, and he has really expressed that as a worry, as a concern to him because he sees it too. And so we're not coming at this from a standpoint of, well, we did it, it's gonna be easy for you too. No, I'm concerned about it too because I see my son and I know what he's gonna be looking for, and he would love to find his wife. He's young, he's about to turn 19. He already wants to find his wife. That's what he wants. And it's a concern that maybe he won't find her, and maybe all the women will be totally brainwormed by the time he wants to find her because he's worried all the women will be destroyed.
I know that feeling exactly because I felt that way in 2012 when I was 18. It's a feeling that I think a lot of guys, at least a lot of guys that hold to any traditional conception of marriage, have. I'm willing to bet most of our male audience remembers that when they were, especially if they're younger.
Very, very true.
If they're older, back when marriage wasn't disintegrating.
Fun fact: if it wasn't for Jackie, I'd probably be single right now. I'd probably be single. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a fun story.
I might not feel this way, but if you're younger than 30, if you're my age or younger, you probably felt the exact same way that y'all's son felt that way as he's 18, where it's like you're looking around and you're worried I won't be able to find somebody because I felt that way when I was 19, I felt that way when I was 20, when I was 21, and I remember by the time I was 23, I'm like, I felt like I was running out of time, and now here 7 years later, now I'm like beyond demoralized at this point. But I even though personally I'm demoralized, I do the one white for me it's just black pills all over again. I don't know what to say. I feel like I missed the train, but I do think that from a societal standpoint, the way that I would articulate it is that women were deceived and men have become demoralized.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've both been screwed for entirely different reasons and through entirely different mechanisms.
Well, and one system was culturally supported and the other was culturally, the women behaving this way was culturally supported.
That's a really good way to put it.
Was also culturally supported.
But they were both the negative ends because women were supported only for perverse ends, for ends that deconstruct
100%
the proper role that women should play in society, and men were taught
they got the positive reinforcement behind the behavior.
I'm sure feminists are listening to this being like, oh, you want to oppress women? No, what I'm saying is that men and women are created and exist to execute a certain function. This is what we have right now is imagine a car. And imagine an engine has a purpose in a car. It's to move the car. Brakes have a purpose in a car. It's to stop the car. They both serve indispensable functions to the car functioning properly, to the car running properly. Guess what happens when the engine tries to act like a brake and the brakes try to act like an engine? The car crashes. And then you should
Actually, engines can act like brakes.
That one?
You just put the car in low gear. It's a pretty bad example.
Okay.
Not be surprised when we live in a world where again, society is pushing men to act like women, and society is pushing women to act like men, that both men and women are miserable, lonely, alienated, and the institutions that, when they're properly applied, are supposed to elevate men and women to the best type of men and women they can be, those have disintegrated. Of course everybody's going to feel black-pilled. Of course everybody's going to feel hopelessly depressed right now. Maybe now manifests itself in different ways depending on whether or not you're a man or a woman. But we should not be surprised about this. The way out, and it sucks saying this because I'm sitting here as, again, as a 30-year-old single. It's like, who am I to give advice about anything? I'm talking from a metaphysical standpoint that the way out is revolt against the cultural norms, revolt against the cultural Marxism that is taking place, revolt internally against it. You might not be, I cannot change what society at large is projecting. I can't change the culture. I fight this every day in this podcast, in my work in politics, but I'm not a dictator. I can't snap my fingers and just change the cultural order around us. But you know what I can change? I can change how I react to this perverse inverted culture. And that's the only way forward. That's the only way that you can't fight against the avalanche, but you know what? You can't hunker down and you can wait for the avalanche to finish and maybe we can dig ourselves out once it's done.
And Brett earlier, said earlier, the good men are getting screwed over, Nick. Actually, looks like Nick can't offer a solution because there is none. There's no fix to this that politically viable and allowed to be taken about online is on the last mission of Halo Reach. Only one objective: survive.
Really? Do all of them capture electricity? I mean, that would make sense that it would capture the energy.
We're not denying that. We're not denying hypergamy. We're not denying anything. Right? We're not denying that there's this new dynamic. In fact, this is why we say like Home App actually does a really good job of explaining.
You told me you didn't want nothing to eat last night. I asked you about so many times.
You're not denying it because it's true. Everything that you just said explained why it's true.
Yeah.
You just got done saying that you don't blame women because women were lied to, right?
I'm good. I'm like, you want popcorn? I'm good. Chips? I'm good. You want bread? I'm good.
Elements. And a lot of guys, can I say this first of all? This is going to sound weird because I met my wife in high school, but Tina will tell you all through high school I got walked all over. I was the friend zone guy. I was the friend zone guy all through high school because I was really, really adamant about this idea that I needed to be a good man, or I needed to be a good guy, not a bad boy, right?
Which is really interesting because I know the situation on the ground is different now, and it is much, much worse. And I'm not denying that. None of us are. It sucks. It's just that, are you going to weather it well, or are you going to give up? But I just want to point out one thing. When I met Nick, and I know we're in a completely different situation, but even back then, even 25 years ago, I looked at Nick and I was like, he's different. He's like a better man than most of the guys I'd ever met. And that had to do with, he was honorable, he was honest. There were things about him, the very thing about him that put him in the friend zone for a lot of girls was what attracted me to him. And it's the fact that he wouldn't just play with people's feelings, he wouldn't just do that type of thing. He was different, he was honorable. And that was really, really rare 25 years ago. And so I can only imagine how rare it is now. And that's just it, is it's like, you're not trying to attract the girls that are gonna shove you in the friend zone over that. You're trying to attract the girl that's attracted to it. Because to her, she values the same things you do then.
Well, so here's my point. I'm gonna do my best to try to answer this, Brett, right? Because I understand you guys get screwed over. The reason why I pointed out that, like, when I was in high school, I got walked over. I was the friend zone guy. I remember watching, like, why are girls dating guys that treat them like crap, right? And trying to understand that dynamic, it just confused me. Like, I didn't get it. And I was trying to kind of, in some ways, I was trying to figure it out by myself, not because my dad wasn't involved in my life, he was, but I spent the school years with my mom, right? And so I'm asking my mom about this, and my mom, of course, is just like, oh, you're a great guy, and the whole deal.
It's a brand new world. You gotta start building.
That's super helpful. But I knew this. I knew I didn't want to be what I saw other guys doing. I knew I didn't want to be that. I knew I didn't want to be a guy who thought was like going to take advantage of women and treating them bad in order to get as much as they could out of them and kind of discard them. I didn't want to be that. But I also didn't want to be
wild. You know what? Once we get into the game, we're going to take a look. And
it wasn't until my senior year where I started to figure out this idea of, and this is where the whole bad thing is the bad boy, good guy.
You like playing on Romans?
When I say bad, I don't mean bad as in morally evil. But I did realize that no, men should be dangerous. And I don't mean dangerous in the sense that you're going to hurt an innocent person. But a lot of that masculine component comes with the side of being confident.
No, we don't have any nitrous from psilocybin.
Right, then the more you're developing on things that actually make you more confident, this is why the physical aspect of this, lifting weights, going to the gym, learning how to shoot, learning how to fight, doing all of those things changes the confidence dynamic of the way that you carry yourself. And I'm going to tell you right now, women cannot help but be attracted to those qualities. Developing the qualities that make you, again, potentially dangerous. And I always say, I'm dangerous for my family. I'm dangerous on behalf of my family.
Room that's all set up for it with fractal art,
they get it. My wife, my kids, they know that, they've seen those little glimpses when I've been mad at someone else or when I thought something might have posed. They see the little change there. And there's two things they would say is that they know Daddy has the capacity for it, but they also know I have the capability.
Right now.
And there's a reason why women work, and sometimes it gets translated into a bad boy element, right? It's that aloof, it's that thing trying to teach you something. That's a negative manifestation of it. I guess what I want to say is there's a positive manifestation of this as well. Part of the reason why women want that dangerous aspect from a man is because it indicates to them whether or not you're capable of protecting.
You know, Pop-Up's just got to work really hard for 30 days.
Walked over and whatnot, well,
30 days, I got to work really hard.
So some of the easiest things that
we're at 26 now.
Again, go to the
gym. We're about to have our first Sunday. We're gonna
And
have
it's not
4
because your
Sundays that we're
girlfriend desperately needs you
missing,
to protect her from
okay?
bandits all the time, right? It's not about that. It's about when they develop those capabilities, it changes the way that we feel about ourselves. And when we start to display that sort of confidence that if I needed to, I could, and if I needed to, I would, that confidence gets exuded into other things, and women are attracted to it. And it's not a bad thing for women to be attracted to it. It's just that unfortunately a lot of times it translates into being attracted to the bad boys.
Here,
Now, there's a whole other conversation to talk about right now. This is the fact that the internet and social media has changed the male-female dynamic in ways that technologically I think very, very few things throughout history have. You could argue that, birth control not only changed the dynamics for women with respect to, having more control over their sex lives, which is to say that physiologically they can prevent birth from taking place, right? And then abortion is like, and if it takes place anyways, now they can eliminate the kid, right? So that was advertised as this liberating component. Another thing that's happened with birth control is it changes the way women, hormonally, the way they respond to men, the way they interact with men, whether they're attracted to men. They're seeing it now where women have been on birth control ever since they were 16 because the doctors just push it at them. Keep in mind something, right?
First started off like, oh, we need to clear up your acne, let's put you on birth control, and then it's the fix-all for everything.
Keep in mind they are pushing birth control on women at like 12, 13 years old. And this is not just something to prevent them from, again, clearing their acne or preventing menstrual cramps or preventing pregnancy. This is interfering with chemicals that are taking place that are part of a woman's natural development. And they've seen this now.
When booking with other vacation rental apps sounds like this.
This place doesn't look like the pictures.
Is there a door behind all those spiders?
It's time to try one that sounds more like a vacation.
This is perfect.
Relax. We booked a Verbo.
La música exclusiva de México, el mariachi. La música de Guatemala, especialmente la marimba.
Cuando entré en Nicaragua, lo que hago es escuchar música nicaragüense, folclore y trova nicaragüense también.
Síguele el ritmo a la vida enviando dinero a casa con la app de Remitly a lugares conocidos por tus seres queridos en México y Centroamérica. Remitly Inc. está autorizado como transmisora de dinero por parte del Departamento de Servicios Financieros del Estado de Nueva York y PRTM 143, una agencia de transferencia extranjera NMA y un transmisor de moneda NRI NMLS número 1028236.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Fine. Tell me that and then go to the gym. Tell me that and then go learn how to box. Tell me that and then read more. Tell me that and then here's the other part I want to mention too. Tell me that, do these things where you develop your own competence and capability, and then go into the environments where you think you are most likely to find the sort of woman that would appreciate it. Because if it's on the Whatever podcast, you're probably not going to find a lot of women on there that appreciate the sort of man you're trying to become. If it's at the club, you're definitely not going to find a lot of women that are trying to appreciate the man you're trying to become.
You don't want them.
And guess what? And I get it, even in church, it may not be what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago, but it's more probable. Right? If they find the events, find the groups, find the organizations for which there are shared values, and spend your time there, not because it's a guarantee, but because the level of probability increases exponentially that you're going to find the sort of woman that appreciates the sort of man you either already are or the one you're becoming. Because one of the greatest things that I'm very, very thankful for with Tina is Tina and I, there's this idea now that you build a life and then you go get married. Tina and I wanted to build a life together, which means we were able to endure hardship together and difficulty together because we had no money. We both grew up in broken homes. We both grew up in situations where but we had each other. And
We were poor, man, and we weren't taught how to fight right either. Because coming from like a family of divorce, you don't learn how to resolve differences. You either have a situation where mom and dad never fight, and then the moment you see them fight, it's all over. And so now, to you, any conflict means it's over. Or you see families that never get along, who fight like crazy, and it's always backbiting and anger toward each other, and it's dysfunction. And, neither of us were taught how to fight right. We had to learn together how to fight right. We had to learn how to communicate together. And so just because we have a 25-year marriage that I think is amazing, doesn't mean that it was always just easy.
It was just lucky, I guess. I guess we just hit the jackpot, right?
No
work whatsoever.
we had to fight.
That really resonates with me.
Each other. This was not an easy thing.
This is why, whether you debate just for fun on the internet or with your friends or whatever, right? Debate is a life skill, and it is a necessary skill, at least in our current technological state. Everything in life requires debate, and there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. And I really resonate with that statement that she said, that she had to learn how to fight. And I completely understand. This is why kids need to learn what critical thinking is, because if they don't know the answer to something, they can understand where to find that information. They need to take multiple opinions and then kind of form their own. But it's so important to teach kids logical fallacies as well. Logical fallacies, understanding how to debate the right way and the wrong way, how to debate in good faith to obtain the most objectively correct answer. That versus just kind of carte blanche ignoring it. Logical fallacies are really important. Have a great night. Look forward to more conversations. I'm a batter too. Appreciate you for showing up. I appreciate you, Trips. Nice to meet you, man. Have a good night. Women have been made to be attracted to bad boys, so that's where they end up in broken homes with childhood. They lack mentors. That the government becomes a mentor by brainwashing them. Yep. I mean, we did replace.
Yep, I'm about to play some Minecraft with you! On the same one with you! I'm gonna play, I'm gonna come join your world. Yep. Working on getting everything lined up, set up real quick. Okay. Yep. Yep. Hopefully I join right in with you. Let's see here. Let's see. Move this up the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm somewhere near you. Left?
Turn right.
Dude, look at this. We're in a swamp.
You have the jungle?
Mm-hmm. Is this you? Did you make this pyramid? Wow, look, a pyramid.
I can't come visit. I am on the other side, Papa.
You're on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to get the boat, Papa.
Let's go.
And turn left. And turn right. Right over the side. Right
Over this side?
No.
No?
You go
No, what?
right here. Me on the side. On the side. If it's out me.
Yeah!
Do that.
Are we going to play together?
This is a Burger King.
We're building a Burger King? Alright, let's build a Burger King.
This is a table.
Okay.
I kind of like
You build a Burger King. I'm going to make a drive-thru.
I make a drive-thru already.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Make one.
Oops.
You have to make a car. You okay, Daddy?
Yeah? It's Eddie, huh? You got a bed up? You get some beds? There, I'm building us a wall for our Burger King. Oh, I got a... Check it out. I agree, I got the drive-thru. They can't come through. Look. Why are you crying? It is open at night, see? Look, watch. Come here, look. If the zombie is hungry, he goes to Burger King? I guess the zombies like Burger King? That's a good question. Do you think zombies like Burger King? Okay. 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 This is the drive-thru. You said you wanted a drive-thru. This is the car. Am I messing it up? Alright, do I need to build somewhere else? I'm going into the basement then. No, I'm going away. Why are you fussing? Hey, why are you fussing? I am staying. I'm just messing with you because you're fussing. Where's some dirt? Yeah, I flied out. Alright, so what are you doing? I was gonna build a drive-thru that goes around the building. Yeah? Well, how do you like cars? How do you get cars?
You have to make a wall down and you have to make a car.
I don't know how to make cars.
I make cars.
Okay, you show me.
You have to make a car out.
Yep.
It's got wheels. Like this. And you have to make this part down.
Hmm?
And it's another part for wheels down.
You need me to take that all down? Okay. got me one? Okay. A blue one. Okay. Mm-hmm. Whoa, I've never seen trees like this before. Yeah. Yeah, we break all these trees? Okay, copy. I will break these trees down. You want me to take them out with TNT? Alright. Copy that.
Make a way here, Dad.
About to make a...
Way here.
Clear it all out for you.
Make a way here, Dad. I don't want to hit my fast food last shop, Dad.
Okay. I'll do my best to keep a controlled system, but I have a feeling there may be some crying coming.
I'll be crying after that happens.
I think you might be.
This is my last shop.
I'm worried. I'm gonna do my best though.
Not become on top of the tree.
Yeah, just watch this. I'll show you.
Not make it too much big. All the way at the end. And not make a peel neck either.
Okay.
Stop. You seem still like that. Beep, 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 beep.
Okay. Controlled, no damage yet. I think we might have did it.
Please attack my fast food restaurant.
Okay, keep it going.
Stop.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, God.
I cleared that all out for you.
And make and do it.
You want me to clear out some more?
Walk it down. So many.
I'm gonna take off this whole tree. You could call me Pop's Tree Cutting Services.
Any people in that? I don't want to hit my fast food restaurant.
Pop's Tree Cutting Services at your need. You need something blown up? I got you. I don't know. I think I'm calling it dangerously close on this one.
It's one dangerous.
Yep.
It's one dangerous.
We'll see. Ready?
Take down.
Flip the switch.
Take down.
Are you watching?
Take down.
Tell me if I damage your place.
Okay, I will dig down and now.
Oh, it's close. Oh, it might damage. It might damage.
Not down there.
Did it damage your place?
No.
No! Look at that!
It was a bit.
It missed. It just damaged the dirt.
You please make a dirt house. A dirt house.
You good sir, I do not make dirt houses.
I make dirt houses.
You make dirt houses.
You make stone houses.
Pop does not make dirt houses.
You make any stone houses?
Yep.
Hang on.
Just in case you know, a werewolf comes along. Remember the story? How's the story go?
Huh?
You remember the story? The three little pigs?
Huh?
What did the one pig make his house out of?
Sticks.
Sticks, and then what happened?
And blowing around, not stable enough.
Blow it around. Wasn't stable enough. I know. How about the next pig? What did he make his out of?
What?
And was his house able to be blown over?
No.
Good job. It was not.
I made a witch.
Yep.
And now I come
click. Oh! Hello, I am Pop Pop, the insurance adjuster. I see that we've damaged one brick of your house of Burger King. Sir, would you like to fill out an insurance claim on your one brick?
And you please make a pretty, you not make a right close here anymore.
Okay.
Well, brick! You got
There you go. I fixed your Burger King.
Okay.
Keep finishing up your Burger King.
Stacking up.
Do you want me to make this brick down here?
You make brick on the bottom. Make the sewers underway.
A sewer?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's you. I'm a tree blower uppers. You want me to make this all brick?
Oh, mate, I want this is unless you play here.
There we go.
Unless you play here, Dad.
How's that?
This is the restroom.
That's the restroom? At the Burger King.
Burger King actually have restrooms, Papa?
Yeah.
Burger King got restrooms?
There we go. This mangrove. You need to go potty?
Yeah.
Do you need help? Okay.
Maggie, you please make sure stay on the thing.
I'm gonna come help you. got some sewers.
Sewers on the bird. Those are the tables. Go on. This is a mean It's time to go to bed, Dad.
Is it?
We sleep in the sewers, Dad.
I sleep in the sewers. I'm not a Ninja Turtle.
I am. You have to crawl back.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
You're the tit turtle.
Where's the bed?
You have to jump suit, Pop. You have to jump suit, Dad.
I have the jumps too.
That's the toilet hole, Dad. You can't go out the toilet.
That's the toilet hole?
You can't go in there.
You're sleeping in the toilet hole in the sewers. What are you doing?
I'm in the turtle. We had to go out the main street.
Here, catch. Are you looking up?
Uh-huh.
You ready to catch?
Uh-huh.
Oh, the sewer's got running water now.
Not too big.
Did I break it?
It went a little bit.
Can we fix it?
Let me fix the ground. Let me find my way out. You please make a mean street, Papa. You make a mean street, Dad.
Make a mean street?
Huh.
Probably.
Yes. You stuck in the sewers, Dad?
I'm making this toilet pipe, I guess. Yeah.
It's not morning, is it?
No.
It's not.
Why are you in here? Why are you in here? Playing Minecraft together now.
Playing Minecraft together now.
You stuck, Dad. You trapped, Dad.
I'm trapped. I'm going to die.
There's a White House right here, Dad.
Oh.
The White House right here.
Where at?
Right here. Right here.
You're supposed to...
You have to jump into the main street, Dad.
Okay, when I get in a hole, you say...
I'm not getting a hole anymore.
It puts the lotion on the skin, or it gets the hose again.
This is a toilet, Dad.
What? This is my toilet.
This is my toilet.
My toilet. Here. You're horrible. I'm locking you out.
Let's Main Street go. You save me. You please save me. Save me, Dad.
I'm fixing the bathroom.
Fixing the wrong toilet.
Mm-hmm.
I want to come out and that's the Main Street. My bad.
How you doing?
Coming down the Main Street.
You get some good sleep?
Wait till me come back home to the sewers. I will get a ladder, Papa.
Yeah?
I will get a ladder, Dad. I'm looking for the ladder.
What color window should we put on, boss?
Black.
Black?
And I like the other one on Burger King. That's
Is-
mine, yeah.
Okay.
I will get the ladder, Dad. Wait.
There we go.
I will get the ladder, Dad. I'll be back home, Dad. In 16 months, Dad.
You'll be back at home in 16 months?
I'm back home.
You'll be gone until November. You'll be gone until November.
Be gone towards Denver.
Gone until November. Sing it with me. Say again.
This is the toilet.
You gonna be gone to November?
I fall down again.
You fell in the toilet hole again.
Let me find my way out. Let me street. Beep beep. Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Hello, back. I'll come to Dad.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? Be hot, Dad. Right in the middle. I won't fall in the sewers. I fall in the sewers again. And then I do it again. I want to sleep.
Let's see.
I want to sleep.
This is the 8 hour.
I want to sleep right here, Dad. I want to sleep right here, Dad.
You wanna sleep right there? Where I gotta sleep at?
Right in the jungle.
In the jungle? You have a bed?
Yeah, on the other side.
Where at?
Turn not the other side. Right over there. Keep them right there.
But there's a creeper.
If we blew up a creeper, we'll blow up a creeper next time. Wait, where's the creeper go?
I don't know, baby boy.
I'm freezing. I'm freezing, Dad.
You're freezing?
I'm not freezing.
Okay.
It's so weird.
Alright, what should we do for the roof? I got an idea.
We have to be Burger King. Our bricks.
A Burger King roof out of bricks.
Yeah, that's a chimney, Dad. Make a little sign pop, huh?
There it is.
Make a little.
The Burger King?
Let me make a. You better have to put a brick like put a brick next to that door.
I think.
Oh, you broke it!
Yeah, but the door needs to line up right here.
No, toilet door.
Which one's a toilet door?
Trap.
I would think this one is.
The trap doors.
Okay, here. We'll use this one, and then we'll use
A button.
this one.
I want to use a button.
Okay.
I want to use a button.
Let's see. Boom.
If you can dancing.
How you open it?
You have to use a button. You have to use a button. You can't be in that toilet like that. Stinky.
Oh, there you go. Shut the toilet. Oh, I fell through.
You have to go out the main street.
I can't get out. I'm trapped.
You have to go out the main street.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Go up underneath Main Street. What am I gonna do? Where? Where am I going?
Straight.
Which way?
Straight, not that way.
Not that way.
And it's straight.
And straight.
And way up there.
And up here. Am I under there?
Those are my bad hat. You blew up a creeper.
Oh.
You blew up creeper.
Did I get you? Did I clear out enough trees for you?
No, 5.
What? I thought I cleared them out. Look at how many's gone.
I want 5 gone.
There was more than 5 gone.
I want 5. I want 5.
Okay.
I'm gonna have 2 times to do. I'm gonna have it. Not all broken like my other one downtown.
I want to see this thing called Marketplace. There's one that says it's.
Disney Channel?
Let's look at some of these.
No, we're gonna play Minecraft.
We are playing Minecraft. But you keep talking about the cities, and I know you have fun on Roman's World, that I'm willing to get you one of these. This one's Mickey Mouse. See? Would you like to be in that world? Look at that world. Well, you can only get one. They have 20 attractions there. other ones that they might have, okay?
Like that, like
SpongeBob?
Uh-huh.
Let's go worlds. Here's worlds. Let's look at what we got. Craftable houses?
I like craftable houses.
What are craftable houses? Craftable houses.
Hospital? Hospital?
Let's turn this off so we can see and read. Use these craftable houses to upgrade your survival world.
I want that house on Minecraft.
Wow.
I want that on Bible Minecraft. Coloring this big hole, Papa. Coloring this big hole, Dad. Beep beep ba 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 beep 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 beep. Hey Papa.
Yes.
You never clear these trees out, Dad.
I'm still clearing them out. It's a long process.
I want.
I'm looking at some of these. Look at this.
They're like the cars.
Hmm?
City. I like cities.
Modern city.
Like model cities. And that's hard to make.
Okay, you want to take a look at that one? Let's take a look at that one.
Monique to Spain cheer at the end of abortion rights.
I was very pleased with the U.S. Supreme Court's decision.
And now, Monique to Spain's extreme backers want a national ban. Monique to Spain can never represent us.
This is a giant chunk of Legoland that goes several bricks deep. And in this video, I'm gonna be turning it into a massive Lego underground survival base. Then at the end, I'm gonna put it through some difficult catastrophes to see if it will survive. Let the challenge begin. Okay, so this dirt chunk is over 40 bricks deep and almost 100 bricks wide. Yeah, we got a lot of building to do. So it's time to dig down and build the first room to our survival base. The first step is building the entrance to our base, so I built this functional door that literally blends in with the ground. And now it's time to build the first essential room to our survival base. So I made this small storage room with different supplies that we'll need to survive down here, like food rations and medical supplies. And this is only the first of 15 different rooms I plan to build, each one getting bigger and crazier. But since we're underground, it's still dirty and it's freezing cold. So another essential room we're gonna need in our survival base is a place to sleep. So I turned this next space into a cozy bedroom, and the space next to that I built a bathroom with a sink, toilet, and a walk-in shower. And in the same room I'm gonna build a giant closet with tons of clothes that our minifig can wear. So now we have 3 essential rooms to our survival base. And after all that building, I think it's time for a quick nap. For this next room, I want to build an indoor garden with fruits and vegetables. That way we can have a self-sustainable source of food. So I quickly speed built a room with these planter boxes, and all we have to do now is plant some seeds and water them. And there we go. Now using indoor lights, we have a thriving garden where we can now grow all sorts of different fruits and vegetables to eat. Another essential room we're gonna need in our survival base is a room to store weapons, because in the case of an emergency, we might need them. So here's a variety of different weapons, from guns to rocket launchers, grenades, all the way to bows. So the next room we're gonna add to our survival base is a giant locker room to put all of them. Nice, now I feel like I'm in a Call of Duty loadout screen. At this point, we've built all the essential rooms that we would need in a survival base. But it's still boring down here because there's nothing to keep ourselves entertained. So for this next room, I want to build a complete movie theater. The first thing that every movie theater needs are nice couches that you can recline on. So I built these functional ones that minifig can actually lay down in. And for the screen, I built this giant one using flat plates. And to enhance the movie experience, here's some giant speakers, a popcorn machine for snacks, and some movie posters. Nice. Okay, we just built the at-home version of a movie theater. But even with this entertainment, there's nothing to keep our Lego man physically active down here. So I say for this next room, we build a giant indoor gym. And it looks like we're officially out of space for this first layer, so we're gonna have to dig down to a deeper level. The first thing I'm gonna add are 2 rock climbing walls. And to build the rocks that you grab onto, I use these stud pieces. And to make our minifig want to climb the wall, I hung a bunch of money on the ceiling. I also built a treadmill, and to get him to run on it, I built this contraption that hangs a hot dog in front of his head. I'm also gonna add a bench press and a rack to hang up different sizes of weights.
Come on, get those reps. Yeah! Woo!
This is now the biggest room in our survival base, and after a complete workout, his health has increased, and now he's rocking a 6-pack. And after that workout, our muscles are gonna be super swole, so I'm gonna quickly speed build another room with a hot tub with lots of tropical plants to make this place feel relaxing. Another room I want to add to the survival base is a game room with arcade machines. So it's time to clear out some more space. I want to include all the different types of arcade games, so here's a driving simulation game. I also built this arcade game, which is a first-person shooter. And finally, I'm gonna add one of those dancing games with the squares on the floor you're supposed to hit with your feet. And at some of the arcades I've been to, there's also bowling. So I built this tiny bowling lane with pins and a bowling ball for our Lego man.
Come on, let's get a strike.
Let's go! Perfect! Now earlier, we got food rations and built an indoor garden to grow fruits and vegetables. But for this next room, I want to build a complete kitchen where we can cook up all sorts of delicious meals. I built a pantry to fill with ingredients and a refrigerator that we can also fill. And to help cook the food, here's a blender and also a stove.
Let's try to flip it.
And to cook for our Lego man, I built this AI robot that will personally prepare and serve any dish we can imagine. Okay, another idea for a room I have is a library, because I think reading's a great way to relax and keep our minds busy while we're trying to survive here. The first thing I built is this rotating couch to sit down in, and lots of books that I built using these flat tile pieces. And while our Lego man starts reading, we're gonna make this room super relaxing, because in the very back, I'm gonna put a giant aquarium with all kinds of aquatic animals. Okay, that's another room down, and at this point, I would actually pay a lot of money to stay in the survival base. For this next room, what if we built an indoor basketball court? So it's time to dig out the biggest room of all. Whoa, Steve from Minecraft? What are you doing down here? Oh, he's digging for diamonds. That makes sense, guys. Okay, we're gonna have to send him back home because we're gonna turn this space into a giant basketball court with 2 basketball hoops, a rack to put basketballs, and finally a scoreboard. But the score's at 0, so let's give our minifig a basketball uniform and run it up. At this point, there's no way you're gonna get bored in this survival base. But there's still more cool things that I want to add. Like, what about an indoor skate park? So I cleared out a large open room for us to build one. I found these slope pieces in my collection, and we're gonna use them to build 2 massive ramps on each end of the room. And finally, in the middle, I'm gonna fill it with random obstacles that I'd see in a skate park. But aside from skateboarding, we can also bring a BMX bike here and some rollerblades. And there we go, that's another activity to do down here and another room added to our survival base. Now, what's another interesting room idea? What about a music room with instruments? There's one more empty corner on this level, so I'm gonna build it here. And all we have to do now is just add the instruments. So here's 2 guitars, an electric keyboard. I use these round bricks and disc pieces to make a complete drum set, a flute, one of those egg shakers, a harmonica, and for my favorite item, here's a PC setup with speakers and a MIDI controller so we can cook up some beats. And okay, there's no more room to put things, so we're gonna have to move to the next one. I have one final idea for a room. Basically, I want want to build an indoor swimming pool with slides and diving boards. So there's one more large space that we haven't used yet, and I'm gonna turn it into one giant room to put a swimming pool. And quick hack, but if you take transparent panels and lay them sideways, you can make fake water. On one edge of the swimming pool, I'm gonna add 2 diving boards to do flips off of, and on the other side, I built this tall platform with a slide going down into the pool. And I built a few more things like this towel rack, another rack to hold a life vest and flippers, and most importantly, a pool floaty. Let's go! Okay guys, that was the final room that I wanted to build. This thing looks like one of those ant colonies. Look at the before and after results, guys. Also, this is a good place to hide from the cops when you do an illegal building technique. But to see if this is a true survival base, I'm going to simulate a series of tests to see if this is truly something that you can survive in. Starting with an earthquake. Okay, it looks like it passed the first test. Wow, there's a lot of stuff that just came off. But this next one's gonna get more advanced because we're gonna see what damage happens when a flood occurs. Oh look, the pool's actually full of water now. Okay, it did get some of the rooms wet, but there's no actual damage on the thing. And for the final test, I'm gonna simulate an atomic bomb. But since Kim Jong-un didn't answer my DMs, here's the at-home version of one, and it's this 20-pound metal ball. No way, bro is still chilling on the couch. Don't worry guys, I think I can still fix this.
Stop the cap.
Comment what you want to see me build next. Thanks for watching, I'll see y'all in the next one.
Stack it up, add it up, stack it up, add it up, stack the bricks, stack quick, let it click, you know I'm lit.
A federal investigation into Hoyle's alleged connections to a cannabis business.
Investigators have subpoenaed Hoyle's grant to Lamota's nonprofit. Hoyle gave the dispensary $500,000 in grant money.
Hoyle was allegedly known to coach Lamota executives.
This is a 1x1 plate. And this is 12,288 1x1 plates.
Wow.
In this video, I'm going to challenge myself to transform this entire plot of Legoland into a complete Lego city with thriving life. Will this be a success or a failure? Let the challenge begin. So the objective is simple. Take this plot of grass that looks as empty as my chances of getting women and turn it into a legit minifig civilization that has everything a normal city could need. I have no clue how long this is going to take me, but I'm going to try to build as fast as I can. Before we begin making our city, we first need to introduce the civilians that will be living here. After an hour of building, we had close to 100 minifigures. Okay, we got some police officers, including the dude from Lego City Undercover. Great game. Basketball players. This guy's so cool. I can punch him like 100 times and he won't fall over. Let's go! Buckets. We got several random citizens, and to honor Queen Elizabeth, here she is. Rest in peace. She lived a good 96 years. And I can't believe I spent close to $500 on all this. So please like. So we have our citizens, but they're mad at me because I gave them empty land and they're now eating grass. So we need to start building right now. First, I speed ran to Target to buy a Lego set we can use. Looks like our first building is added. Oh wait, I just realized something. We can't use Lego sets because it's too easy and it's also cheating, and cheating is for losers and weenies. For this entire city, I'm gonna be making everything from scratch, so that sounds challenging, but I don't care because it's fire content. First, we need a place for our citizens to live. So how about we make a large condo building with several living spaces? So let's start adding some walls and windows. I want this condo building to have multiple floors, so let's make the first floor a lobby room with a reception desk, lounge area, and a game room with an air hockey table, water dispenser, and popcorn machine. I'm then gonna continue building the walls, adding some paintings and an elevator shaft. So that finishes the first floor, but for the second floor, let's start adding condos. This elevator shaft spits you out into this balcony where you can access both of them. But these condos look as boring as an airline flight safety video. So let's sauce it up and add some IKEA furniture. That's more like it. And I feel like 2 condos isn't enough, so let's add 2 more. And to do that, we need to make a 3rd floor. Again, I made more furniture, so let's throw that in. And just like that, our third floor is done. Lastly, let's add a roof, a sidewalk in front of the building, and boom, our civilians are a lot happier now. And I can't lie, I think this building looks pretty fire. Oh, wait, I didn't mean it in that way. Oh yeah, speaking of dragons, this video is sponsored by Dragon City: The Walking Dead. Dragon City is a free game where you can collect, breed, evolve, and train dragons to battle other dragons. You can become a dragon master and build an empire so big that Hiccup would be jealous. And not only that, but 6 iconic characters from The Walking Dead have been added to the game through 6 new dragons. Each dragon is unique, possessing its own special ability, which makes battling super fun. For example, this is Negan. His primary element is happiness, but he can make opponents weep with his bat. You can get not only him, but Maggie, Rick, and Carol through the offers or the newly added breeding island. You can then master the Michonne quest to get the Michonne dragon. And if you collect all 5 of those dragons, you'll receive the Daryl dragon for free. So if you click the link below or scan this QR code right here, you can collect all the exclusive Walking Dead dragons and get a juicy starter pack with 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and the zombie nature dragon. Dragon City is the absolute GOAT for sponsoring this video, but our minifigs are starting to get mad at me, so let's go back to building this Lego city. Okay, so we built a home for our citizens, but they're still eating grass, which is a problem. So we need to provide them with a fire fast food chain that serves high quality bussin' food on God. Oh, we can make a Chick-fil-A. Yep, the chicken sandwich franchise. Let's put this right next to the condo building. So first, let's start with the outside.
From Hot Wheels Let's Race, it's the Ultra Shark Car Wash.
Time to get washed up. Oh no, I'm shark bait. The splashing reveals my color. Time to spiral out of here. But first, a quick dunk in the water for an awesome color change.
Bring home the action of Hot Wheels Let's Race with the Ultra Shark Car Wash. Comes with 1 car, adults assemble. Other cars sold separately.
Okay, we got lots of space inside, so let's start adding things. I'll then add a kitchen, drive-through window, order station, a table for customers to eat, and one of those indoor playgrounds I would always go on as a kid while waiting for my food, and that also attract a cesspool of boogers. Now that looks like a Chick-fil-A. We can now add a roof, some plants around the building, and a customer pulling up in a sports car. I then went to a random library in my town to print out the company logo. That's more like it. Now the citizens of our city no longer need to be worrying about eating dirt, but can now eat pure chicken sandwich goodness. The only problem is that some of our citizens are vegan, so in protest they dressed up as vegetables and are now beating up one of the employees. After all that building, I think I'm gonna go get some food. Can I get a #1 combo? Chick-fil-A did not pay me to do this, by the way. So our citizens have a place to live, a place to eat, but they don't have a place to buy shaving cream, bleach, and ninja bullets. That calls us to make a general store where our minifigs can buy basic essentials to make their lives more convenient. I want to make this store happy looking, like you'd want to shop in it and spend money, so let's make it yellow. And here's the store logo. I have no idea what it says, but it looks cool. And to conserve parts, I didn't fully finish the roof, but that gives us space to build the inside. I made 3 racks with different categories of items. The first one has kitchen and household items, the other has toys, games, and hobby-related stuff, and the last rack has hygiene items, cleaning supplies, medicine, and other random crap. So let's throw those in. And it looks like our customers are already flooding in to buy stuff. Oh, wait, Darth Vader, you weren't supposed to give us a real one to sell. But anyway, our third building is fully complete, but at this point it was 3 in the morning, so I was getting tired and it was time to call it a day. So aside from living in a small condo, eating chicken nuggets, and buying laxatives from a store, the city is as empty as my DMs. Let's add some flavor to the lives of our citizens and make their town less depressing by adding a shopping mall. We can include a ton of stuff in this. Okay, so we got the exterior done. I then went ahead and detailed the front entrance, adding a fountain, a few trees, and a few benches. Let's move inside now. Every mall needs some sort of place to socialize and eat, so here's an ice cream shop where people can get dessert after eating their delicious chicken sandwiches. And I know that hair doesn't grow on minifigs, but let's include a barber shop. Let me see those waves. Hey, I like that cut, G. We still have room for 2 more stores, so let's go ahead and add a Hypebeast shoe store so our minifigs can get super dripped out in some J's, and a basic clothing store with tops and bottoms. At this point, the mall is almost complete, so let's finish it off with a roof. I am running low on parts, so I'm gonna keep it like one of those outdoor mall roofs. They have a bunch of windows. This mall fills in a lot of empty space, so I'm really happy about that. This city is starting to feel like a concrete jungle, so time to sprinkle in some life and plants. Next to the mall, I'm gonna add a park with lots of grass and a trail so people can jog or walk their dog. In this corner, I'll put a basketball court. Come on, let's see some buckets. Yes, sir. Let's throw in a bench and a picnic table where people are doing a mukbang video. I'll also include a lady doing yoga and a dude riding a bike. And it looks like quite a bit of things are going on now at the park. After all that building, I really need to touch grass. Okay, bet. Let's keep going. You know what I just realized? We've made all these businesses, but where the heck do the minifigs even get the money to spend at these places? So I think the city needs a source of ching-ching. So let's make a bank. I'm gonna build it in front of the condos across the street from the mall. So inside, let's include a bench and a kiosk with bulletproof glass. I also made a safe, so let's fill that up. Now that's some money right there. Let's also fill this crate with gold. Nice. Let's continue building the walls, add a roof, and our bank is complete. Our citizens now have a home, Chick-fil-A, general store, shopping mall, park, and now a source of money. At this point, nothing can go wrong. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Well, now it looks like our city is getting so big that we're having to deal with crime. So how about we build a police station to deal with all the annoying people robbing this bank? This looks so ugly. Nope. Okay, at this point of building, I was getting really tired and very discouraged, but our city was so close to being done and I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, now that's looking better. We've got a lot of criminals to deal with, so we need a jail cell. I'll put this in the back of the station and include a few basic things that look very depressing and prison-y, like a toilet that probably hasn't been cleaned since the Vietnam War, a sink, and a few beds. I'm also gonna build a separate room with an office for the cops to work in, and to be super intimidating, here's a helicopter. It also looks cool. And it looks like our police station is complete. So it's time to deploy the chopper and lock up these criminals. Wow, this actually feels like a Lego City commercial. And for our last stretch of speed building, we have one spot left in our city to complete. Even with the park, I feel like the city needs one more touch of life, so I say we add a beach. I'm gonna use some tan pieces for the sand, blue plates for the water. Let's add a sandcastle, a lifeguard tower, and a lady laying down on a blanket listening to music. And it looks like that completes our beach, but we're not quite done yet. There's a few more final touches I want to add to the city. First off, I'm gonna add a couple roads using a sideways building technique to fill in the empty spaces. And since we have roads now, I'm gonna add a few more cars, like this delivery truck, this police car, this car that looks like a Subaru, and one of these toy cars you see at almost every daycare center. Driving one of these is a real flex. Every city needs a hero, so how about we add Batman? Now the police officers can enjoy their donuts and have a little less crime to deal with, while Batman can drive around and punch the crap out of criminals. And it looks like that finishes our city. Wow, that took over 40 hours, and I'm feeling really tired now. Wow, I can go rest now. I think Dwayne Johnson's pretty impressed. How about you, villager? What do you think? But there's a few more things I want to do. First, I want to do one of those cool drone shots that you see people do over cities. Okay, here we go. What's gonna happen? Now let's simulate some natural disasters, starting with an earthquake. I'm scared. That actually is not too bad. Next up, let's simulate a tornado. Pretty much all the roofs came off, which is actually pretty realistic. I'm pretty sure that's actually a common thing in real tornado situations. And lastly, I don't really want to do this, but it's for content, so let's simulate a flood. That honestly did nothing. It literally just got everything wet, so I'm gonna have to leave this outside to dry now for a couple days. Comment below if you would live in this city. If you play one of my videos in school and show proof to me on Instagram, you might be in the next video. Thank you again, Dragon City, for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to click that link below or scan this QR code to download the game and get this juicy starter pack. Thank you all for watching. Don't commit any illegal building techniques.
I don't call a whole team when I'm trying to get into the booty spit poetry.
Val supported job training programs to help thousands of Oregonians. When she found out two sketchy business owners might be ripping off the program, she was pissed. So she's called for a full investigation. The attacks on Val Hoyle, a bunch of bull.
Every time you feed your pet Hills, you help feed a shelter pet, which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adoptable, changing their life forever so they can change yours. Science did that.
In this video, I'm going to be taking 15 popular and iconic video games and building them in Lego. Let the challenge begin. Okay, so a year ago, I built famous people in Lego, but this time around, I asked my fans on Instagram what their favorite video games were because I'm going to turn them into custom Lego sets. The first video game on my list is Mario, and there's actually a lot of different Mario games out there. But let's start with Mario Kart. Lego doesn't make any Mario minifigs, so I went onto Amazon and bought some knockoff ones for a few dollars each. Okay, we got Mario and Luigi, and we also got this Goomba. Now it's gone. Now to make this feel like Mario Kart, I'm gonna build some custom karts for Mario and Luigi to drive. Next, I want to build one of the most iconic racing maps in the game, which is Rainbow Road. All we need are a lot of colorful bricks, and I also put it above the ground using transparent bricks to make it look like it's floating. Is it weird that I want to lick this right now? It literally looks like candy. Then using clear pieces, I'm gonna build those question blocks that give you random power-ups when you hit them. Nice. Now, insert the hype racing montage. Now, Lego actually makes official Mario sets, so I bought one off Amazon for $200 and it has 1,000 pieces. Okay, so this one comes with a brick-built Bowser character, which is the main villain in the game, and a massive castle for him to rule with lots of details, other characters, and there's even moving features. Wait, where did Bowser go? Oh, there he is. Wait, what's he doing? Oh my gosh, he's playing that song again, guys. Next up is Fortnite. I went on the internet and bought these custom knockoff Fortnite minifigs for a few dollars each, and they come with these super realistic looking weapons. I'm gonna build some custom accessories for these minifigs, so I made a glider, a shield potion, and a pickaxe. And now I'm gonna build a battle bus that drops you off at the beginning of each round. It's pretty much a blue school bus with a hot air balloon on top to make it fly. Now it's time to get the squad together and drop somewhere. So next up, I want to build the most iconic location in Fortnite, which is Tilted Towers. I'll start by building a large clock tower that goes up very high, and a second building made from brick and concrete. I'm then going to add some finishing items to this build, like a vending machine where you can get a gun, a launch pad to jump on, a chest full of loot, an ammo box, a supply drop with the balloon, and finally a golf cart that can fit 4 different players. And when we combine everything we built together, we have our very own custom Lego Fortnite set. Like the video if you think this should become a Lego set. And most importantly, to go with the set, I built some materials. Whoa, what a sweaty player. He's cranking 90s. So now our Fortnite characters can get sweaty, crank those 90s, and take the high ground. Uh-oh, there's a guy bush camping. Another popular game is Roblox, and I want to make one of those blocky characters in the game. If you take a normal minifig, remove the head, and replace the body with Lego bricks, you can turn him into what looks like a Roblox character. My boy looking so blocky now. Life is Roblox. Another game I want to build is Portal. It's a puzzle game where you use a gun to generate portals and progress through a series of rooms. I'm going to build a tiny room in Lego, and to build the portals, I'm going to use arch pieces to form holes in the walls, then cover the inside of them with transparent pieces. All we need now is a character to play and a portal gun that I custom built. Okay, for this map, you have to make it up to this platform here. So I put one hole down here and I put another up here. So let's see if it works. Nice. Yes, it does. Okay, it's time for a round of building popular mobile games. Yes, the ones you play on your phone. My personal favorite is Temple Run, and basically you have to run through this obstacle course to escape these evil monkeys. First, I'm gonna build the running guy that you control in the game. Then I'm gonna use random pieces to build the creepy monkey guy that chases you. And now I'm gonna build the obstacle course that you run on in the game. So I'm gonna build a large ancient wall with water on the side and cover the wall in plants so it looks really old. Then I'm gonna build a few obstacles like a tree root that you're supposed to jump over and fire that you're supposed to duck underneath. And finally, I'm gonna add coins on the ground like in the game using these tiny gold plates. And there we go. Now it's time to test our obstacle course. No, you were supposed to swipe up to jump, not swipe right. That's how you turn. Another game is Subway Surfers, but instead of running from monkeys, you run from a police officer. First, I'm gonna build a little boy that you're supposed to play as, then the police officer that chases you, and he also has a pet police dog. As you run in the game, you're supposed to jump on top of subways and avoid hitting them, so I'm gonna build a small obstacle course with a train and a few other things you're supposed to avoid hitting, and finally, coins. Now we can add our minifigs, and there we go. That's another mobile game down. Another popular mobile game is Fruit Ninja, where you're supposed to slice random fruit with your finger. So here's a bunch of Lego fruit, and here's a ninja. And now it's time to test his skill. Ready? Go! Well done, student. But let's see how he does with a real fruit. Another popular game is Pokemon. I'm gonna build one of the iconic Pokeballs in the game they use to catch the Pokemon. So I'm gonna take a bunch of plates and use a sideways building technique to create this massive ball. It looks really satisfying and it also fits perfectly in my hand. Oh look, it's one of those rare Charizards. I call dibs on this. What about Among Us? Yes, the very sus game. The first thing we need to build are the crewmates, and they come in different colors, so I'm gonna go ahead and build 5 of them. Then I'm gonna give them some custom accessories to wear, like different hats. I'm then gonna build a section of the map with a few different rooms to do tasks in. So I'm gonna start with an electrical room that's full of power boxes, wires, and switches. Then I'm gonna build a cafeteria where meetings are held and crewmates get to decide and vote who the imposter is. And finally, I'm gonna build a medical room which has an interesting tiling design, a bed for injured people, and I also went ahead and built this custom medbay scanner. So now that we have the rooms built, the crewmates can go ahead and get their task done. Wow, this is looking so good. Oh crap. Wait, who did that?
Need inspiration? Shop Fred Meyer for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone.
Next up is Angry Birds. Pretty much in this game, you launch birds and try to knock over things. Lego actually makes Angry Birds sets, so I bought one off Amazon worth $40, and let's see what we get. Okay, we get 4 different characters, including 2 birds, a catapult to launch them, and a set with random play features, like when you hit these balloons, it makes this bridge collapse, and when you hit this fan, it releases this boulder which plummets down and hits this crate of dynamite. But I honestly just bought this set for the characters because I don't have any, and I want to make an actual tower that can get knocked down like in the game. So I made these tiny walls that can be stacked in any way you want to form a massive tower. Okay, let's see how much damage we can make. Wow, that was literally the first try. What about Wii games, like Wii Sports Resort? In this game, you're on a tropical island with lots of random activities to do, like this one called Swordplay, and the objective is to make it across this bridge while defeating everyone in your way. I'm gonna build this in Lego, so I'll start with some large rock pieces to build 2 cliffs. Then I'm gonna take string pieces and connect each side together to build one massive suspension bridge. Now we can add people on the bridge, and since the swords in this game glow, I'm just gonna use lightsabers. And now that our build is complete, it's time to fight. Another Wii Sports game is boxing, so I'm gonna build these 2 boxing minifigs that have gloves. Then I'm gonna build a custom boxing ring for them to fight in. So now, let the challenge begin. And there we go, looks like we have a winner. Another game is Call of Duty. It's one of the most popular first-person shooters. Here's a bunch of custom army minifigs that I used in a few videos back, and I want to make a giant map for them to battle in. One of the most popular in Call of Duty is Nuketown, and it's pretty much a tiny neighborhood with houses, so I'm gonna build the first house. There's also a school bus in this map, so I went ahead and built one in Lego as well. So now we can add our army men, and they can go ahead and battle it out.
Enemy chopper incoming!
Call of Duty is also known for its really toxic lobbies full of angry players, so I'm gonna build a sweaty gamer playing Call of Duty on his computer and yelling into his mic. Absolute dog water, you're trash, you literally can't aim. One of the most popular games to exist is Minecraft, and I want to recreate the part of the game where you get to fight the Ender Dragon. It's pretty much the objective of the game. First, we need our character to play, so here's a Lego Steve minifig. I'm now gonna build the end world, so I'm gonna start by taking some bricks and building a simple landscape. Then I'm gonna build massive obsidian towers, and at the top I'm gonna put the crystals that you're supposed to hit with your bow. I'm then gonna add 2 endermen, and most importantly the Ender Dragon, which is the final boss that you get to fight in the game. So now Steve can go ahead and fight the dragon, and we can move to our next idea. Another popular game is Grand Theft Auto, an open-world game where you explore a city as a criminal, completing crazy missions to survive and earn money. In this game, you can customize your character to have the most expensive-looking clothing and flex to other people in the lobby. You also get to purchase weapons and drive really expensive cars, so I'm gonna make a custom Lamborghini in Lego for our character to drive. This one has a lot of advanced building tricks, and it looks really sporty and fast, which is gonna be important because you spend a lot of time in this game trying to run away from cops. So the next thing I'm gonna add to this build is a police helicopter to chase down our car.
Dang, bro's got a 3-star wanted level.
And now, for the final video game we're gonna make. I just realized, since this video is about Lego, what if we made a Lego video game in Lego? These games usually have puzzles you have to solve to get through certain parts of the map, so I'm gonna go ahead and design my own custom level. Finally, we can add our character.
And okay, the level is finished, so now let's play it.
Comment your favorite video game. There's gonna be a part 2 on Sacred's channel with even more games, so make sure you subscribe to my boy so you don't miss it. So thank you for watching, I'll see you later.
I'm a Lego man, I'm a fall in the river. Collecting on the subject, yeah, money getting bigger.
Fructis hair filler system reverses up to 1 year of damage in one use. By Garnier.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you care about most is a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe no matter what you're working on, you need high-quality tools at a great price. And that's what we're all about. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Yeah?
This is a Lego base plate, and this is 15 Lego base.
What's that doing on my phone?
You left it right there.
Where? Oh, hand it to me.
Son,
Yeah, that works. I'll get my question answered.
let me get this out.
I see it. It's over there. I don't need it. I got this stuff.
I got a jelly perfume there. I perfumed it there. I got you at. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep.
Who got the keys to the Jeep?
Nobody.
Vroom.
Nobody. Hey, Papa. There's the head. It says that the car will be over there.
Let's answer this question that I was seeking. See. Hey, Bunsen.
Having another sleepover with you?
We're having another sleepover.
Wait, with another place over there last time? Jesus is a clown. beep, 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 beep,
Beep, beep. We got the key to Jeep.
No, buddy.
No!
To somebody else.
Yeah?
You, Papa.
Somebody else?
Maybe you.
You got this.
I got this. Making this done. Look at this, Dad. What's this?
That is the crystal of power.
I want a crystal. I want a crystal.
Alright, so you have to earn it. Can you count to 20?
1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 9, 16, 19.
You didn't count to 20. It goes 1. 11 tween? What's 11 tween?
I got all of them.
What's 11 tween?
That's mine.
That's yours? I don't know what 11 tween is.
Let go.
Okay.
That's mine. Get what I did. I got the power. It got power, Papa.
Oh, that's good.
Papa, you want the crystal? You? Yes.
Yes.
It'd be $200 bucks.
$200 bucks? That's way too many dollar bucks.
I would be going to throw it in the trash.
What? Yeah, what you sell it to me for $100 bucks? Can I buy it for $100 bucks instead?
No.
Are you sure? Okay.
It's $200.
Oh, you got $200 bucks.
I got too many. I got too many.
Yeah, too many dollar bucks.
It's expensive.
It's expensive. Them dollar bucks. It'd be costing too much money. Oh, we need to refresh our stream, so gonna do that. So peace.